Chapter 196. Welcome to the Dark Side. Sir, I have left the guild. Derek's message was short and simple. He hadn't contacted him for this long, and now all of a sudden he replied. What could have possibly changed? Liam silently pondered for a bit, and then a thought entered his mind. He had just now contacted several guilds to make his trade arrangements. But he hadn't contacted two for obvious reasons. One was his old friend's guild, Divine Retribution, and the other was Derek's guild. He wondered if this for some reason affected the flow of things and ended up being in his favor. Knowing how his guildmates treated him, they most probably would have blamed him for everything and once again harassed him. But this was the usual occurrence. What could have been the breaking point? Maybe there was some huge altercation resulting in Derek getting kicked out or him leaving voluntarily. Well, whatever. In reality, Liam couldn't care less about what exactly happened. The most important thing was that he now had this person beside him as one of his strengths. Except for his sister, he probably would never trust another person in this world, but if there was an exception, it would be this guy. Your timing is good. Where are you right now? Can you get over to Isekai City? Liam knew that he was probably desperate at the moment. So even though he didn't say any details or explain anything, Liam also did not dig into the dirt. He just sent the short message to which he instantly received the reply. Coincidentally, Derek as well was in the city right now, so he promptly replied back. I'm here, sir. Where should I meet you? Oh, you are here. That's perfect then. Come to the entrance of the PvP tower. Shortly, in just a few seconds, a tall and muscular guy jogged towards the PvP tower entrance. Even without all the gear, his figure was fearsome and very obviously suited to be a tank. Waving his hand at this incoming person, Liam grinned ear to ear. He did nothing to hide his happiness. Hello, welcome to the dark side, Liam chuckled. Derek also squeezed out a smile, though clearly he was currently very down and bothered about something. Noticing this, Liam neither asked for any explanations nor bothered to comfort him with empty words. He directly hit the nail on the head. How urgently do you need the money? Is it okay if it takes a couple of hours, or do you need it right now? ASAP. Huh? Derek stood frozen. For the nth time, he was shocked by the person in front of him. Until now in his life, he had begged for money several times from different people. Their family was below the poverty line, and yet they carried a burden of complicated illnesses that even middle-class families would struggle to deal with. Both his mother and his brother were right now suffering from this cruel fate. Their disease was not fatal and something incurable. At least if it was like that, then everything wouldn't be this bad. They could have accepted their fate and made peace with things. But the thing was, their disease was completely curable. They just needed money and lots of it. However, in their family's condition, this was no less than a death sentence. Their father was a useless asshole who took off a while back when things went to shit. Their relatives had all turned their backs to them in fear that they would ask for help. In the end, everything fell on his shoulders and his elder sister's shoulders. How could two people who didn't even have the opportunity to go to college bear such a big burden? Derek could only find odd construction jobs to make whatever money he could, and his sister worked in a maid service. In this situation, one of the other guys from the construction business had introduced Derek to this new game. One of his former friends was also in-game, and when they randomly met each other on the street, he had told Derek about his guild that paid a hefty salary almost equal to a blue-collar job. Hearing this, Derek immediately bought a cheap helmet and tried his luck to earn money in the game. Without any educational backing, he knew that this was the best chance he was going to get to earn decent money, and he readily jumped on the opportunity. However, everything after that did not go so smoothly. He was humiliated, demeaned, and treated like a slave day in and day out. He did not know why or what exactly happened, but somehow their team's star player had it out for him, and he belittled him every chance he got. Derek bore all of those insults, but this they went too far. They did not give him his salary, blaming him for whatever happened in the recent past, and when he told them about the business deal Liam offered, they laughed in his face, saying that he was trying to rob them and steal from them. And finally today, the person had gone too far. His exact words were, "Dude, is your sister also big like you? I have a fetish for big girls. You should bring her in-game and we can pay you double of what we are paying right now." This was the last straw that broke his patience, and Derek instantly quit the guild without turning back. After that, he contacted Liam and came over to him directly. Previously, Liam had mentioned to him many big things, had spoken big words, and had made big promises. Derek did not know how much of that was true. There was no free lunch in this world. He was not that naive teenager anymore. He knew how people were. They might speak flowery words, but the cold truth was always fucking ugly. From the beginning, he did not have any expectations from Liam. However, he also couldn't shake off the feeling that he had gotten from their last conversation, so he had come here despite his better judgment. But this person did not even ask him for anything. They did not speak of any terms or discuss how much he had to work or what work he had to do. He didn't even ask him the reason for taking this long to respond to him. He just directly offered him help. Derek was truly dumbstruck. This person was either naive or, "Sir." Derek gulped. Since the other party was offering him a hand, he did not intend to refuse it. He already decided to walk in this path, so he also went all in. "Sir, even a few days is good, but it is for my family's emergency, so the sooner we—" "Got it," Liam interjected. He then paused as if he was thinking about something and then once again asked Derek, "By the way, did you tell your ex-guild mates about me? I mean the fact that you are planning to leave them in order to join me?" "No, sir. Absolutely not. I would never do that," Derek resolutely replied. Liam flashed a smile, patting the big guy. Since he replied so quickly, anyone else might doubt him, but Liam knew that he was saying the truth. Unfortunately, this was not a world for the good, and that is why he was in his current state. "Okay, that's good then," Liam responded. "If everything goes well, you can earn more than enough by the end of the day. And as a special welcome gift, I will also make sure that most of this money comes from your beloved ex-guildmates." "Sir?" Derek's eyes widened. "What? Stop looking so surprised every time. You should have more confidence in yourself. Come, let's go and get this started. You can earn the money you want on your own. You will see." Chapter 197, PvP Tower. Without wasting any time, Liam dragged Derek into the tall sky-high tower. "Do you know what this is?" "No, sir, I didn't have the time to check it yet." "Ha." Liam chuckled. "You can just call me Liam. No need to be so formal, and this is the PvP tower. Instead of me explaining everything to you, why don't we just dive in? You can then find out for yourself just what sort of a place this is." "Okay, see, Liam." Derek nodded. As opposed to his body's build and broad structure, the guy looked like he was a very reserved and silent type. Liam almost couldn't believe that this was the same person who would one day become a dragon-like war god. As he thought about this, another small doubt sprouted in him. He had changed the timeline and influenced something major, so would this person still develop as much as his previous self? Or this time he wouldn't become that exceptional warrior, and instead just remain an ordinary soldier? There were clear consequences for every one of his actions, so he wouldn't be surprised if this time also things changed completely because of his intervention. "Well, I guess he would still be a soldier who is loyal to me, so it doesn't matter." Liam muttered in silent contemplation. He did his part to bring him to his side. The rest was not in his hands, so he let it be for now. However, despite his words, he couldn't help but hope for the best. He wanted that strong and powerful, awe-inspiring general on his side. It would be a shame if that person never existed. Liam sighed silently, and as he was musing about this, Derek took a look around the place. The entrance of the tower opened up to a huge hall without any other rooms or corridors. In the center of this huge hall there was a big fighting ring, an arena, and surrounding this arena were numerous seats enough to house hundreds of people. It was almost like an indoor stadium, except that there were several of these stadiums, one above the other in the structure of a tower, and in total there were 1,000 floors to this tower. Derek gulped, looking nervously at the lift near the entrance. It really had 1,000 buttons, the entire wall adorned by these buttons, dazzling brightly like multicolored gems. It was disorienting to look at it, probably because of the magnitude of the building rather than the flashing lights. This was probably the gateway to going up and down these floors, but it looked like not everyone could access the lift. When Derek tried pressing one of the buttons, nothing happened. Seeing this, Liam pointed to the referee who was sitting at the corner of the arena. "No, you need to first participate in a match to determine if you are worthy or not of going to the upper floors. Go and register yourself with him." Derek nodded, clenching his fist. This was his first test. He wanted to do his best to show Liam that he was worth his salt. He did not want to disappoint the first person who had shown kindness to him. As the two of them walked in, one seemingly relaxed and casual and the other anxious and nervous as if he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, several people turned to look at them. There were already many players gathered around, sitting on the seats surrounding the arena. "New blood," someone from the crowd shouted. "Fuck, finally my chance has arrived." Someone else shouted, "You are joking, right? Look at that guy's size, you in a single hit." A third person snickered. "Hey, I was not talking about him. Look at the second person. He looks like a noob. Doesn't even have a single piece of gear on him. I think that guy probably paid this guy to carry him. If we play against him, it will be an easy win. Nay. Oh, you are right. I am going to go sign up now before I miss this chance. Fuck, it was my idea. I will sign up first." A small commotion arose in the arena as different players hurried over to the referee. Liam still had his face covered, so no one commented much about him. Derek, on the other hand, quickly became a topic of discussion. While they all wanted to fight with the former, no one wanted to fight with Derek. He was a big, intimidating guy, but he wasn't overweight and flabby. He was muscular with a tight figure, so even at a mere glance no one dared to underestimate him. They openly eyed Liam like he was the harmless cat sitting on the tiger. They hurried and queued up, hoping to fight with him instead of the bulldozer next to him, and seeing all these theatrics, the harmless cat shook his head helplessly. Tisk, tisk, what a hassle. The ground floor is always messy. Don't worry, once we go to the upper floors it will be much more peaceful, Liam grumbled, to which Derek nodded silently. The two of them also joined the long queue and eventually signed up with the referee. Liam, is there any place where I can maybe practice? Derek asked nervously. There were so many people gathered in the arena, and he did not have any confidence. He hoped that he could maybe train somewhere for a little bit, since there were several players queued up to fight. It would definitely take a while for his chance to arrive, so he wanted to calm down in the meantime. But Liam did not respond to him, and only gave him a mysterious smile. Before Derek could make sense of this weird smile, the next second, the referee stood up and called out his number loudly. As opposed to what he was thinking, it looked like they didn't have to wait for long at all. It was his turn already. Chapter 198, First Fight. Seeing the big guy sweat nervously, Liam patted him and pushed him forward. This floor is just a gateway. As long as we win one fight here, we can go up, so no need to be so nervous. What he didn't tell Derek was that the fights were not called on a first-come, first-served basis. Rather, the highest-level player was called out first, and since they had registered together as a group, Derek, being weaker among the two, had the first chance to fight. In other words, apart from Liam, he was the strongest player right now on this floor. Of course, if Liam had mentioned this, the poor guy might have had more confidence when stepping into the ring, but he did not plan to make his life easy. Since Liam had effectively altered the fate and relieved a lot of stress from this person's life, it unfortunately now fell upon his shoulders to sharpen this blade. He didn't know yet just how much effort he had to put in, but he hoped that it wouldn't be too much. He also personally witnessed his fighting style, so he wasn't worried too much. Pressure might shape a person. However, in the end, whatever was inside was only going to come out. If nothing was inside, then nothing would have come out. So, awaiting the future general's performance, Liam rubbed his hands in excitement and sat down in one of the seats to watch the show. Meanwhile, Derek slowly walked over to the fighting ring at the center. He raised his hand and notified the referee that he was here. The referee checked his details quickly by inspecting him, and then he in turn responded by asking Derek to get in. On the other side, another player also got in. When compared to Derek, this guy was actually 100 times more nervous. Every single player on the floor wanted to fight with Liam, so he could only curse his bad luck for drawing the short straw. Just as he was thinking about giving up, the referee stood up and shouted a few instructions loudly. Rules of the PvP arena. Once the player is inside the ring, they are not able to withdraw from the fight. The fight ends when one of the two players' health reaches 1. The winner is the player with higher health. Both the players' levels and attributes are equalized, but skill proficiency is preserved. Both the players are allowed to equip according to their choice. However, usage of consumables is banned. The fight has now commenced and the two players can begin fighting. Go! Before Derek or his opponent could properly prepare themselves, a loud gong sounded. Derek was somewhat calm even after hearing the bell, but the other party became too nervous and rushed towards him with a big saber. It looked like both Derek and his opponent were melee players. So the player who landed the first hit had the initial advantage. Also, certain attacks could trigger additional effects like bleed or faint, and if that happens, then the fight was almost as good as over. Considering this, everyone thought that the fight was almost over. Hey, look at that. I think we overestimated the big guy. He doesn't have any decent gear, and he is also slow and sluggish. Easy win, easy win. The other party's friends started cheering loudly. On the contrary, Derek had come in with only one person who showed no such intentions. Liam casually leaned on the seat, a twinkle appearing in his eye. Derek hadn't moved yet, but he knew why, so he silently watched the fight. This is going to end quickly. And just as he muttered, Derek sidestepped at the last minute, letting the other party hit the air. Because of this, he stumbled for a second, and before he could regain his balance, Derek used his plain fists to land a crushing blow to the party's upper back, and then a second one on his neck. Whack, whack. The guy who was already stumbling forward couldn't react at all, and both the hits landed perfectly, taking out huge chunks of his health, sending him directly to the ground. Even without the proper gear or the weapon, Derek had smoothly managed to use his strength and his opponent's movements against him. Adding to this momentum, he then executed a final slam, right on top of his neck, targeting the same area as before. Hi-up! The opponent yelped in pain, and then his head flopped down. It turns out Derek directly knocked out the guy. The fight was over? It only took him 3 moves to finish the fight? Everything happened too fast, and the spectators' mouths hung open awkwardly as they did not even have the time to finish the cheering. Dang, dang, dang. The gong once again sounded loud, and then a deafening silence spilled and spread across the room. Every single player present in the arena closed their mouths tightly shut, even if their own. Abilities were lacking miserably. They could tell that this was not just another player. This was an expert. A strong and powerful fighter who would probably soar through the ranks in the tower. Before him, they did not even have the right to make a sound. They stood dumbfounded, their minds automatically replaying the fight again and again. Derek, on the other hand, looked confused. He looked up at Liam instinctively to see his reaction, who only gave him a thumbs up. This was just the first entry-level fight. From Liam's point of view, there was nothing surprising about this result. The referee then finally spoke, breaking the silence in the arena. The fight has ended. Winner, number 1895. Next up, number 1964 and number 1378. Please come to the arena. Shall I leave? Derek asked, to which the NPC gave a simple nod. Your team is now eligible to go to the next level. He hurriedly stepped out of the arena, his movements extremely awkward. He even fumbled a bit before getting down. However, this time no one standing there dared to judge him based on these actions. The person he was right now was completely different from the person who had fought the actual battle. The confidence level between the two was miles apart. They could only silently mull over this thought as they watched him casually leave with the other person. Since they already had a win, their team did not have to play again, at least on this floor. That was this floor's rule. So when one person did the actual labor, the other got carried easily. Lucky freeloader, someone commented, making sure that it wasn't too loud. I wonder if it would be possible for me also to hug a thigh like that. Shut up. They haven't left yet. The person standing near reminded him. Chapter 199, cruising through. Match was a bit. Derek pressed button 2 on the elevator as he eyed the wall curiously. This is just the opener. Don't underestimate the other players because of this single fight. Liam warned him. On this floor, you just have to win one fight against anyone to go up. Almost everyone is capable of doing this, except to win one, of course, some ridiculously stupid players. The real fight starts on the upper floors. Okay, sir, I will keep that in mind. Liam only smiled, seeing that the guy had gone back to his formal tone. He didn't bother correcting him this time. By the way, what class are you? Why are you fighting like a brawler? Derek hesitated. Before he could give an answer, Liam could already guess what might have happened. Did you say that you didn't want anything from them and leave behind everything in your inventory? Yes, sir. Liam laughed again and patted his shoulder. This guy was simply too straightforward for his own good. Okay, let's not worry about that. For now, I will give you a set of equipment. It might not be the best, but it should be good enough, at least for now. So what is your class? Thank you, Liam. Sorry, I am being a bird. Nope, we are a team now. You don't have to thank me. You don't have to apologize to me. Derek nodded, letting out a deep breath. I am playing as a shield warrior. He answered the other question. Shield warrior? Liam was surprised. Didn't this guy use magic spells before? Is this what the system recommended? He asked again, digging deeper. Oh, that? No, sir. I actually got the recommendation for both a mage and a warrior. So that means you can use mana. Yes, sir. Why did you still choose to play this class then? That. Derek smiled awkwardly as if he was embarrassed to speak about this. One of my previous guild members went with us to the training hall as soon as we logged in, and he suggested that I play this class. I see, Liam smirked. And this kind person said mage was a bad class. Yes, he mentioned that for my body style, playing tank would suit me the most. I also felt like that, so I picked this class. Okay. Liam nodded, but he was not done asking questions. So what was your affinity to mana, nature, divine power, and so on, may I know? Derek suddenly became nervous and looked at Liam blankly. I don't remember, sir. A, maybe B, I really don't know. He scratched his head. Hey, okay, no worries, we can check it again. Liam doubted if his affinity was that simple. If the other person had asked him to completely ignore the mage skill tree and choose warrior, then he was definitely not saying the right thing. But was it because of ignorance, or was it because he was jealous? It was too late now and it didn't matter. Liam sighed inwardly and wondered if he had come across anything related to magic warriors. What was this guy's guild name again? Soul Reapers? Where was their base? Liam silently pondered, racking his brain for any clues regarding this. However, he couldn't remember anything relevant. Yes, we should definitely pay a visit to the training hall. He repeated his words again. Sometimes when nothing was working out, it was best to start from scratch. In front of them, the elevator buzzed, making a low noise. One might expect the elevator to take forever, considering that there were about 1,000 floors. But it was a magically inscribed construction. so it didn't take too long and the elevator appeared promptly. The door opened and the two silently walked in, each engrossed in their own thoughts, and the next instant they arrived at the second floor. Just like Liam had mentioned before, the second floor was a lot calmer than the first floor. There wasn't too much crowd, though there was still a good amount of players seated around the fighting ring and gossiping amongst themselves. There was also an ongoing fight, from the looks of it, between a mage and a summoner. Liam and Derek silently walked over to the side where the referee was sitting. Unlike the other players who were curiously watching the fight and exchanging pointers or comments about it, the referee did not even bother looking up. He was just sitting there with his eyes closed, clearly bored from watching the low-level fights every day. "Sir, I want to register our team." Derek took the initiative and gave both their names to the man who indifferently nodded. Nevertheless, he jotted down their details in the system. Coincidentally, the match in the arena as well came to an end at the same time, with the mage cleaning winning the fight. The crowd cheered a little, and just like before, the referee stood up to announce the results, quickly calling the next players to the arena, and once again Derek's number was called immediately. "Ah!" The big guy was surprised, but pleasantly this time. After having experienced the battle last time, he subconsciously felt less nervous and more excited. He clumsily climbed into the ring, wearing a set of basic armor and carrying a worn-out shield and sword in his two hands. Liam purposefully gave him this set to begin with, and Derek also did not question him. He silently gazed at his opponent this time, and it was a mage. As opposed to him, the mage decked in some colorful gear was. The crowd obviously took note of this, and different people started cheering loudly. "Pummel him down, bro. Jump on top of him like Undertaker. Slam him down, fatty." Liam found it funny that most of the crowd was cheering for Derek. Did they think that he was an underdog and were supporting him? He curled his lips to reveal a big smug smile on his face, as if he was a child happily showing off his new toy. Not wasting any time, a gong sounded loud, and the fight soon started, and shockingly, it was Derek who made the first move. All his previous nervousness and awkwardness had completely disappeared, and he charged forward towards the mage as soon as the gong chimed. Without giving the other person even a single opportunity to cast any kind of spell, he directly slammed the shield on the person's thin body, and then thrust his sword into his throat. He then removed the sword and thrust it a few more times. When finally enough blood spilled, his health bottomed out and the gong sounded again. "Winner, number 467. The referee stood up and announced, and the entire crowd broke into applause. What a fight! Wait, this was not a fight. It was simply a one-sided massacre. Everyone gaped at Derek in amazement, while the mage ran down from the stage like a scared kitten. When Derek was also about to get out, the referee stood up and asked him, "You need one more fight to move to the next level. Are you able to continue?" Yes, sir." Derek quickly nodded. His mannerisms and behavior were so meek that no one could believe that this was the same person who had just now slaughtered someone. Once again, the crowd began cheering for him loudly, though this time they did it because they were simply too amazed by his skill. Some people were even lining up near the exit already to strike up a conversation with him and see if he already belonged to a guild. From what they had seen, the second fight wouldn't probably last that long anyway. And they were not wrong. Derek's second opponent was the summoner who had fought the mage, and even before the match began, he was quaking in his boots. As soon as the gong sounded, he quickly threw a trap that locked Derek in place. But Derek did not plan on taking this without retaliating back. He threw his shield and his sword at the guy, which almost flew as fast as an arrow. Because of this, the summoner couldn't focus on his summoning spell and had to move to avoid the attacks, so he lost the precious second that the trap bought him. He tried to cast after, but the timing was already off. It was too late to rectify the mistake. Before he could fully summon, Derek charged at him once again and sent him 2 punches with his fist. He then bent down to pick up his sword and swung his body to land the final attack, taking away the rest of the health. Dang, 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 the sound of the gongs again rang loudly in the silent hall as the summoner fell down unconscious. Winner, number 467. In just under 5 minutes, the 2 fights were over already. Derek nodded with a blank face and then indifferently stepped out. He was like a blue-collar worker clocking out at the end of the day, his face only revealing the light satisfaction of having done the work that he needed to do. "Good job," Liam muttered. "The next floor is 3 fights, so you got the drift right. The first 100 floors are pretty straightforward. This is the easy part of the tower," he explained. A few others near the 2 of them heard this and wanted to bury their faces somewhere. This was easy. Then why the hell were they all stuck here for so long? Chapter 200, Trouble Again. After the first 2 floors, Derek got the drift of everything, and he continued to cruise through the rest of the 100 floors one after the other. Liam did not even have to participate in a single battle. Seeing that he had everything under control, and there was some time, Liam decided to contact his sister to see what those two were up to. He hadn't heard from them in a while. He didn't think that it was good to leave those two up to their own means for so long. It was always better to check in once in a while. Besides, after watching all these noobs get slaughtered at the hands of the war god, he wanted his sister and Shen Yu to train here too. Liam personally hadn't spent any time here. However, after observing things here, he thought that this wasn't too bad a place for learning. Considering both Shen Yu and Mei Mei severely lacked combat experience, this grind would definitely help them. Let me see what they are doing now. Liam stretched his hands, leisurely opening the message interface. The last time he checked, the two were off somewhere farming rare elites in the west. Liam's eyes perused all the small messages and updates, and it looked like the last message was an hour earlier. And to his surprise, once again their names were grayed out in their group chat. He immediately stood up in alarm. He refused to believe that even with the two golems, the duo had somehow managed to land in some sort of trouble. But considering what happened last time when their names were grayed out, he did not wait and directly activated the cursed ring that connected him to his sister. Immediately Liam felt a pull, and his figure disappeared from the PvP tower, arriving at a dark and desolate place. What the hell? Where is this? He was shocked because he neither saw his sister nor Shen Yu near him. This basically went against the function of the cursed rings, and as his eyes quickly searched the surroundings to make sense of this situation, he soon spotted the two broken rings on the ground. Liam's eyed and a grave look appeared on his face. These two had come in contact with someone who was powerful enough to break the cursed rings. He quickly opened the map and saw that he was currently in the western part of the Gresh Kingdom, to be precise near the Red Moon town. Wasn't this the location of her chain quest? Liam's expression became even worse. I specifically asked them to wait before starting that quest. Chain quests were never simple. There was no easy chain quest. Perhaps the one that led the player around by the nose and made them waste hours and hours gathering herbs or ores. But even for those scenarios, the subsequent quests were always of high difficulty. This was exactly why he had warned them. However, it looked like his sister was entering a rebellious age where she was no longer listening to him, or did they have no choice in this matter to begin with? There were all sorts of quests in the game, and some of them could even have an automatic trigger. If this quest was one such thing, then they could have been teleported here without their consent, and that would explain why they hadn't contacted him about coming here as well. However, thinking about these things did not do much good right now. He needed to figure out what to do next. Liam started hurriedly searching the surroundings. He remembered the quest description, and it said that Shen Yu needed to find that old maid somewhere near the Red Moon town. The exact location was not given, but this area was not too big. He only needed to search a bit. However, as he started looking around, something felt off. The place he was currently standing could not be called a town at all. There were only empty houses and deserted streets everywhere, that too, everything like it was burnt to the ground, leaving only the framework behind. There weren't any people or NPCs around, not even trees, plants, or any vegetation in sight. How could this be called a town? It was like someone had sucked every ounce of life from within this place. Was this place always like this? Liam had a doubt. Red Moon Town was just another human settlement, and he did not remember anything remarkable about that place. He left the town area and started searching the surroundings. This would have been much faster if I had Talon with me. He then suddenly had an idea and looked up at the sky. Since the entire place looked like scorched earth, other beasts and birds would at least temporarily stay away from here, so chances were that nothing would be in the vicinity. However, if his sister and Shen Yu were here, then Talon couldn't be too far, and he hadn't received any notifications about Talon getting injured. That meant that he still had time to act. Taking this into account, Liam also started searching the skies as he searched the ground. Because of the high and low lands, it was easier to search the skies, and bingo, before long, he spotted a bird flapping its wings at a distance. There you are. He quickly hurried over there and saw that even the places near the town were completely destroyed without any vegetation in sight. Now, Liam was more than sure that something was happening here, as he couldn't remember the western part of the kingdom having any places like this. If there were, then there would have at least been some beasts or monsters specific to this place living here. The ecosystem in Evolution Online was very competitive, and such huge acres of land wouldn't have gone uninhabited. The only explanation was that this landscape had only recently changed, so nothing had migrated over just yet. Liam used his top speed to arrive at the spot, and just as he thought, it was Talon who was flying up in the sky, and in front of him, hidden amidst several thorny brambles, was a huge dilapidated temple. They must be inside this place. Liam whistled, and the bird instantly scooped down to greet him in joy and exhilaration. "Stay away, but not too far. I will go in and take a look. I might call you if needed." The bird nodded and quickly made itself scarce. Liam also activated stealth and entered the temple through a broken wall at the side. However, as soon as he stepped in, another shock awaited him. The dimly lit corridor had 2 cloaked figures guarding the area, and each of them was level 50. Even though Liam's current level was heads above the others, these would still be a challenge for him to handle. Just what is this place? Some sort of cult practitioners? And moreover, if these guards were already at level 50, the ones inside might be at an even higher level. Liam had a bad feeling. This time it looked like things wouldn't go so smoothly, and he might even be killed if he stepped inside. But what other choice did he have? Chapter 201, Kingdom Quest. Level 50, Dark Mage. Level 48, Dark Mage. Liam gripped his sword tightly and dashed forward to first test the waters. In truth, it was not the level difference he was most concerned about. Rather, it was their skills and abilities. Although he had just now faced numerous Dark Mages as a part of the invasion, he was not confident at all when fighting against these 2 in front of him. This was because those mages were lower-level cannon fodder, incapable of casting any powerful spells. That was why they had been massacred by him. However, these ones were different. Because they were level 50, they should be capable of executing some special skills that tapped into the dark element. The Netherrealm event that was going to start soon involved all sorts of dark practitioners and Netherrealm beings, so everyone had at least once or twice fought against this type. Liam as well had personal experience of fighting against this type of monster, and he knew very well some of the special skills that they had at their disposal. These types of dark practitioners liked to fight dirty. Their usual method of attack was to throw a slew of curses at the target, making them as helpless as a baby, and then slaughter them without mercy. Of course, they also had their weaknesses. Any divine or nature-type player could easily overpower these guys. But the problem was, this was not really Liam's forte. So the only option he had was to barrage these guys with several attacks, and kill them off before they could weaken him completely. And if worse comes to worst, he always had the grenades as a backup. Mana net, swamp vines. Liam activated both trapping skills as he lunged at the 2 cloaked figures. He then slashed the crimson blade in a frenzy, wanting to deal the maximum damage that he could while they were stuck immobile. Luna as well stood at the back and bombarded the 2 figures with fireballs. But the damage numbers that came out were completely different for both types of attacks. While Liam's physical attack was taking out huge chunks of health, Luna's magic damage was only barely scratching. I knew it. Liam gritted his teeth. These guys also have high magic resistance. I need to finish this fast, otherwise. He pushed his swordplay and agility as much as he could and squandered 1/4 of their total health. But how could it be possible to finish off 2 level 50 monsters in just a few seconds? It was inevitable that the 2 trapping skills would eventually wear off as their effect lasted only for a couple of seconds. And as soon as they were able to move, the 2 dark mages glided on the floor as if they were flying and instantly moved several feet away from Liam. No, you don't. Liam immediately rushed after them to close the distance between them again, but the 2 mages already started casting. Ding, you have been affected by the weakened curse. Your attributes are reduced by half. Liam's heart sank. This kind of curse might as well be a lethal killing blow to his head. Even after everything, it looks like he had still underestimated the strength of a level 50 opponent. At the next instant, another unexpected notification popped out. Ding. You have absorbed the dark element. The curse is ineffective. Seeing this, Liam's jaw almost dropped to the ground. What the fuck? However, putting aside his confusion, he continued moving towards the dark mages. He did not know why exactly this happened, but he grinned in excitement. Just like Liam was shocked, the 2 dark mages also revealed unsightly expressions, and they began casting more curses furiously. Ding. You have been affected by the plague curse. Your health is reduced by half. Ding. You have absorbed the dark element. The curse is ineffective. Ding. You have been affected by the bleed curse. Your health reduces by 200 every second. Ding. You have absorbed the dark element. The curse is ineffective. Hearing each curse that chimed in, Liam started sweating profusely. What if these spells had actually been effective? His condition would have then been miserable. He would have suffered an absolute and total loss. This was a painful reminder for him to not get carried away by the little bit of knowledge he possessed. In the future, he needed to make more preparations. What he had right now was not nearly enough. While he was wasting time hunting down the necromancy inheritance, the dangers around him would only keep on piling up. Just what had just happened. When he thought about it, obvious. His SS undead affinity. Liam had a perfect affinity for the Nether. The dark element and the Nether were similar in many aspects, though they were not one and the same. Perhaps because of his perfect affinity to the nether, he was impervious to dark element attacks. Just like he could absorb nether into his body, he was also absorbing the dark element from the attacks. This was unbelievable. Liam never knew such a thing existed. He was amazed at being able to absorb elemental essences for having an S-grade mana affinity, but it looked like SS grade went a step above this, allowing him to absorb even attacks aimed at him. Bring it on. Liam grinned at this realization and slashed at the two dark mages. They waved their staffs, trying to thwart his attacks, but it was completely useless. Under a skilled martial expert, a staff can very well match a sword in attack power and technique, but these mages were skilled in dark magic, not martial arts. So unable to fight back, they suffered under Liam's relentless attacks. However, this advantage he had lasted only for a few seconds. It didn't take long for them to realize that the curses were ineffective against this enemy. The two dark mages instantly switched to other attacks, sending out their own fireballs that were darker in color, and wind blades with darkened edges. These guys can also combine two elements? Liam smiled bitterly and did his best to move around, dodging as much as he could. At the same time, he also used all of his mana to boost his physical attributes, as he was only relying on that right now, and his sword danced, continuously claiming chunks of health. Both parties suffered almost equal damages by exchanging blows. In the end, it seemed that the winner would be the one who could last the longest. But Liam already managed to come on top using the small advantage he had at the beginning. When the two mages were caught off guard by their ineffective curses, he made sure not to let them close this gap, and after 2 whole minutes, the fight was finally over. Ding. You have gained 10,000 experience points. Ding. You have gained 10,000 experience points. Just like the difficulty of the fight, the experience points as well were equally good, considering that these were only unnamed enemies. Also, the 10-level difference gave this bump. Liam, however, collapsed on the ground immediately after the fight, not interested in the experience points. He took a small break to catch his breath and adjust his condition. He also ate a recovery berry and dunked in a mana potion, but he did not look happy at all. Damn it. Only 2 guards and I am already at my limit. Just how many are going to be there inside the temple? Just as he was thinking about this, suddenly a quest notification popped up. Ding. Kingdom quest. Kill the Enchantress. You must kill the Enchantress before she returns to the peak of her power. Time limit, 1 hour. Quest reward, 1,000 gold. Promotion to Duke status. Liam's eyes almost popped out in surprise on reading this description. A kingdom quest, and the reward is so high. Since quests did not have classifications, it was the reward for a quest that displayed its monstrosity and its difficulty level. And from what he saw, was an insanely difficult one, almost impossible to finish. Direct promotion to dukeship was not a simple reward at all. It looked like the kingdom was offering so much to just kill one enemy, and she was an enchantress. This, coupled with the fact that Shen Yue was gifted a charm attribute for the first part of the quest, Liam could vaguely make sense of the whole thing. This was probably an inheritance quest of sorts. Maybe Shen Yue could have unlocked a hidden class similar to enchantress from it. Since they took too long and did not even attempt the quest, it probably triggered something else, and instead of being rewarded by the witch, they were being punished by her. Feared that punishment would stop with a simple death. Maybe his sister, who was unrelated to the quest, would only suffer 1 death, but Shen Yue might lose some attributes, perhaps even a bigger chunk of her soul. I did a mistake. I didn't think they would be directly giving out inheritances in the gift box. Liam sighed. He had so many things to keep track of, and it was inevitable that 1 or 2 would slip on the side. However, this was too much of a loss. Having a special class on their side would have tremendously boosted their strength. She could have been a powerful ally. What am I thinking? I am already giving up. Liam closed his eyes, trying to clear his mind. Perhaps the quest was not entirely lost yet. Chapter 202, Dangerous Beauties. Liam's mind spun. Time was tight, and he needed to figure out the best way possible to act. But before deciding anything, he first needed to take a look at the condition inside the temple. There was a huge hole in the wall a few feet ahead of him, so he walked over to that spot and peered inside while preparing to act if something unexpected happened. Luckily, there weren't any guards on the other side to sense his presence, and he was able to take a look inside. The inside of the temple looked equally broken down, and the walls were adorned with multiple torches. At the center of the temple there was a circle of dark mages chanting something under their breath, and in the middle of this Liam finally caught sight of his sister and Shen Yue. "There you are," he muttered, observing everything carefully. The 2 of them were tied to a structure like an altar, and next to this altar was an extremely beautiful woman. Liam had never seen anyone as mesmerizing as this person in front of him. It was as if every single one of her features was sculpted to perfection. She had long black hair cascading down like waterfalls, a slender waist and voluptuous curves that could entice any man. Her facial features as well were extraordinary, her eyes capable of evoking passionate emotions. Compared to her, Shen Yu, Mia, and Alex were nothing. They couldn't hold a candle to this person's mature and seductive aura. As his gaze dragged on her, Liam couldn't help himself and continued to look at her, almost forgetting the reason he was here. A certain part of him was rock hard as well. Only when she muttered something in a language he didn't understand and sprinkled some blood on his sister's and Shen Yu's unconscious faces, he snapped out of his trance. Damn it, is this the effect of charm? Even at such a distance I was swayed, and that too from her mere appearance. I need to be more careful. He peeled his eyes away from the enticing woman, not daring to look at her anymore, and observed the other areas inside. There were only 2 floors to the temple, a ground floor and the first floor with a staircase at the end of the hall, leading up to the first floor. In total there seemed to be about 30 to 40 dark mages, all of them around level 50. As if this was not difficult enough, he also had to deal with the enchantress herself, who was level. Liam had no idea. He was so mesmerized by her beauty that he didn't get a chance to look at her level. As for checking her out for a second time, that was out of the question. This was the first time Liam felt as if he had no control over anything in front of him. He was as helpless as experiencing everything for the first time. Moreover, these charm-type skills seemed to have an impact on him. Just how the hell was he supposed to fight this enemy? If all the dark mages were around level 50, she would also be either around that level or higher. Originally, Liam thought he would summon the 2 golems, create a distraction, attack her. But now, he no longer had the confidence to fight against her. These were the special mental attack type bosses. He doubted that she would permanently have a hold on him, but she was definitely likely to trap him at least for a few seconds. And for a higher level being like her, these seconds were more than enough to take him for a ride and leave his corpse behind. So how the hell was he supposed to fight her? Just as he was racking his brain about this, Liam suddenly remembered another woman whom he had come across, almost equally beautiful but not a human being. The Naga royal princess. He had almost forgotten about that item which he had acquired a while back. He didn't think he would have any use for it. He also didn't think they were genuine because the Naga's level was so low. But now was a good time to test it. If it worked, then it would be of great help to him in this endeavor. If it didn't, then he would only have to use the golems and grenades and blast everything inside. In that way, Shen Yu and his sister would only suffer 1 death, and that was not too bad, considering the situation they were in. Because the more he looked at everything that was happening, he had a feeling that they might lose more than just their lives. Liam narrowed his eyes and took out the small white pearls. He had 2 of them, he only needed 1 right now, so he placed the other one back into the inventory. Will this witch's charm work on other girls too? Well, whatever, I should try it. He then looked at the item description for the pearl, which was rather vague. Naga pearl. Summons the Naga who produced this pearl. Okay, here it goes. He let out a deep breath and activated the summon spell attached to the pearl. Almost immediately, the space in front of him, a silver mist started spreading. Liam became alert and quickly took a couple of steps back. The silver mist slowly became thicker and thicker, and the next instant all the wisps suddenly condensed together, forming a figure shaped like a lamia. However, the mist didn't clear and continued to linger. Nothing was happening. Hello? Liam mumbled, looking at everything curiously. Almost instantly, a long forked tongue lashed out, Liam instinctively taking a few more steps back. A loud, angry hissing sound reverberated in the empty corridor, the mist finally clearing away, revealing another ethereal beauty, albeit an angry-looking beauty. Her eyes stared daggers at Liam, eyeing him top to bottom. Just her gaze was powerful enough to make him nervous, so much so that Liam couldn't help but wonder if he had made a mistake. Did I just summon another enemy? Chapter 203. Dealing fire with fire. Hiss. The serpentine princess leaned closer to him. Here I was wondering who dared to possess my pearl and even use it. So it was you, the person who was foolish enough to rob me. I guess she remembers everything. Liam tried his best to remain calm. The last time he had seen this lamia, she was only around level 20, and now somehow she was level 80. Her level was actually not that high, as even the royal guards were level 100 and above, but it was still high enough for her to thrash him around without working a sweat. She wasn't someone whom he could command or exploit. At the same time, she was also a powerful weapon that he could use to get out of this current predicament. Without her, the situation would most probably get extremely sticky, and even include a couple of deaths, but her unexpected strength could help him out a lot. If she wished, she could take care of the entire group with the snap of her finger. But would she be willing to help him? Liam's brain whirred to think of something, and he decided not to ask for the Naga's help directly. He had an inkling that she might do the opposite just because he requested her. There were all sorts of NPCs in the game, and from the way she was glaring at him, anyone could tell that she hated him. This was a precarious position, and he needed to move his pieces carefully. "Please, Your Highness, I need your help to kill the evil enchantress. She has destroyed my entire village and killed all my family. Please, I am begging you, please help me avenge their death." Liam muttered with sincerity and sadness in his voice. "I have indeed wronged Your Highness the last time, but please forgive my ignorance and show mercy on me. Please don't take your anger toward me out on my brethren. I am willing to do anything to repent for my actions. Please seek vengeance for my friends and my family." He was very careful not to mention his sister or Shen Yu, and willingly admitted his wrongdoings, being as humble as he could. There was also a hint of a teardrop threatening to fall out of his eyes. He looked like someone who was in unbearable pain, having suffered a terribly tragic loss. Even after saying his piece, he did not look up at her face to see if she had bought his acting or not. He just patiently waited. "Did it work?" Hiss. Liam once again heard the loud hissing of the Lamia princess. Her tongue danced around, and her fiery gaze was locked onto Liam's face. She wanted to see some sort of fear on the thief's face. However, the other party's unexpected emotions left her feeling conflicted. Since when did demons and dark practitioners have a right and a wrong? She had already given her word by giving him 2 of her pearls. So she was going to help him, but that didn't mean she wasn't planning to kill him at least once before leaving. And now, after seeing how righteous and selfless he was behaving, mourning the loss of his fellow brethren, she couldn't help but rethink her opinion of this person. She also knew that it was not a lie, as she could smell the stench of death everywhere in the area. "All right, your actions as a being of the Netherrealm surprise me," the Lamia hissed. "Even though you took advantage of my people the last time, I see some goodness in you. I will help you out just this once. Hook, line and sinker." Liam grinned inwardly, while continuing to look very sad and depressed on the outside. "I don't have much time, as I can only stay in this realm for a few seconds, so I will go ahead and take care of the sinners sullying this temple." Liam solemnly nodded. He was very obedient and humble, as if he was just a step away from worshipping her. This satisfied the princess a lot, appeasing her earlier grievances. She hissed with a content look before turning away and slithering into the temple. Instantly, several shrieks sounded from inside, and the low, dull murmur in the background because of the continuous chanting came to an abrupt halt. "Someone is attacking us. There is a Naga in the temple." "A Naga. Priestess, please save us." The dark mages hurriedly started hurtling out some attacks at the intruding Naga, but she smoothly erected a mana barrier, preventing anything from touching her. The next second, her lips parted slightly, and from within inside, purple vapors emerged. Seeing this, all the dark mages started panicking even more. "Hiss." The Lamia grinned. With a twinkle in her eyes, she opened her mouth a bit more and started spewing out big mouthfuls of purple gas. The dark mages tried fighting back, but the venom was so toxic that it only took a couple of seconds before its effect showed. Totally helpless and choked by this poison, one by one they started dropping dead like flies. The others who watched this struggled to fight back while simultaneously trying their best to avoid the poison swirling around them. But the Naga's moves were so swift and potent. Almost the entire place was filled with dreadful venomous air as soon as she entered the temple. There was chaos everywhere. Because of all of this ruckus, the enchantress was forcefully broken out of her stupor, and she stopped her spellcasting. The incomparably beautiful woman snapped her eyes, and a frown appeared on her face as she saw that everything around her was going to shit. And just as her gaze fell on the intruder who caused all of this, a spear came flying at her. She quickly moved to avoid the attack. However, it was too late, and the spear grazed her shoulder, drawing blood. The enchantress gritted her teeth in anger, staring back at the Naga. "This is not your fight. I have done nothing to offend you or your people, so why are you here?" She had waited a long, long time to take revenge on this kingdom, and now when everything was coming together, she was not willing to lose. "Fine. That doesn't matter. Name anything that you want. I will pay you whatever compensation you require." She tried her best to plead her case. However, the Lamia princess had an indifferent look on her face as she slithered closer to the altar. She took out a long trident and thrusted it forward. "You are going too far." The enchantress jumped back and took out a pitch-black staff. The sound of 1,000 wailing souls echoed from the staff, which made everyone in the temple shiver in fright. These were all clearly human souls, as the agonized ghosts with human faces fleetingly appeared and disappeared. Just the mere sight of it was terrifying. Seeing this, the Naga princess finally opened her mouth. "Hiss! How many people did you sacrifice to make this weapon?" A huge, swirling mass of energy started forming at the tip of the trident. This energy was like a lone twinkling star in the dark sky, a single candle in a dark room. It was a divine-type attack. Liam was shocked. Divine-type attacks were usually only very thin and spread out. It was an impossible task to gather so much divine power. This was the first time he was personally witnessing such a condensed, thick divine-type attack. Ding. You have been afflicted with the divine. All your attributes are reduced by half. It's powerful enough to give me a debuff. Liam was once again shocked, but he did not have the time right now to stand here and admire this high-level fight. Seeing everything that was going down in front of him, he had another small idea. He was not sure if it was going to work, but it was definitely worth a try. While the Naga was unleashing hell on the Enchantress and her cult group of dark mages, he activated stealth and hurriedly tiptoed into the temple, approaching the altar from the other side. Liam then started wreaking the altar, and all the items, incenses, and formations placed on it. He destroyed everything that he could, and finally, when he broke the blood, outlined formation. Both Shen Yu and Mei Mei started stirring awake. I guess that did the trick. Luckily they hadn't died, but both their stamina and health were very close to bottoming out, so he gave them both some recovery berries and healing potions. "Brother, what happened?" Mei Mei sleepily asked. Shen Yue also looked groggy and faint. "Let's first get out of here and then I will explain." Liam smiled. The two of them readily agreed to this as near them loud earth-shattering sounds reverberated. Boom, boom, boom! It looked like the entire temple was coming down, and by now the whole place was filled with purple venomous gas. "Yep, let's get out of here first." Liam quickly lifted both the girls, throwing one on each shoulder, and dashed out. It would be really tragic if, after summoning a high-level Naga and somehow surviving a mysterious inheritance quest and a kingdom quest, they still died in the end due to the poison effect or the building crumbling on their heads. So Liam hurried and got the hell out of there. On his way, he also heard a shrill sound which was definitely from the Enchantress, and another arrogant laughter which was probably from the Naga princess. Surprisingly, he did not hear any quest notifications. Liam silently pondered as he continued running out of the temple. There were some dark mages still remaining, but their complete attention was on the Naga, so he also did not bother with them. He only stopped when he was outside in the open air, and it looked like he had just gotten out in the nick of time as the ruined temple building completely gave out and collapsed right after he left the premises. Rumble, rumble. Only the arrogant and proud Naga princess slithered out of there, not a speck of dust or injury on her enticing figure. However, her figure was once again starting to look like it was made of silver wisps, indicating the end of the summon. She gazed at Liam with a lofty expression in her eyes, and her full lips parted. "I have taken care of the Enchantress. It is time for me to—" However, her words abruptly stopped as her gaze landed on the two girls next to Liam. She instantly understood everything. "You only wanted to rescue these two from the beginning. You lied to me. You dared to play a trick on me for the second time." "Hiss!" The Lamia princess seethed with anger, but she and her hissing noise disappeared completely the next second. Chapter 204, Dagger the Competition. Huh? Mei Mei looked around in confusion. Both she and Shen Yu had no idea what was happening around them. "Brother, what the hell is happening? Who is this angry snake lady? Did you do something weird to her?" She then realized that Shen Yu was near them and quickly changed her question. "I meant, did you take some item from her?" "Ha ha!" Liam chuckled awkwardly, his gaze still fixed on the spot where the Naga had been standing just a second ago. He made a mental note not to use the other pearl he had in his possession, using which he could summon her one more time. "That's a long story, leave it be. How did you both get here?" "Ah, no idea, brother, we were—" Liam abruptly interrupted her, thinking of something even more important. "Shen Yu, can you check if your quest has failed?" Shen Yu could guess what quest he was talking about, and quickly opened her system, interface, to take a look. No, she replied, checking it a couple of times. Liam checked his own quest as well, and didn't see any progress there. He immediately became more alert and stood up. "This can't be right. The snake said she took care of the Enchantress, didn't she?" Puzzled by this development, he turned to look at the debris of the temple that had completely collapsed. Was she still alive somehow? As if answering his question, some of the bigger chunks of walls started moving slightly, and then more violently. From within, two dark mages stood up, wobbling unsteadily. They also looked heavily injured. Liam instantly unsheathed his sword and dashed forward. "Send me a party invite now." Shen Yu was the leader of their party, so she hurriedly sent him one. Liam did not know what was happening, but if by chance that witch was alive, he needed to kill her ASAP. The two level 50 dark mages crumbled under his attack, as they already had very less health left. After that, Liam started haphazardly looking around for more survivors. And before long, he came into contact with the feeble body of the enchantress. She was buried under a mountain of rocks, only barely alive. Looking at her in that state, Liam felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. He bent down and gently picked her up in his arms. Even that small action made her wince. She looked like a flower wilted because of the rough winds. Anyone's heart would ache at such a pitiful sight. It was moving to see someone so beautiful look so sad. Liam wanted to kiss her frowning lips and make all her worries go away. He leaned closer to the mesmerizing woman in his arms and was only a breath away from closing her mouth with his, when suddenly a dagger came flying, directly aimed at the beauty's throat. Spurt. Blood gushed out of the wound and Liam as well snapped out of his trance. He instantly dropped the witch in his arms down to the ground. Again, ding. Kingdom quest completed. Ding. You have received 100,000 experience points. Ding. You have received 1,000 gold coins. Ding. Your reputation in the Gresh Kingdom has increased. Ding. Visit the king to obtain the rest of the rewards. Oh, it looks like she is finally dead. Liam looked up after observing all the details of the quest reward. However, as soon as he did, he met a pair of angry, simmering eyes that made him clear his throat awkwardly. Am I in trouble? Yes, she is dead. Shen Yu curtly replied, her dagger flying back to her. It has a return effect. Should be a good dagger. Liam completely forgot about the angry gaze, now looking at the shiny new dagger. Yes, it is an epic ranked dagger. Shen Yu again curtly answered. Wait, what? Did you just say epic ranked? Unable to believe her words, Liam once looked at her, only to be faced with a pair of angry eyes again. He cleared his throat awkwardly and did another attempt at changing the subject. Your quest is now completed. Before Shen Yu could answer, Mei Mei unfortunately spoiled his plans. Brother, stop trying to change the topic. She also looked wronged for some reason. What the hell, brother? What were you doing? Now Liam was facing two pairs of angry eyes threateningly staring at him. It's a mental attack. It's a mental attack. He tried to explain, but sighed and gave up. It looked like his image had been completely ruined. These kinds of unique type of attacks were too indeed powerful. Let's not talk about that. I have other things to do. Your quest also should be completed, right? Let's get out of here. He quickly looked away and whistled, as if he was searching for something in the sky. A couple of seconds later, Talon came flying down and Luna as well came running out of some bush nearby. The little fox saw that the two women had returned, and she quickly jumped onto Liam, hiding behind him. Okay. Looks like everyone is here, so we can leave now. Technically, the two of you can first go to Yolohy using Talon. I will join you later. Okay. No. Both Shen Yu and Mei Mei replied in unison. Then how about I go first, since I have a lot of things to do? Ha ha. This time the two did not even answer, and only gave Liam a narrow look. All right, we can walk and go. It's not too far. Liam gave up in the end. He looked around to see if there was any loot, but it didn't look like the witch had dropped anything. Feeling the two eyes on him, he even kicked around her corpse a little rough. Nothing. He then smiled back at the duo to gauge the results. Thankfully, it looked like his efforts were not wasted, as both of their expressions had softened up quite a bit. The three of them then quietly walked side by side for a while. But the invisible tension did not last long, as Mei Mei started happily chatting about everything they had been doing these past couple of days. It seemed that both of them had managed to collect an impressive amount of recipe scrolls, skill books, and raw materials. Not to mention, Mei Mei was now at level 25, and Shen Yu as well was at level 25. They had caught up very fast to the current average level of the players. As they chatted and walked along, they soon arrived at another nearby town, something that was not scorched down to earth. Let's take a carriage here. Liam walked over to one of the carriage rides and hired them for 1 gold. Since the distance was considerably long, the carriage ride was also equally expensive. But on the plus side, it would save them a lot of time and allow them to rest. So he did not hesitate and splurged. The three of them boarded the ride and were on their way to Yolohy City. Almost immediately, as soon as the carriage started moving, Mei Mei flopped onto the wooden surface, falling asleep in tiredness. With her already tired condition, the rhythmic movement of the carriage put her right to sleep. Were you guys continuously playing all this time? To which she slightly nodded. This looked like it was his mistake once again. He forgot to tell them to log out and take proper breaks every now and then. He decided to let her sleep for a while and silently started doing other things. He took out an old rusted sword from his inventory and started feeding it different herbs one after the other. As their carriage moved, if he spotted any herb on the way, he immediately asked Luna to grab it and fed that to the sword as well. In this way, the journey continued very silently, with one person doing his own work, the other one sleeping peacefully, and the third person sulking on the side. After a while, looking at all the different beautiful scenic places they passed through and at the fox running around here and there, Shen Yu completely forgot why she was angry in the first place. I also have some herbs with me. She took out some herbs from her inventory and handed everything over to Liam, helping him feed his sword. Thanks, Liam replied. He needed 1,000 high-grade herbs to remove the first seal, and what he had was not nearly enough. So he genuinely appreciated the help. This helped lessen the burden he had, and as he inspected the herbs one by one, this gratitude only increased. How many high-grade herbs did you manage to harvest? This is quite a bit. You must have been very busy. Shen Yu blushed at this sudden compliment and shyly replied, Not too much. All the places you marked gave out good rewards. That's why we were able to get so much. Actually, before everything went to shit, and somehow they got kidnapped, the two of them had managed to obtain quite a big harvest. They had grinded different mobs and rare elites with a fervor, wanting to make up to Liam for ending up in jail and wasting his time. But somehow they had once again ended up needing his help. Shen Yu also took out the recipes, skill books and other materials she had and gave them all to Liam. Everything formed a huge heap of dazzling things. Even the carriage driver noticed this from the corner of his eyes and gulped enviously. As a small-town person, he'd never seen so much wealth in his eyes. Even for Liam, this was a lot. These two women had managed to hoard more items than the lesser dragon Neria. Seeing all of this, Liam felt a little guilty. Sorry, I should have paid more attention to your special quest. Can you tell me what happened with it? He tested the waters, hoping he wouldn't bring up the shameful incident again. Thankfully, Shen Yu seemed to have forgotten about that, and looked like she was in a different mood. She nodded and quickly shared the quest and the rewards in the party chat. I also want to ask your opinion about this. Ding. Congratulations. Quest is completed, Ding. You have received 50,000 experience points, Ding. Ruthenia Alzaria's dying wish is to pass on her heritage to you. Do you wish to accept it? YN. Liam's eyes widened as soon as he saw the word heritage. He was indeed correct in guessing about this quest. While he was grinding for days together just to get a glimpse of the necromancy heritage, this girl got lucky and obtained a gift item that resulted in a new heritage quest. Chapter 205, What if it's not a game? Watching Liam's surprised expression, Shen Yu bit her lips slightly. She then hesitantly spoke. So this is the next quest I got after that woman died, but I'm not sure if I should accept it or not. Oh? Why? Shen Yu bit her lips some more as this was going to make her look like an idiot. Sorry, this is really silly because this is just a game, I understand that. But knowing how that person killed so many people to obtain power, I don't want to inherit whatever she left behind. It feels wrong, like I am becoming an evil person or something. Shen Yu explained her thoughts as best as she could, but when she looked at Liam, he was still staring at her as if there was spinach stuck in her teeth. She felt very embarrassed, especially after speaking out her thoughts. Even she felt as if they were stupid. I know. I'm being too prissy. This is just a game, right? This is a good thing and will help me become more powerful. I should accept it. But what if it's not a game? Liam suddenly smiled. Huh? Shen Yu was shocked and did not know how to respond. I mean, you have to play this game as if it is not a game. Think of it as your second life or something. Then only you will be able to make proper decisions. Oh, Shen Yu nodded with a vague look on her face. Liam smiled and explained more. At the end of the day, I cannot tell you what decision to make. This is your life, so it is up to you to make a decision. But I can tell you this, accepting this will definitely make you more powerful, that witch Ruth whom you killed. He chuckled, shaking his head, and then continued. She was probably doing something extreme to take revenge on the kingdom. You probably don't have to play your cards in the same way. Besides, if there is a class that made me more powerful with every kill I made, I would accept it in a heartbeat. That's just me. Ha. You should do whatever you want. Don't think too much. You guys did seem to be having a lot of fun tricking everyone with your charm attribute, so don't tell me that you don't enjoy using your power. Shen Yu instantly became bright red. She couldn't believe that this person would outright just point out the obvious. It was as if he saw through everything. Just as she was struggling to figure out what to say next, suddenly a group of people jumped in front of the carriage, forcing the vehicle to come to a complete stop. Bandits! Lord! Please run! These guys are cruel and merciless! The driver shouted loudly. It looked like he had personally faced them before, or at least heard of them before. So he immediately warned Liam about their savage nature. However, Liam showed no intention of heeding his advice. He simply smiled and hopped out of the carriage. Shen Yu was at the back with Mai Mei, so she did not see what exactly was happening at the front. All she heard were cries of pain and blood-curdling screams. She let out a long sigh, and then opened her system interface to quickly accept the inheritance. She did not want to think about this anymore. This was just a game after all. Ding. Ruthenia Alzaria's dying wish is to pass on her heritage to you. Do you wish to accept it? YN. Yes, Ding. You are now able to select the hidden class Enchantress, Ding. Do you wish to accept? YN. Yes. Instantly, a warm glow surrounded her body and something tickled her. Before she realized it, Shen Yu received another set of notifications. Ding. Congratulations. Your class is now successfully upgraded, Ding. You have learned a new skill, Beguile, charm an enemy to fight for you for 10 seconds. Cooldown 5 seconds, limited to one target at a time, Ding. You have learned a new skill. Mesmerize, charm an enemy to a stunned state for 5 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. The target becomes vulnerable after 5 casts. You have learned a new skill. Distract, charm an enemy to warp his time by 1 second. The slowing effect lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown 3 minutes. With her lips parted, Shen Yu gasped lightly, looking at the several new skills that she obtained. These were indeed powerful. More importantly, nothing she had learned so far had changed, and it looked like she could still use all of her warrior combat skills. As she was looking at everything, she also noticed something different about her system interface. The charm attribute, which was previously grayed out, was now looking just like every other attribute. Does this mean I can add stat points to this one also? Shen Yu tried allocating her extra stat points from her recent level up, and it indeed worked. So maybe these skills can become more powerful if I increase my charm attribute more. You should make sure you balance your other stats also. Shen Yu jumped as she was caught surprised by Liam's sudden presence near her. Did you accept the class? Liam chuckled and asked. Yes, I did. Shen Yu nodded like a thief caught in the act. It's called Enchantress. Oh, sounds powerful. Can you show me your skills? She quickly shared her skills with him in the party chat. This was the first time Liam saw special skills like these. In his previous time around, he did not have any memory of such a class existing. He wondered why Shen Yu received this class now. Did she not play this game before? What? Exactly changed. Nevertheless, it was good to have her as an ally. Thanks, Shen Yu mumbled. Just like you said, the class was not anything evil. Liam smiled. He wanted to tell her that these were just starting skills, but he decided to leave it for her to find out eventually. There was also the other thing. This was a very bold class, and from what he knew, Shen Yu's nature was different. So he didn't know how well she would adapt. But these were things that did not require his immediate attention, so Liam put it aside for later, asking her the only thing that might matter now. Is there any other chain quest after this? Or it's all done? No, that was it, Shen Yu replied. And the bandits? Already taken care of. Shen Yu had originally wanted to help him out, but now it looked like that was no longer necessary. Liam got back in, and the carriage once again started moving. They now only had a couple more hours before arriving back at the center of the kingdom. You should also sleep like this one, Liam mumbled, closing his own eyes to adjust his state. Inwardly, he made a note to do some research about mental attacks and special skills and how to prepare for these. For instance, if he was to fight against Shen Yu, even he would be highly disadvantaged. Putting aside, Beguile, Mesmerize, and Distract were also equally overpowered. Especially with Distract, all of his sword moves and spell attacks would look like they were moving in slow motion, and Shen Yu would only need to casually move to avoid them. In return, her own attacks would become that much more difficult to evade and block. Just thinking about this and trying a mental shadow fight was very tiring. Liam had a lot of experience from his last life, but for high-level skills and specialized classes, he was as clueless as anyone else. I need to increase my pace, he reminded himself. The next few hours went by without any incident, and the carriage smoothly arrived at Yolohy City. Liam woke up the two women who had fallen asleep. You both should log out and take a rest. Get some sleep and eat, okay? Mei yawned and nodded, drool leaking from the edge of her mouth, while Shen Yu also reluctantly agreed. She was excited to try her new class and skills, but as Liam pointed out, she was indeed tired. So the two of them readily accepted his suggestion and did the same. Liam, on the other hand, sent a quick message to Derek. He had some more errands to run, like submitting the kingdom quest, but he first wanted to check on the guy's progress. And as soon as he sent the message, he received an immediate reply. Liam was surprised by this. I guess it's been a while now. He must also be tired. He was about to ask Derek as well to log out and rest when his eyes fell on the actual reply he had sent. I'm on the 90th floor right now, sir. Liam almost did a double take on seeing this ridiculous number. 90th floor? Chapter 206. Tower Privileges. The PvP tower in Yolohy City was a mysterious place filled with treasures. The tower master of the building is even rumored to be a legendary figure. One could gain profound insights and improve by leaps and bounds if they ever got a chance to spar with this tower master. The player did not have to win. Just the experience of fighting with him and learning from him was reward enough. Not to mention, if someone actually managed to win that fight, the reward wouldn't be anything less than a legendary grade item or an overpowered skill, or perhaps even an inheritance. This was why everyone at the beginning had gone crazy about this tower, but slowly something became apparent. The tower might be filled with treasures, but the thing was, it was near impossible to obtain those treasures. This why after a while another rumor had surfaced about the Tower Master. He was a legendary figure, but he was also very eccentric. Everyone who managed to climb to the top and face him failed miserably before even getting a chance to exchange a single move. He never sparred with them, never giving them any insights or any rewards. This eccentric master only liked to tease and play around with the rankers, showing off his prized possessions and how he was head and shoulders above all of them. So after spending weeks and weeks grinding the levels in the tower, the final hurdle was literally impossible to overcome. This was why no one had bothered to struggle with this tower in Liam's last lifetime, and he as well never took it into his plans. He simply intended to use it as a training tool for his sister and Shen Yu to learn some combat, and for Derek as a means to earn some quick money. But now, Derek had managed to climb so far in such a short time. Not that Liam doubted his battle prowess. However, even after taking that into consideration, the sheer time required for the grind was colossal. The first floor required a single victory to clear, the second floor required 2, the third floor required 3. Until the first 100 floors it increased incrementally in the same pattern. This meant that Derek had obtained 89 victories to clear the 89th floor and was currently on the tact 90th floor. And since they had registered together as a team, Liam would now be able to directly go to the 90th floor. He did not have to waste a single second fighting with the lower-level small fries. Derek had saved him a tremendous amount of time and effort. The decision to recruit him was already paying off, and Liam knew that this would only keep exponentially increasing in the future. He hastily opened the interface and sent Derek another message. Don't participate in fights anymore. On the 90th floor, there will be a few rooms for players. Book one of the rooms on the floor and take a break. I will be there soon. I will tell you the next plan when I get there. Derek did not question him, and quickly replied with a simple. Liam as well grinned and hurried over to the PvP tower. Perfect. Now all that is left is for trouble to start brewing. After reaching the tower, he quickly arrived at the 90th floor and booked a room. However, he didn't book a standard recuperating room, but a special forging room. This was also one of the advantages of the tower. After the 50th floor, some of the floors had unique shops that sold rare items, and these floors also had various exceptional amenities. The recuperating rooms had mana arrays that had denser mana than the other surroundings. The forging and alchemy rooms also had this array and other excellent benefits that could rival a top-tier room in the association. The important part was that this room was cheaper than the association facilities, so one was able to use them for more extended periods. Usually these were fully booked, but it was not as busy since everyone was currently focused on the grind. Liam went into the forging room and let Luna down on the ground. I promise, the next stop is the Beast Hall, okay? He patted her head and smiled. The small fox nodded obediently, and returned his smile with an even sweeter, heart-melting smile. Liam couldn't help but be amused by this newfound maturity. Why don't you keep this with you until I am done with my work? He gave the fox the rainbow-colored gem to reward her patience. He was not worried that she would break it, as the little thing valued it more than he did. Her eyes instantly lit up on seeing the gem, and she quietly sat in a corner, hugging the treasure with her tail and looking at it lovingly. Liam chuckled and finally got to the work he had postponed for a while now. He stood in front of the anvil and took out all the required materials from his inventory space. One by one, each item he took out was more dazzling than the previous one, so much so that the fox had to peel her eyes away from her prized gemstone and pay attention to what Liam was doing. Thanks to the harvest he had obtained from Shen Yu and Mei Mei, who were running around and grinding rare elites, he now had a lot of precious materials in his possession. This couldn't have come at a better time, as most of his gear was outdated, and it was time to rectify it. Liam had also achieved more than he had imagined in terms of mana control and spellcasting these past several days. He was itching to apply these to his forging techniques and see how much he had improved. This way, he could also hone in on all the weak points and adequately focus on the training. Taking a look at all the materials, he separated them into the appropriate ratios and fired up the furnace in the corner of the room. It was not a large furnace, but the flames inside were roaring aloud as if they were alive. The intensity of the fire was also higher. I wonder what sort of mana array can bring out such an effect. Liam felt amazed. He cautiously melted all the ores first and then started the work. Soon the Rhythmic chimes of the hammer hitting the metal started ringing loudly in the huge, spacious room. But this time his movements were completely different. His hands danced smoothly, and everything that had been raw and unrefined earlier now looked like an actual forging master commanding the ore into submission. The dense wafts of mana in the room circled around the hammer, and the first forged item thrummed with energy as it slowly came to life. Chapter 207. Daybreak Shield. Ding. Forging successfully completed, Liam stared at the huge shield lying inconspicuously on the anvil, after spending several hours. In the forging room, the first item was finally ready. Ding. Dazzling Daybreak Shield. Ding. Rating, Rare, Defense, 250. Block Rate, 10%. Strength, 30%. Agility, 30. Intelligence, 30. Passive Skill. For every attack blocked, there is a chance to deflect the damage back to the attacker. Only a handful of Master Forgers were capable of producing rare-grade equipment. On top of that, this rare-grade equipment could be considered a piece of top-tier equipment. True to its name, the shield's appearance was dazzling with a brilliant luster, and its attributes were higher than typical rare-grade equipment. Not to mention, it also had an additional skill attached. Liam had selected this particular forging design for exactly this specific reason: its extremely useful passive skill that enabled a tank to sometimes redirect the damage taken. Under level 50, and even above that, this was already the best equipment average players would be able to get their hands on. However, looking at this exceptional piece of shield, Liam only had a frown on his face. Though he might be staring at the shield, his thoughts were entirely elsewhere. He did not even bother to take a look at the stats of the shield and just quietly eyed it, while running through the various steps of the forging process in his mind once again. Something was not right. What did I do? The last time Liam had forged, the set of metals he had used was completely different from the ones that he was using right now. When compared to those iron and copper ores, the brilliantly shining shield in front of him contained ores that were at an entirely different level. Millennium and Ethereum were rare high-grade ores that were impossible to mine in this world. They could only be obtained as drops from the various elites scattered around the lands, that too at an abysmal drop rate. More importantly, even if a player managed to somehow obtain these precious ores, refining them and forging them was an entirely different beast altogether. The difficulty was nothing short of astounding. However, only these precious metals could be used in forging equipment and weapons higher than the uncommon grade. If one were to add iron and copper to this mixture to bring down the difficulty level, then it would also bring down the grade of the final forged item along with it. Using such unforgiving starting materials, not only did Liam manage to craft the item, but he was also not satisfied with it. If another forger from the Blacksmith Association comes to learn about this situation, he would personally hunt down Liam and give him a piece of his mind. Achieving such a feat required talent in forging, and more importantly an excellent control of mana. Without it, it was impossible to handle the high-grade mineral ores. In reality, Liam had dared to start forging with these difficult precious materials without even as much as a warm-up because of all the time he had spent training his mana control. This was the only thing he had been consistently doing ever since he logged into the game, so it was only natural that such dedicated training showed results. He was able to handle the unruly high-grade ores and bring them under his control, resulting in the forging of this fine weapon. However, Liam was truly not satisfied with the item. He looked at the shield, knitting his brows together, and murmured to himself, "The ratio is off. Something is missing. There needs to be more equilibrium between the metal and the energy flow." Making Luna jump up in a scare, he tossed the rare-grade shield in a corner of the room as if it was no different than trash. He then took out another set of ores to start the forging process all over again. This time he also took out something else to add as an additive modifying the formula for the shield on his own. This should do it. For the second time, Liam started repeating all the steps right from the scratch. Thanks to the higher mana density in the room, he was able to recuperate his condition much faster, and he was almost immediately able to start again. He first used the furnace to melt all the metals to form the primary mixture, but before adding this to the cast of the shield, he added a few stalks of herbs to this amalgam. Just like when he was forging the Crimson Blade, he also tweaked the ratio by throwing in these extra ingredients this time as well. Among all the knowledge he had about the game, his knowledge about herbs was something that could be called his own. He had spent most of his previous life doing menial tasks like herb picking, taking care and tending to the guild herb farms, and basic tier ingredients preparation for the guild in huge batches. These were the lowest menial chores that no one would be happy with doing, as they yielded no benefit. However, Liam still managed to get some benefit from doing these chores by studying every little detail about every herb that he came into contact with. This had been one of his futile attempts to break free from his miserable plight, and now finally it was coming to use. Using this knowledge he somewhat had an idea of what could further help harmonize and what could disintegrate this particular amalgam of metals. So even if it might result in a couple of failures, Liam still decided to waste that amount of ingredients and follow his intuition. While he was spending the time for forging, he wanted to give it his all and not do a half-assed job. He continued to keep his attention on the task, and carefully performed all the tasks one after the other, paying attention to every single detail. This time his forging speed had increased, and he only took a couple of hours to bring the metal to completion, but the end product was unexpected. A failure. Okay, this needs something more. Liam began to patiently try another set of modifications. He had enough materials for 7 attempts, so he did not stop just yet. A couple more hours passed, and one more item was finished to completion. However, it was once again a failure. Liam continued tweaking the components little by little, and every time he tried his mana forging technique improved by leaps and bounds. On his 5th attempt, he finally got the notification for another success. Ding! Forging successfully completed. Ding! Dazzling daybreak shield. Ding! Rating calculating. Liam was confused, but the next second he received another notification that cleared all of his doubts. Chapter 208. Let the betting begin. As it had already been several hours since they had last spoken, Liam did not want to make Derek wait any longer, and immediately messaged him to arrive on the arena grounds. Derek as well did not question him, and promptly arrived at the battleground. He stood in the short line and registered with the referee, and not long after his name was called. However, as soon as Derek moved to the center, he couldn't help but notice something strange going on this time around. Groups of people started gathering around together and were huddled up here and there. The entire atmosphere around the arena had changed. Derek searched for Liam's face in the crowd and looked at him with confusion, but the latter did not explain anything. He simply waved his hand, asking him to fight. Derek blinked in confusion, but then shrugged and went back to his business. He jumped into the ring, his feet landing with a loud thud that reverberated inside the stadium. Almost at the same time, his opponent as well arrived, and the fight soon started. Derek instantly zoned out everything that was happening around him, and his entire focus was only on the fight and his opponent. His brown eyes that contained a raw vigor and ferocity tracked each and every move of his opponent, and his muscles responded accordingly. This time, both of them were tanks clashing against each other, so it was a special sight for all the spectators. "Pound him down, bro. Show him who is the boss. Derek! 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 Riker! Riker! Riker!" The crowd started chanting loudly in unison. One of the players who had arrived at the floor just now did not understand what was going on and asked his friend, "Hey, how do we know the players' names? Isn't it supposed to be anonymous? Are they famous or something?" "What? You don't know? What a lucky bastard, you just arrived on time. Quick, quick, open your system interface. There will be a prompt for betting. Someone has placed a 1,000 gold coins bet on the player named Derek. You only need 1 silver to participate. Then you can also get a piece of that pie. Fast. Place your bets." "Wait, I only need to place 1 silver bet?" "Yup, think about it. Even if 1,000 players place the bet, we will each get 1 gold coin at least. And there definitely aren't 1,000 players here. So we will get more than 1 gold coin for sure." The player instantly felt his heart rate quicken after hearing the word gold coin and hurriedly placed something as a bet. Most players gathered on the floor did the same as well, even if they were there simply for spectating or planned to participate. Chances like this to earn money without breaking a sweat were really hard to come by. Some rich idiot was willing to throw away so much money. How could they miss this precious opportunity? So all the players hurriedly placed their bets with whatever money they had on their hands. If they lost, then they would only lose a penny, but if they won, they would be raking in gold coins. This news quickly spread like wildfire, but unfortunately, the fight between Derek and Riker ended in a heartbeat, and the result was a shock to everyone who had placed their bets. Both the tanks were bulky men, and both of them were somewhat skilled, and yet the one who won the fight was the tank with the shoddy equipment, Derek. This went against common sense, but the players only had their bad luck to curse. To lose even when the opponent was wearing only a pathetic set of equipment that looked like it was going to break and fall apart at any given instant. Everyone spat on Riker and lamented their loss of the golden opportunity. They had one chance to win an easy gold coin, and now that chance will never come back again. Maybe once the tycoon was whimsical enough to bet 1,000 gold coins, but will he be betting such an insane amount of wealth every single time? As everyone looked longingly at the 2 fighters getting out of the ring, one in pain and the other with a blank expression, the referee stood up to call the next pair of fighters. With this, everyone's hearts sank as their gold ship officially sailed. No one even paid attention to the next couple of fights. Some people tried betting on these fights, but without the enticing 1,000 gold coins to sweeten the pot, no one was interested. They were still busy discussing the earlier fight between Derek and Riker, and how they would have done things differently. Suddenly everyone became an expert, and cursed the poor guy for losing badly. If only they had another chance. And unexpectedly, their wish soon came true. Since everyone was quite distracted by the whole betting situation, not many players were currently grinding the fights on the 90th floor. Because of this, Derek's turn arrived sooner than expected, and his name was once again called on the stage. Almost instantly, one of the female players in the arena shouted at the top of her voice, "Look, look, the betting is on again." Someone again placed a 1K gold coin bet on this guy. Oh my God. The other players, who were also in the middle of checking their system interface, noticed the same thing and immediately became excited again, hurriedly placing their bets. But after this initial shock from the goddess of wealth knocking on their door a second time wore off, another obviously glaring fact surfaced. Sure, the 1,000 gold coins were available, but was this opponent capable of winning? As everyone looked at the fighting ring with great expectation, once again it was Derek who won the fight and not their horse. Another opportunity missed. Damn it, will this tycoon again place a bet or what? Just one more chance. Fuck it, I will personally get in the ring and fight, someone shouted. But no one believed that such a thing could happen. After all, 1,000 gold coins was not a laughing matter. It was an astronomical amount that only guilds could afford, that too probably only rated guilds. However, against all odds and logic, when Derek's number was once more called onto the stage for the third time, the pot was again instantly filled with 1,000 gold coins, in fact making everyone's heart do flip-flops. Every single time Derek stepped into the fighting ring, the same person kept wagering 1,000 gold coins, chapter 209, up the ante. "Hey, don't you know what's happening right now? Why are you still standing? Here. I am on my way, I am on my way." Currently, in Yolohy City, a huge commotion was spreading on all corners. The crowd that was usually hovering around the auction house seemed to be now concentrated in the PvP tower. Even everyone who earlier dreaded the horrendous grind of the PvP tower was suddenly energized to try and climb the tower as best as they could. However, this was mostly related to individual players and some lower-level members of the various guilds. The higher-ups and the actual powerhouses still went about their own business. This was, of course, with the exception of a single guild, Stormtroopers. Unexpectedly, many members of that guild were littered all over the PvP tower of Gresh Kingdom. When the other guilds didn't seem to care too much about this 1,000 gold coins betting fever, this guild alone paid extra attention to the whole affair. They quickly rose in ranking by taking advantage of the fact that one was able to register in huge groups and climb the tower more quickly. Some of their guild members were also already on higher levels, so while the others were still arriving, these people gathered on the 90th floor to actually check if the rumors that were spreading were true or false. And on this same floor, sitting quietly in a corner of the arena, was the perpetrator of this entire chaos. "Oh, finally, the bait has arrived." Liam grinned, sitting back and relaxing. After forging for several hours continuously, he was very tired, so all of this ruckus gave him a lot of entertainment. Though it was not the same as sleeping and taking a good night's rest, it came pretty close to it. Time to up the ante. A couple of seconds later, it was Derek's turn to once again fight, and this time he placed a bet of gold coins instead of 1,000 gold coins, instantly causing a wave of gasps and shrieks in the arena. The Stormtroopers Guild members as well started discussing amongst themselves in hushed voices, but they did not make any move yet. It was almost as if they were waiting for someone. And soon this someone, or rather a full team, arrived. This team instantly caught the attention of everyone present on the 90th floor, as they clearly stood up among the sea of average players. They were decked from top to bottom in dazzling gear, some of them even having gemstones studded on them, and their guild emblem shone brightly and proudly at front and center. Derek, who was beginning his fight on the ring, did not pay attention to any of this. He was in his own world, only focusing on the fight in front of him. Liam, on the other hand, observed everything, and his grin widened. Now everyone is here, time to start the party. He pulled his cloak further down as he saw several familiar faces. Liam knew them because he had slaughtered a lot of them, not personally, rather indirectly using the golems. This guild was other than Derek's ex-guild, and these players were other than his teammates. These were also the people Liam was patiently waiting for, and now that they were here, it was time for a good show. On the other end of the arena, the entire section sparkled as the elite team of a guild was very eye-catching. All the Stormtroopers Guild members were sitting together. Kekiki. So this bitch actually ran over here. Victor, the main tank of the Stormtroopers Guild, spat on the ground. Not bad, not bad at all. I thought that the idiot was a dumb doormat, but he seems to have a bit of brain. Creating all of this commotion just by himself and managing to come this far is really not bad. Hearing Victor's words that sounded like praise but was not really, another member of the guild pointed out something important. Victor, how do you think he got that much money? Wasn't that idiot begging us for money for his mother or sister or someone? Yeah, 1,000 gold coins is a lot. I mean, we can gather that much money in the snap of a finger, but where did that idiot get that much? Maybe he found a rich backer. That might really be true. He is actually not that bad a player. Maybe he joined some other big guild and got a bonus or something. Hearing this, Victor, who was silent all this time, immediately snorted in contempt. What nonsense are you talking about? That guy only knows how to screw up. How could he compare to the elite teams of big guilds? Why would they recruit a nobody like him? Did you leave your brain before signing in? Sorry. The person immediately shut his mouth and looked down, though he seemed to be rolling his eyes. He wanted to say something, but he decided that it was best to keep his mouth shut. Victor removed his angry gaze from the so-called idiot and paid his attention to the fight in the arena. Everyone standing around was cheering and shouting at the top of their lungs. 1,000 gold coins in itself was a huge amount, and now that the prize pool became 5,000 gold coins, everyone acted as if they had dunked in barrels of Red Bull. And the person who was the center of all of this fame and fervor was other than Derek. Victor clenched his fist as he looked at the towering figure of the person whom he loathed and hated deeply. He was a professionally trained fighter until his knees gave out. So when this game appeared out of nowhere, he thought that his chance to shine brightly had finally arrived. This was his comeback, and the opportunity that he had been waiting so long for. His stupid knees would no longer be able to hold him back. However, smashing all of these expectations he had, right from the day this person had signed in, he had casually beaten him at everything. Heck, he even had a manner affinity that Victor was not lucky enough to have. But unfortunately, he had joined the game too late, and that too when Victor had already made a name for himself. Grabbing hold of this single advantage, Victor had managed to keep the guy under his foot all these days, and now he had slipped away. Even though he had personally made the effort to badmouth the guy to all the major guilds, he still somehow managed to get somebody's backing and come this far. Just this thought made Victor feel angry. I should have never let him go. He ground his teeth silently. All of this spotlight and this fame should have belonged to him, and not to this spineless idiot who was only fit to be his punching bag. Okay, we have let this go on for too long. It's time to take action. Go submit my name for the next round. I will teach this bitch a good lesson. One of the lower-rung guild members quickly hurried to submit his name. Not long after, Victor's number was promptly called. Victor sneered, his lips twisting in contempt. Don't forget to place the bet. Match that rich retard's 5k with another 5k from our guild. I will explain it later to the guild leader. The healer who was the next in command slightly hesitated, but he didn't have the authority to question Victor's actions, so he quickly obliged. With both sides adding 5k each, the prize pool instantly shot up again, now totaling a whopping 10,000 gold coins. The crowd instantly became even crazier. This was no longer just 1,000 gold coins. These were 10,000 gold coins. This was an amount that even the big guilds would stop and take a look at. This immediately made everyone fervently bet. Also, this time many of the long-time gamblers who had been witnessing Derek's abilities for a while now started betting on him rather than the opposition. But Stormtroopers was a decently famous guild with a considerable amount of achievements, so half of the crowd still bet on the person participating from the guild. And of course, there was also a portion of the crowd who announced loudly that they were supporting Stormtroopers, but they secretly were betting on Derek. In this way, the entire arena was almost split half-half, and everyone chewed on their nails, eagerly waiting for the upcoming fight. In this festive atmosphere, one that could rival a coked-up rock concert crowd, Victor smiled, calmly and casually walking over to the fighting ring at the center. He had the air of the expert who was seemingly untouched by all these endless praises and cheers showering down on him. On the other end, Derek as usual walked over with a blank and indifferent face. He obviously noticed Victor, and yet there was no expression on his face. But suddenly this indifferent facade of his cracked. Derek halted his footsteps and looked at his system interface in confusion. Of course, everyone else as well noticed this small change on his face, and they held their heart in their hands, wondering just what the hell was this fighting machine thinking. He was obviously looking at some message or notification, and it was driving everyone crazy to not be able to know just what he was looking at. Perhaps he was throwing this game? Some backroom deal to intentionally lose? Or was he going to use some secret move or technique specifically prepared for this fight? Did he get some new gear? In general, these things were nothing earth-shattering, but something like this could make or break this fight, so the crowd was on the edge of their seats. They badly wanted to know this top-secret information. As opposed to their nervous plight, not knowing what was going to happen, Derek had only looked confused for a second. His expression then turned to his normal calm and composed look as he continued walking to ring. Chapter 210, A Lucky Win. Seeing all the attention Derek was getting, Victor couldn't help but scoff. He looked at him casually getting into the ring and sneered. "So you are a big shot now." Derek did not say anything and quietly waited for the referee to commence the fight. He had received special instructions for this fight, so he was even more focused than usual. "Hey, acting all meek and humble, but behind the scenes you seem to be very talented at finding rich masters. Or did you find someone else richer than me to pimp your fat sister?" Along with Victor, the crowd as well jeered, hearing these loaded ridicules. These words didn't seem like ordinary insults meant for psyching out an opponent before the fight. Did the two already know each other? No one knew who started this gossip, but soon everyone came to know that Derek was someone who was kicked out of the Stormtroopers Guild, and many started looking down on Derek. The people who were cheering for him instantly quieted down, all of them now more anxious about the coins they had gambled. This sudden change in the tide made Victor happy and satisfied. He decided to keep pressing on this wave and push the guy even further. "What? Nothing to say, hee. I know all your skills and weaknesses, Derek. Your gear is also trash and you still expect to win against me. You should just give up now. How about it? If you give up and walk away, I will forgive your little outburst and take you back into the guild. Think about it. Your sister's knees must be hurting from giving out so many blowjobs. This way she can take some rest. Hee." With everyone now cheering loudly for him, his own guildmates drowning the noise of others in the arena, Victor grinned ear to ear. Perhaps it was because of the mood he felt that this victory was already in the bag. However, it still irritated him that the dumb ape was not responding to his taunts. He wanted to see him squirm and beg, but from the beginning, Derek did not give in to any of his taunts and kept standing like a statue. Finally, the multiple rounds of betting ended and the final call for the battle arrived. The referee stood up and loudly announced the rules for the fight, and the gongs as well thundered. Almost instantly, Victor reacted and activated his war call skill, which reduced Derek's movement speed by 20% and gave him another 20% boost. He started with this skill instead of charge, because while charge was easy to avoid and block, war call could not be escaped, and in a close combat like this, movement speed was everything. A debuff like this might as well be a complete stun, as Derek's maneuvering looked extremely sluggish. On the other hand, Victor did not plan to waste this chance and lunged at the big dude. Mortal slash, punish, cleave. He started hitting Derek as if he was a training dummy, incapable of responding. He unleashed a barrage of skills on the man, so that the fight would already be over before the debuff ran out. Derek as well seemed to be really struggling to respond. As opposed to his usual skillful evasive movements, this time he was very sluggish and received a lot of hits. Everyone watching this fight gasped in shock. Both were warrior tanks, but clearly one was superior to the other. Be it skills, talent, technique, one person held the upper hand from the start, and the match as well looked like it was about to finish in no time. Fuck, what a waste of money. Screw this, I'm out. So many people had placed their bets on Derek after witnessing his undefeated streak, but they were all extremely disappointed at the moment. Victor also had a big grin on his face beneath the metallic headguard. He could almost feel the sweet taste of victory in his mouth. However, just as he was about to activate his charge to finish this fight once and for all, Derek no longer looked sluggish. Fuck. The 20% debuff wore off already. Victor was confused, but he did not have any time to think. He just needed a couple more hits to secure his victory, so he preserved and parried with the opponent. But unfortunately, the sluggish and slow person, who seemed as if he was an extremely easy target until the last second, was suddenly as slippery as an eel. Not only did Victor have the initial advantage in pummeling down the attacks, he also clearly had the better gear. As if this wasn't enough, the air was practically thrumming with his name, with everyone cheering for him. It was deafening. In this kind of atmosphere, anyone would get demoralized and motivated. Coupled with the fact that there was only a fraction of health left in Derek's bar, Victor roared loudly and kept lunging forward without retreating. He madly swung his warblade in a frenzy. His speed also seemed unusually faster, but still every single one of his moves was skillfully parried or blocked. He was slowly but surely being pushed back. In the midst of all this, he was also taking some attacks that were chipping away at his health bit by bit. "Fuck!" Victor shouted in anger. He could see that the fight was slowly slipping out of his hands, but he couldn't do anything to prevent it. Even the moves that he considered as Derek's weaknesses were perfectly countered without a single error. And just like that, right in front of his eyes, the rest of his health also dropped, and before long the gong once again sounded. The entire arena became deathly silent. What just happened? Wasn't the other person winning? Everyone looked dumbfounded, trying to understand the heads or tails of it. There were no special skills used. There was no cheating or some secret shortcut. They were just exchanging blows, which was how typical warrior fights progressed. But how did the losing party manage to somehow gain an upper hand and suddenly win? Victor was as equally shocked as the crowd as he dumbly stared at the person in front of him. It took him a second to even realize that the fight was already over. What happened? And adding to his dismay, the other party, Derek calmly and casually stepped out of the ring as if it was just another warm, sunny day. Victor's eyes trailed his figure, still standing dumbly at the same spot. Finally, the referee had to warn him. The fight is over. Step out of the ring. Victor looked up and saw the referee's stern gaze on him. He didn't know why, but there was a hint of ridicule contained within them. He could feel the hundreds of eyes on him, all of them either cursing him or laughing at his loss. Without any other choice, he gritted his teeth and silently stepped out of the ring. He walked over to his teammates and then finally erupted. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Sounds of heavy equipment clanging on the ground resounded throughout the arena. Victor bashed his hand on the floor and shouted in anger. What happened? What the hell happened? He was so close, and yet he had somehow lost. He did something. He did something for sure. You guys saw, right? He was almost dead. I had this fight. I just needed one more second. Fuck, I could have won this easily. His other guildmates blankly looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. In reality, they as well felt the same. Victor's fighting techniques had been superior from the start to finish. The other party looked like he was scrambling just to get a grip. But somehow the result was different. It must be a fluke. This is definitely a fluke. Victor repeated like a maniac. I agree. I think he triggered some sort of low-probability critical attack. Another person spoke up, agreeing with him. Yeah, I also thought something changed mid-fight. Otherwise, this would have been your win. I know, fuck, don't I know it? Victor was furious. This is not over. I won't let him leave with this dumb fluke. One more match. Sign me up for one more match with that fucker. But leader, the person hesitated. If someone wanted to challenge a particular opponent, and they had just now lost 5,000 gold coins, when everything was said and done, this was not a small amount for their guild. Even first-rate guilds would feel this pinch. How could they once again place a bet? But seeing his actions only made Victor more furious. He was the main tank and the VIP player of their guild, and here this lackey was questioning his moves. What the fuck are you looking at? Go and register for the fight. Place the same amount again. 5,000 gold coins. No, make it double. I want that retard to lose everything he has earned so far. He wants to make some quick cash. I will see how he wins against me one more time. He might have gotten lucky that once, but even he can't get lucky every single time. Leader, what the heck are you still standing here for? Go and place the bet. Wait till I win. I will fuck his fat sister right in front of him. Chapter 211, could it be? A couple of minutes later, next fight. The referee called out aloud, and everyone's eyes bulged in surprise as they once again watched the same pair of fighters who had rocked their world just now. They did not get much profit from the gambling, as the mysterious rich tycoon had placed the biggest bet, so he would have reaped the most rewards, but even 1 or 2 silvers was still good pocket change. Moreover, the fight itself was extremely exciting with lots of unpredictable twists and turns. This made everyone's blood boil, and the crowd erupted into a huge uproar as the two players once again jumped into the fighting ring. The betting also started, and the pot quickly rose to 20,000 gold coins, double the previous amount. Crap, the tycoon is betting again. The Stormtroopers Guild is also matching his bet. What is happening here? Is this a guild enmity or something? How is an individual player standing against a big guild like this? Only just now someone had lost 5,000 gold coins, but without missing a beat, they were betting the same amount again. This made everyone unsure of which side to support. While one was a reputed guild, the other was a stable player with a strong win streak. However, they did not have too long to decide and quickly placed the bets. As opposed to the last battle, this was far more exciting and nerve-wracking, even for the spectators. Victor also looked very serious. The last time he was happily bad-mouthing the opponent, but this time, right from the get-go, he was like a fierce tiger locked onto his enemy. Everyone could tell that he was serious, while Derek was still the same as usual. He just simply stood there without any emotions. The referee soon stood up and started reading the rules, and the gongs loudly sounded. Dang, dang, dang! Victor roared, instantly rushing forward like a crazed bull. Just like last time, he activated War Call, but now he no longer underestimated Derek. Trash with luck could still win, and he had learned that rather painfully. So he did not want to look like a fool and lose all over again. This time he was determined to end the fight before the debuff even wore off. Victor waved his warblade and swung it furiously, aiming for all the weak points of the person most familiar to him. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. This was exactly what he had done. Victor had kept this person under his thumb for so long. He had been constantly watching his fights, his moves, so he knew everything about this person and where to attack to get the most damage across. So targeting these sites, and using the attacks that Derek struggled the most to counter, he slammed his blade repeatedly on the simple-looking metallic guard Derek wore. He could even feel the metal creaking and groaning under his assaults. He wouldn't be surprised if it actually broke. This fight was definitely in his hands. He was not alone in thinking this. The crowd was no longer cheering loudly. Everyone was. Watching the fight, chewing their nails, the only thing that was missing was popcorn. Half the crowd silently hoped for a comeback, but that did not seem like it was going to happen this time around. Victor kept thrashing the guy without any chance for leeway or a mistake, continuously grinding him down, not leaving a single opportunity to take advantage of. He was beating him like he was beating a dead snake. Derek was completely pushed back. This result was definitely a no-brainer. However, in the midst of this flurry of attacks, a loud clanging noise resounded. Victor's blade hung mid-air as he was not able to land the next attack. He roared in anger and moved back, again lunging forward with full force to fight back. However, all of a sudden all his moves started to get countered. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Victor screamed inwardly, unable to digest what was happening to him. 1 second he was in control, and the next second he was no longer in control. What happened the last time was repeating all over again. A small bud of fear sprouted inside his mind, and his gaze wandered over to Derek's health bar in shock and astonishment. This. Victor could no longer remain calm and started stuttering in the middle of the fight. The guy's health was the same as last match. How was it possible for him to have dealt the exact same amount of damage both times? Just what was his secret? How was he winning like this? Something felt off, and before Victor could recover from this shock, the gong loudly resounded, indicating the end of the match. And just like that, he had lost again. Just like before, he started with an intimidating bang, but the next second this bang fizzled and he was completely demolished. Without even waiting for the referee to announce the results, he silently started walking away, the pride and his arrogance on his face completely replaced with confusion. The crowd was equally confused, and everyone began murmuring and whispering among themselves. Only Derek had the same blank face as he calmly stepped out and sat in his seat, patiently waiting for the call of the next match. A couple of players tried talking to him, but he did not respond to anyone, and sat like a statue. Coincidentally, Victor was also sitting like a statue at the moment. He also couldn't respond to anything his guildmates were saying. Once was a fluke, but twice. And the health bar that looked extremely similar. A frightening possibility arose in his mind, but he didn't want to think about that, because if it was true, then, at this time, his system interface chimed loudly, and a familiar name appeared on the screen. Guild Master. Victor gulped nervously. Suddenly, the weight of all the gold coins he had lost weighed heavily on him. Chapter 212, Win Back Everything. Shut up, don't say anything. In a second, someone will trade with you for an item. Accept it and then fight one more round. If you can't win even this time, then don't bother sticking around in the guild. Your 5% guild shares will be dissolved to settle your debt and pay for all the gold that you lost by so foolishly acting without even thinking for a minute. Just how useless are you? You have dragged our name in the mud enough. Stop making a fool out of yourself and finish this fight fast. Victor's failed as he sat and silently heard all the shit that was raining down on him. Guild leader, He truly had no words to explain himself. Another party was not done talking yet. Did I allow you to speak? Don't think I don't know all the background nonsense that you've been up to. Purposefully oppressing talented people, kicking skilled players out of the party, all just to make yourself look good. You are a fucking idiot, and I'm a fucking idiot to think that you could run this branch of our guild. After this match is over, Derek better be back in our guild. I need you to finish everything that I said within the next hour. Otherwise, do not show your face in the guild again. Am I fucking clear? Leaving Victor completely speechless, the other party hung up the call. He did not even get a chance to explain himself, not that he could. Somehow everything that he did was suddenly out in the open. Luckily the call was personal, so others probably did not hear about it. He turned to look hopefully, but that was clearly not the case. His teammates, who just minutes ago had treated him with respect and reverence, were now looking down on him, eyeing him with contempt and disdain. Victor felt as if his entire world was coming crashing down. He couldn't give a fuck about these backstabbers, but this was his future, and this was his lifeline. He did not have any other backups. Without his 5% shares of the guild, his financial condition in real life would be in jeopardy. He had loans and mortgages too. Just as he was beginning to fret, the second message popped up. This was the equipment trade. Victor had no idea who was trading with him currently, as the name was hidden. This in itself was shocking, because he had currently not heard of any methods to hide one's name or even camouflage it during direct communications like this. So who was this person trading with him? The dealing did not sit well with them, especially when he had already screwed up so much. He was genuinely afraid of making another wrong move. But the next second, as his gaze shifted down to the actual items being traded, all of his doubts immediately disappeared. "These are," Victor gasped, his voice very hoarse. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. In front of him on the trade panel were 3 items, and all 3 of them were unique grade items. There was a huge saber, a chest guard, and a pair of boots. And 3 of them were unique grade items. What were unique grade items? They were special items that were a cut above the elusive rare grade items that were currently the most coveted pieces of equipment in-game. While rare grade items had high attributes attached to them that could give the players a bonus boost, unique grade items had special effects and skills attached to them that could completely change the game. And this saber, Victor licked his lips in anticipation. He couldn't wait to get his hands on the 3 items that shone in front of him like twinkling stars. As long as he could get his hands on these 3 items, it did not even matter if this dealing was shady. He would gladly be willing to accept any and all punishments. With these items, he definitely had the confidence to win back everything that he had just lost. Victor lifted his shaking hands to quickly accept the trade. He did not dare delay, afraid that this offer would disappear before he ever got a chance to accept it. Only when the trade went through and the items safely chimed in his inventory, he breathed out a sigh of relief. With this, the pride and the arrogance that had disappeared from his face also returned back. He cracked his neck and turned to look at the person sitting next to him. "Go and register for another fight. Victor, the guild leader has strictly—" "I know what the guild leader said and did not say. Those things are none of your business. Listen." The person tried again, but Victor shot him down again. "How about you just listen to what I'm saying, or else you can get the fuck out of the guild right now." "Fine. It's your funeral, bitch." The teammate did not dare to say this out loud, but he silently stood up and walked over to register for the match. Only when he returned back to the group, he noticed that something was different. All their guild members were looking at Victor in awe, and not just that, most of the crowd sitting in that section of the arena had their eyes glued onto the MVP of their team. What the hell is happening? The person quickly walked over, and when he arrived at his seat, he was finally able to see it, the silver sheen on the equipment. Only rare-grade pieces of equipment and above were capable of producing such a glimmer, and he was sure that these were not simply rare-grade. The intimidating chest guard, the bloodthirsty saber, and the sparkling boots, all 3 of them completely stood out from the other rare-grade gear Victor had equipped. The person's jaw almost dropped on the floor after seeing this. Since when did their guild have such items? Seeing his dazed expression, Victor was very satisfied. "Are you done registering?" He arrogantly snorted. The lackey as well obediently nodded his head, not daring to look down on him anymore. "Eh, that's how it should be?" Victor sneered as he walked past the several faces all turned to look at him. He was not even hiding the fact that he had upgraded his equipment. So what if he did? Would that beggar be able to afford some last-minute gear change? Even if he had the backing of some rich sugar mommy, would he be able to get top-tier equipment like his? Unique-grade weapons were not cabbages that could be simply purchased in the market. They were the rarest of rare weapons that only had a small chance to drop from hidden bosses in the dungeons. Who would sell such an item? How could one be able to buy such an item? He had no idea how their guild leader managed to get their hands on items like this, but now there was nothing that could stop him. He would win back all the money he had lost, and he also had a plan to make that miserable ape join back their team again. Victor did not even care anymore if his position in the guild got affected because of him. With these pieces of equipment, he would make sure to put a sufficient gap between the dumb ape and him, one that he would never be able to overcome. So what if he had the talent and the skills? Shit like that did not matter in this world. In the end, only the person who had the ability would win. Chapter 213, Last Chance. Victor walked over to stand beside the arena, in a threatening fashion well before even the referee could call out his name. His mere presence erupted a wave of uproar and commotion in the arena. Obviously he was showing off, and their guild members also did a good job of spreading the news to get some positive publicity for a change. On the other hand, Derek only joined him later when their turn actually started. Victor had an arrogant and lofty expression on his face, as if he had not just lost 2 consecutive fights, while Derek was as blank as a sheet of white paper. Neither of them looked visibly excited. Meanwhile, the crowd around them was going crazy. Seeing that these two were again going to clash, everyone fervently opened the system interface, and almost instantly a series of gasps echoed in the arena. This time the betting pool unexpectedly exploded. Bing, bang, boom. The betting pool was now 50,000 gold coins. Their match had actually garnered an all-time high amount of 50,000 gold coins. Since the update happened and the PvP tower opened up, this was the biggest bet amount. And that too, with the current exchange rate of $1, these many gold coins amounted to a whopping $5 million. Such an astronomical amount could make or break a low-tier guild. Even for a guild like Stormtroopers, this amount was most likely their entire guild's liquid wealth, and such a ridiculous amount was actually being used as a bet. Everyone knew that they could never get a piece of this pie, as the major share of the winnings will go to the major contributor of the betting pool on the winning side. But still, it was good. Just to look at it, it made everyone's blood boil, and some even stood up to leave the tower and actually start playing the game seriously. If they could also win $1 million just like that, their lives would probably completely change overnight. However, in the midst of this rowdy crowd, almost everyone drooling and daydreaming over the betting pool, there were still two people who absolutely did not care about any of this. One was Liam, as he knew that all cash was about to become completely obsolete, while the other was Derek, who was still only focused on his match. He was not even aware that this betting was happening. Liam had asked him to participate in the fights, so he trusted him and did it, not worrying about where the money would come from, and the player himself was prohibited from betting on his own fight, at least in these lower levels, so he was completely unaware of this huge event that was happening around him. Derek, as usual, walked over and was about to hop into the ring when suddenly a message appeared. Seeing that it was from Liam, he immediately stopped and opened it. When he had stopped abruptly like this the last time, almost everyone noticed him, almost everyone nervous as to what surprise he was going to bring. But this time, no one showed any such emotions. Not only Victor, but every person in the crowd knew full well that the outcome of this match was already decided. There was nothing that the other person could do to change that. It was a pity, but the truth was that talent and skill could only last for so long. The two fighters were already almost evenly matched to begin with, but now 3 unique grade equipment were also added to the mix, so what other outcome could this fight have? Except for Liam and a few other people who liked to always bet against the odds, almost every single wager placed was on Derek losing. At this moment, Derek stopped getting into the ring and suddenly started taking out something from this inventory. Huh? What is this guy doing now? Victor cocked his eyebrows and stared at him with disdain. He watched the guy take out his old rusted chest guard, revealing the big and bulky muscles underneath. Some of the players in the crowd shouted at this display, making Victor's face grow a shade darker. Unlike Derek, the only thing he had was a potbelly, which made him feel very self-conscious. What are you doing? Are you also changing your equipment? Victor sneered at the man's lame attempt to copy him. Do it. Do it. Take out whatever you want. You will never be able to beat me. You won against me by a fluke 2 times, but now it's game over. There is nothing more to be done. Victor continued talking while at the same time keeping an eye on the item the other party was taking out. Since a lot was riding on this, he panicked a little inside, feeling that something was off. Why can't this bastard simply get into the ring? He had to stop and also change gear. Hey Derek, you can stop with all this nonsense. It doesn't matter what you do, this fight is already over. Instead, I will give you another way out. Give up right now and turn back. I will make sure that your family is taken care of and you get the money that you need. Though we have suffered a huge loss because of you this time, I can talk to the guild and make everybody take you back. I'm only saying this because I know your condition. Just give up now and go back to our rendezvous point. We can talk about things there. Victor made sure that he was not too loud as he continued persuading. He had full confidence in winning the fight. But the thing was, he also had the responsibility to recruit this bastard back. So he decided that it was best to take certain steps. However, unfortunately for him, the other person was not even giving him the least bit of face. Still pretending as if you can't hear me. Whatever your decision is, you need to make it now. If we fight this time and you lose, the consequences will be unimaginable. You will never be able to step out of this city. I will personally make sure of this. Aren't your mother and your sister dependent on you? You need to think about them also. Victor tried all sorts of approaches, but the other party was deeply engrossed in his own thoughts and still checking the item he took out of the inventory. What the fuck is he looking at? He tried to look, only to see another chest guard in his hand. Derek was dazedly staring at this chest guard for the past few seconds, but weirdly it didn't look like it was anything special. The chest guard looked a bit dull, lacking any glow or shine. It was pale black in color with a small tinge of purple added to it, and it did not even have any engravings on it. Typically higher-end weapons had several engravings on them, which helped upgrade the weapon's rank. So the fact that this chest guard did not have any and looked like a plain and simple sheet of metal bent into shape was only more proof that Victor did not have anything to worry about. If this garbage gives you so much arrogance, Then shouldn't I be a lot more arrogant for actually having a unique grade weapon, and a unique grade defensive guard, and also a unique grade pair of boots? He snorted coldly and watched Derek equip his new item, stepping into the ring finally. Think about it. If you fight against me now and lose, the consequences, this is really your last chance. Make a wise decision. However, his warning was drowned in a sea of applause and the referee's voice indicating the start of the battle. Fine. As you wish, bastard. I will teach you a good lesson today. Some people only learn things the hard way. War call, Hayup. As soon as the gong sounded, Victor pounced like a tiger. His speed and his movements were clearly different compared to the last fight. Every single action he did was a notch or two better. This was the advantage of having one's attributes boosted, and of course, his weapon's special effect, Serrate, has a small chance to ignore the defense of the target. Victor was itching to use this as he rushed forward to swing down the saber in his hand. However, before he could take another step, Derek was already in front of him. Huh? Victor did not even have the time to blink when the rusted axe slashed down, aiming at his throat. He tried to evade, but the move was already executed, and now Derek was behind him, the weapon in his hand once again striking down at him. Did war call not work? What the hell is happening? He tried to rally and find an opportunity to strike back, but how could that be possible? The opponent's movements were barely visible to him. Everything was a blur. It was almost as if the person he was fighting against was 10 whole levels higher than him. And before he even had a chance to find one opening, dong! The fight came to an end abruptly. Chapter 214. No way out. Dang, dang, dang! The gong sounded loudly indicating that the match was completed. However, no one else could believe that they were actually hearing this. There was pin-drop silence in the huge stadium except for the loud ringing of these gongs. The match is over. The winner of this match is contestant Derek. The referee also stood up and announced amidst this deafening silence. The crowd, which had just seconds ago been chanting Victor's name and the stormtroopers' guild name at the top of their lungs, suddenly forgot to even breathe and gasped in shock. The ringing gongs and the referee's voice snapped them back to reality. This no-name person who did not belong to any guild had actually done it. He had won against someone who had the better equipment by a huge margin. And he did not just win, he destroyed the opponent with overwhelming power and might. That was the shortest fight they had witnessed on this floor. Since this was the 90th floor, the fights here typically lasted for at least a few seconds, both sides exchanging some moves, showing off their battle prowess. But this time it was simply a one-sided massacre. There was no chance to block. There was no chance to counter. This was simply no longer being skilled and not skilled. It was like a pro boxer fighting against a couch potato. A complete and utter smackdown, and everyone who had bet against this impossible scenario had lost their money. Fuck. I bet 5 silver coins, man. What a waste. How the hell did this sure shot win go to shit? Useless stormtroopers guild full of trash players. Even with legendary equipment, these loses. Serves them right. At least all we lost was a few silvers. That guild must have lost millions of dollars, right? Bah ha ha, they deserve it. I heard they even kicked this guy out of their guild, so this is technically a fight between ex-guildmates. This alone should tell you what that trash guild limit is. Fuck, why did I even bet on these idiots? Ha ha, because you are also idiots. I just got 20 silver coins and all I bet was a single coin. Easy money, easy money. Damn it, I really hope they play more games. This time I won't let the opportunity go and bet a huge amount. Everyone became busy and started gathering more funds. Both who won their wager and lost their wager looked equally ecstatic, as if they had found a loophole in the game. Now that they had personally witnessed the fighting capability of this person, they wanted to tap this easy gold mine. However, how could things be so simple? After the fight, Derek casually stepped out of the ring. He didn't register his name with the referee again, as Liam had already sent him a message to duck out for the time being. So he started walking away from the fighting ring and out of the arena to meet with him. However, after seeing this, the other person in the fight ring instantly paled. His brain that was frozen solid now began to melt and reality slowly dawned on him. Wow, wait, you can't leave. Victor screamed like a teenage girl running behind the guy. He still did not pay any attention to him, so Victor had no other choice but to run for his life and catch up to him. He directly stood in front of Derek, blocking his path. This was his last chance. If this conversation did not go well, then his life was effectively over. Ha ha ha. Do I need a reason to call you? Aren't we old friends? Victor awkwardly spoke. Why are you being so difficult? Did you not hear me calling your name? Derek looked genuinely confused. Seeing his calm and nonchalant expression, Victor wanted to grab him and bang his big empty head on the wall nearby. However, he did not have the ability to do so, so he could only swallow his anger and continue. He really was very desperate. Derek knitted his brows together and quickly shot him down. I'm a bit busy right now. He sidestepped around him and tried to leave, but Victor quickly once again blocked his path. No worries, no worries. I just need some small information from you. You see, I'm very curious about the chest guard you have on right now. Victor extended his hand to touch the dark violet metal, making Derek frown deeper. Ah ha ha ha. Sorry I couldn't help but touch it. This is also a unique grade chest guard, am I right? Derek stood silently, not answering any of his questions. Victor did not give up and tried to probe him, trying to gather some intel from the small expressions on his face. Can you maybe share the stats with me? I'm very curious. I mean, we just had an awesome fight, so I want to see why exactly I lost, that's all. Come on. As a winner, you won't be stingy, right? I am not asking you for your skill list or anything, just the stats on the equipment. It's not a big deal, right? Derek, however, did not show any reaction at all. From the beginning till the end, he only had a look of indifference. You are blocking my way, and I said that I was busy. Hey? I see. So you are a big shot now, huh? Victor tried his best to sound as calm and casual as he possibly could. You don't even have time to talk to an old friend. It's all right. Do you want to meet sometime later when you are free? Oh, we are planning to raid the Clock Tower dungeon. It has good loot for plate classes. Why don't you join us? You are already familiar with our party's strength, so it should be an easy run. We can also pay you for the run, don't worry. By this time, a small group gathered around the two, many people wanting to talk to Derek in order to recruit him. When they saw the guy acting so shamelessly, completely different from how he had been before the bouts, they silently sneered with disdain. How could they all not know what he was doing? Half of the crowd might be full of noobs who did not have a clear understanding, but the other half were experienced players, and every single one of them was already aware of what was happening in front of them. Someone had purposely tricked and baited the Stormtroopers Guild into shelling out millions and millions of dollars. And now this guy who had been dumb enough to take the bait was doing some last-ditch effort to at least get something in return, calling him alone to run a dungeon with their group. That was like a hooligan calling a girl alone to get raped willingly. Everyone could see that the deceptively simple chest guard on Derek's body was not as simple as it looked. It was definitely unique-grade equipment or higher. Otherwise, just the skill difference alone could never explain the outcome of that third fight. With 3 unique-grade items equipped, it was impossible for a player to lose that badly, in a completely one-sided fashion. So almost everyone, including Victor, had their eyes glued onto the new chest guard that Derek had switched out for the third battle. Some wanted to know where he got it, some wanted to know if he would sell it to them, and some wanted to recruit him. However, the shameless guy in front of them was right now trying to bait the poor guy into losing this high-grade item. If he by chance accepts the offer, it was extremely obvious that their guild members would gang up on him and try to rob him blind. Even a small child could see through this plot, but the idiot was still trying. Did he not know that a person who had orchestrated the whole thing and swindled millions of dollars from their guild would have the brains to see through his actions? How pathetic. Some people in the back even loudly started cursing the Stormtroopers Guild. They still did not dare to do so openly, but they vented their anger by shouting from the back. However, unbeknownst to these things, Derek's only thought was something else. Liam had called him, so he wanted to rush back. Clearly, talking to this person was useless, so he simply started shoving people to his left and right and moving forward. With his strength, it only took a second to get out of the crowd, and Victor was unceremoniously tossed aside like trash. But he still did not give up. He opened his chat and started furiously typing. He knew what Derek's bottom line was, so he gave up everything else and hit the nail right on the head. I will pay for everything. I will personally pay for all the medical expenses of your family. I know you have a rich backer, and because of him you managed to get some high-tier gear. But do you know that person earned millions just now by betting on you? He used you, and do you still think he would need you after this? He is probably already long gone. You won't get a single cent. Come with me right now, and I will get all the money you need from our guild bank, and you can immediately take care of your mother and sister. Victor was barely even paying attention to what he was typing. Derek had already walked away from him, so this was all that he could do. So he typed everything that came to his mind without holding back. This should get your attention, right? He wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked up to see the reaction, and bingo, just like he had expected, it looked like his words had indeed caught the attention of the person. Derek's figure paused momentarily. I knew it. This bitch is desperate for money. I can still make this right. He will do anything for money. Come on, reply. Victor could barely hold his breath. His face, which had darkened like a black pit, was also showing signs of joy. Yes, he had lost a lot of money. Yes, he had failed miserably, but all was not lost yet. He was very sure that Derek had an epic ranked item on his body. If he could somehow get that item for their guild, then all of his mistakes would be forgiven immediately. Even this loss wouldn't be that big of a deal if their guild could get that item. Everything would be back to the way it was. Come on, come on, come on. Victor waited, and the next second the message that he was eagerly awaiting flashed on his system interface. However, it was not what he expected. Ding. You have been removed from the friend list. You can no longer send messages to this person. Victor's heart sank. He could feel his future slipping away. His last chance to redeem everything was now gone, and before he could digest this terrible reality, another message also popped up. It was from their guild leader, a very short and simple message. Trade the 3 unique grade items back. There were no harsh words, there were no unkind comments, it was only a straightforward command. This made Victor all the more nervous. He felt like this was the calm before the storm. He gulped and quickly sent the 3 items to another member of the guild. And as soon as he did, you have been removed from the guild, stormtroopers. Your reputation with the guild is now 0. Wait. No, wait. He once again began to furiously type in the chat, explaining everything to the guild leader. That guy Derek has an epic ranked item. I'm sure of it. That's why I lost. That's why everything I did ended up backfiring. You have to trust me. He has that item. If we plan well, we can take that item from him. We can also rob all the gold back from him. Please, just please give me this one more chance. However, he only received another familiar message. Ding. You have been removed from the friend list. You can no longer send messages to this person. Victor suddenly felt all the strength in his body drain, and he collapsed on the arena floor, staring blankly in front of him. Chapter 215. He is our teammate. After the match, Derek was completely swarmed by numerous players, all surrounding him with different intentions. He was not able to get away from this crowd, no matter how much he tried. In the middle of all this, he received another message. After seeing the message, he immediately hurried over to the other part of the tower, which had the shops and facilities. He then quickly entered one of the private recuperation rooms. Here the crowd was no longer able to follow him, so he was finally free. Well, not completely. There was one other person inside. Hey, are you enjoying the fame? Liam chuckled. Sir? Derek awkwardly ruffled his hair. Okay, I won't take too much of your time because you are going to be very busy for the next few days. Liam smiled and patted him. Oh? Derek immediately became serious. He was already thinking about the different dungeons that were currently being competed over, some of the well-known difficult quests and whatnot. What preparation should I make, sir? What are we doing? He asked. Liam chuckled again and shook his head. Not we, only you. Oh. Derek nodded. He assumed that Liam probably wanted him to keep climbing the tower. However, before he could finish that thought, a trade window opened up in front of him, and unlike before, inside this window, there wasn't any equipment or item. Instead, there was just one thing, 50,000 gold coins. Even someone as mature and composed as Derek couldn't remain calm after seeing this huge amount, and he gasped in shock. His mouth was wide open, and he stared at Liam dumbfoundedly, who only smiled at him. Quickly accept it. Don't you have many things to take care of back at home? But this is... Derek was left completely speechless. By now he somewhat knew about the betting event and such. However, that was not his concern. All he did was fight. Everything else was orchestrated by Liam, all planned by him. He also put in the initial amount of gold coins to start up all this fuss and buzz. So rightfully, he deserved every bit of gold that was earned from the event. He could have understood if he had given a part of it to him, but to give him the entire 50,000 gold coins. Are you going to accept it, or do I have to physically withdraw 50,000 gold coins from the bank and shove it in your hand? Liam patted him. Yes, sir. Derek hoarsely shouted. Without even realizing it, his eyes reddened. This person in front of him, in his entire life, no one had even been so kind to him. You should take some time off and take care of things at home first. Take as much time as you need. After you settle everything, you can log back in and message me, all right? Yes, sir. Good luck. I hope that everything goes well. Liam smiled. But sir, if I don't keep playing, my level will lag behind, and then I won't be able to repay your kindness. Ah ha ha ha. Don't worry about that. I will make sure that you pay me back. Liam winked. He was a serious person, but the guy in front of him was even more serious, forcing him to take the responsibility of keeping things light. But Liam doubted that his message was conveyed, so he once again stressed. You know I was joking, right? You earned this money. It belongs to you. No need to pay me back anything. You don't owe anyone anything. If that is also uncomfortable, think of it as a signing bonus. Ha ha. And don't worry about your level. I have a lot of methods to take care of that. Focus on your family first. If you have some time, log in and keep grinding the PvP tower. That should be the most efficient course of action for now. All right, take care. Liam wanted to say more words of comfort, but time was a bit tight, so he quickly bid farewell. Both of them had a lot of things to do, so there was no point in simply standing around talking. Derek also immediately logged out after Liam left. As his system communications interface was open, Liam saw this and silently wished him good luck again in his heart. He also noticed that Shen Yu and Mei Mei were back online. He checked the messages and saw that the two of them were also in fact in the same PvP tower. Liam already knew why these two were here, so chuckled wryly and decided to pay them a visit before leaving. He messaged the two and promptly a reply came back. "Oh, so you both are on the 20th floor already?" Liam entered the elevator and then reached the 10th floor. As soon as he walked in, he only needed a second to recognize the two as they were, surrounded by a bunch of players, all fawning over them. From the looks of it, they were even more popular than Derek. The situation was annoying and it looked very troublesome to meet with them, so Liam simply continued conversing in messages. He sent the duo some gold and asked them what their plans were. Almost immediately a reply came from both of them saying that they wanted to continue climbing up the tower. Mei Mei was particularly very excited, and she started singing praises of the mysterious warrior who was winning all the matches and earning lots of gold coins. "Brother, we should participate in this. You are the top player. We can earn a lot of gold coins here. I think the players are not allowed to bet, so you fight, and we can place the bets. We can even do some tricks like purposely throwing a match and acting like you are weak, and in the end you finish them off when we increase the bet really high. What do you think?" Liam did not know whether to laugh or cry, like brother, like sister. "That mysterious person's name is Derek. In the future he will be playing with us," he explained. "And it's fine. You both can play here in the tower, but focus on the fighting technique, not the betting. We can always earn gold in lots of ways. It is more important to learn to fight." However, both of them were too shocked by this sudden surprise to properly pay attention to his advice. A string of excited messages flooded back, and even from the distance, Liam could see the smile on his sister's face light up like fireworks. "What, brother? Are you serious? That person Derek is going to play with us. He is on our team. Are we going to make a guild? Oh my God, were you the one who was betting like crazy? Are you the rich tycoon? Brother, this is so good. We should recruit more strong players and make an unbeatable, super strong team." Mei Mei was almost jumping up and down, her face full of smiles. Liam shook his head, chuckling. Thanks to the miracle that gave him a second chance, he was able to see these things. In their last life, the little girl hardly ever smiled. But now she was able to live happily and carefree, just like any other kid. He knew that he needed to work harder to make sure that this smile lasted. "Shall we also look for other talented people?" Shen Yu asked. Liam, however, immediately declined it. "Sometimes it's best not to involve too many people." "Oh, then there won't be any more players joining our team, brother." About that. I think there should be 3 more people joining our team really soon." Liam replied and then added, muttering only to himself, "Willingly or unwillingly." He might look like a hero to some, but Liam had no plans of becoming one. He was always going to be a villain through and through. Chapter 216. Epic Ranked Item. After Derek logged out and Liam exited the tower, the uproar and commotion in the PvP tower quickly died out, and once again peace prevailed like the warm sunshine after a bout of heavy rain. There was no crazy gambling. There was also no rowdy cheering. Everything quickly went back to normal and players focused on their own grind as the 100th floor, the main floor, wasn't too far away. However, there were still 2 players on the 90th floor of the tower who were yet to move from their position. One was a middle-aged man while the other was a tall and lean young man. If the Stormtroopers guild members hadn't scattered away to hide their shame and embarrassment, they would have instantly recognized this middle-aged man as he was other than the guild leader, Sterling. As a guild leader of a decent guild that had managed to get a foothold, this man held a lofty position with several players trying to curry his favor. However, weirdly, this person looked very nervous and humble right now. As he looked at the lean young man sitting next to him, there was absolutely no sign of arrogance on his face. "Here are the items. I'm very grateful for the loan," Sterling muttered with a bitter smile. Originally, with these kinds of equipment, their guild should have come out with flying colors, smashing all expectations. This was their chance to become a second-tier or even first-tier guild, but unfortunately, because of an imbecile, the precious opportunity was lost. Even though they had the ability and the spotlight, they couldn't bring it to the finish line. He was extremely disappointed, frustrated, and angry about this, but he knew that now was not the time to express these emotions. In fact, if he could somehow forge a relationship with this person near him, then probably everything would still be worth it. Ah ha ha. Even with these, that idiot still managed to screw up. Sterling tried his best to make light of the situation. He wanted to put the blame on the idiot who single-handedly managed to tarnish their guild reputation, hoping that the person next to him will still make an alliance with their guild and not deem them unworthy. However, even after talking for quite a bit, he was only greeted by silence, and this made him more and more nervous. As Sterling patiently continued waiting, his in-game character developing an ulcer, the uncomfortable silence kept prolonging. Clearly, the other party was in deep thinking, so now he did not even have the confidence to make small talk and lighten the mood. He could only bite the bullet and patiently wait. Time slowly ticked by, and finally, after another 10 more minutes, which might as well have been an eternity, the other person turned to look at him. He revealed a polite, albeit curt smile, and his gaze had an unfathomable depth that made it difficult for anyone to gauge the true emotions behind the decent facade. "Ha ha, you are worrying too much. It's just 50,000 gold coins, and this was just a small betting event, so don't think too much about it." He then casually raised his hand to cancel the trade window that had been open for a while now. "No need to return these back to me. Keep these with you and try to get some dungeon achievements. I'm sure your guild reputation will be back in no time." Sterling couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He had not expected this at all. This meant the person in front of him had not completely given up on their guild, although he did not seem to trust them either. This was probably another test and the last chance to prove themselves. If they couldn't bring back their reputation even after this, then he had a feeling that he would not be seeing this person again. "Thank you. I will definitely return this favor." Sterling seriously nodded and then stood up to leave. He didn't want to linger and unnecessarily make small talk with the other party. He had a feeling that such actions would only bring about a negative impression, and not a positive one. He was a tactful person who knew how to act, so he readily left the area. And as soon as he left, almost immediately another person walked over. This person was slightly chubby. "Sorry to make you wait, boss. I had an emergency at home, so I had to log out." "It's fine, I had company." The lean and tall person smiled, once again revealing the same calm and imperceptible smile. "So were you able to get a good look at the tank?" "Yes, boss. I managed to catch the end of the fight, and only then logged out. Here are his equipment details." A system interface prompt opened up, and as soon as he saw it, the man's eyes instantly widened, for the first time showing actual emotion. Dark Daybreak Shield, rating semi-epic, defense 500, block rate 40%. Agility, 50 passive skill. For every attack blocked, there is a small chance to deflect the damage back to the attacker. Active skill Speed Burst temporarily increases agility by 5%, cooldown 1 minute. The chubby guy noticed his boss's shock and smiled. "I use my skill, boss. These are the exact stats." "Okay." "No, boss. This was the only equipment worth mentioning." The chubby guy noticed that his boss was deeply thinking about something, so he asked again. "Why? Did anything else catch your eye?" "No, not that." The boss paused and then added, "Have you noticed how the elite drops look? They all have inscriptions on them. This makes the item more powerful." "However," the chubby guy immediately gasped. He might be a bit slow compared to his boss, but this hint was more than enough for him to see the obvious. "So, someone can actually forge an epic ranked item?" "Yes, nothing else makes sense." Do you think that the tank forged it personally?" The boss shook his head. "No, I doubt that. There is a small possibility, but I doubt that." "Then do you think it's that person who kept placing bets on him?" Maybe." "Then should I try to contact the tank and try to recruit him or get some more information?" "I tried sending a friend request, but he did not accept it. I also tried searching for him, but couldn't find him." "It's fine, leave it be." "Huh?" The boss chuckled and then stood up to leave. "I have a feeling that this tank is not that simple. We will probably meet him again if we keep climbing the tower. We might also get a few more surprises from him in the future." "Oh, okay, boss. Did Kusk return yet?" "Not yet, boss." "All right, keep me informed." The two of them then walked out of the PvP tower, disappearing into the crowd. Chapter 217, Meeting the King. After Liam left the PvP tower, a certain someone bounced back and forth and up and down, trying very hard to get his attention. Kui 3. Kuyird. Kuyird. The small fox was simply too cute. Liam knew that he had made her wait a bit too long than he intended to, but that was because of Derek's unexpected joining and Shen Yu's quest auto-trigger. With everything out of the way, this was now the last business he had to take care of before returning back to the Netherrealm and doing another massive grind. This time he also planned to use the golems to reap the maximum advantage and contribution points, and temporarily took it back from the girls. Since they were going to be playing in the PvP tower for now, they did not need it at the moment. However, Liam did not tell this to the small cutie and let her continue being anxious. She was simply too adorable, and he couldn't help it and acted as if he was totally oblivious and did not pay her any attention. Only when they arrived at the beast hall, the small fox realized that she had been tricked, but she was far too happy now to sulk over that. She hurriedly ran in searching for the lowly master they had previously spoken to. Liam also saw her. Surprisingly, she was nowhere to be found. He saw one of the beast hall attendants walking past and decided to ask him about her. Since he already had built a relationship with her, it was best to keep talking to the same person. "Instructor Serafina, she is in the royal city now." The attendant promptly replied. Liam immediately thought of something and asked him another question. "Oh, are a lot of masters and quasi-masters moving back to the royal city?" He only barely finished speaking, but immediately the attendant looked shocked. "Ah, how do you know this? Ha ha ha. So it's true, I just heard some rumors in the market." Liam laughed it off as if he was just casually asking. The attendant also looked relieved. "Yes, a lot of the masters have relocated to the royal city because some preparations are underway." He explained, and he also added something else after that. "But don't say this to anyone else, all right? The gods might not be so pleased with your actions." With a loaded nod, he then returned back to his work. Liam also smiled and left the city. He had to anyways visit the royal city, so he might as well find Serafina there to talk about the gemstone. And regarding the preparations, he was not worried because he already knew what they were about. Just like the demon army was making preparations by doing these invasions, the kingdoms of this realm were also making their move. It was not that simple to enter the nether realm, so they were taking their time and making sure that the other preparations were completed in the meantime. "Luna, let's go." He called the fox, and the two of them then directly walked out of the city without taking any other detours. Once outside, he called for Talon. He called for Tally, picking the two of them up, and the group departed to the royal city. As the bird glided high above in the sky, Liam couldn't help but feel light and energized. The bright sunlight and the warm breeze lifted his mood, and fresh air filled his lungs. This was probably the best thing that was going to happen in the future. Even Earth would become a place like this, after the apocalypse descends, all the pollution and the irreversible damage done to the planet completely reversed. "What am I thinking about?" Liam chuckled. The Earth might become a beautiful place, but they were going to become rats struggling to hide and survive in the new world. Nevertheless, he allowed himself to enjoy the bright day and the nice atmosphere. Soon they reached the royal city, and Liam, as usual, asked Talon to stay back. He tossed the small fox on his back, her figure partially hidden in his cloak, and he walked into the city after paying the entrance fees. He only needed one look to confirm his hypothesis. Just like I thought," Liam grinned. Because of the PvP tower, Yileka City was now overflowing with players, but on the other hand, the royal city was full of NPCs. Liam kept his eyes wide open as he walked in because he didn't want to miss out in case there was someone special loitering around in the royal city. As the levels increased higher and higher, his knowledge about the game was also becoming more and more limited, so he had to be extra attentive and cautious. The two walked around the city when they came to a fork in the path. "Where should we go first, the king's castle or the beast hall?" "Q." The small fox pitifully sounded, but Liam chuckled and rubbed her head. "Let's go to the king's castle first." He had a feeling that the gemstone was not so sim quests for it, so it was better to first get the rewards from the king. Not to mention, the quest actually promised him a duke title, which was not something that was given out freely. He's someone with power. Above the duke, there was only the royal family and sometimes the military generals. As a duke, Liam would now be able to buy land, recruit NPCs, set up shops, and even create a small estate. Of course, all of this were gold mines if one were to be a guild leader. However, even though Liam wasn't one and the perks were still generous, for instance, if he visited Serafina right now and if he visited her after obtaining the title, the treatment would be completely different. He might be able to get more information and other kingdoms' secrets about special items and treasures that were only privy to the royal family. He might even come to know beforehand about the invasions and the details of the various gathered armies. Considering these things, Liam directly walked over to the royal castle that was at the heart of the royal city. Though the royal city itself was quite majestic, this place was even more dazzling and enchanting. The entire place was cordoned off by huge walls and several patrol guards. Liam saw a few players grouping up around the guards, trying to talk their way into the castle borders, but he only chuckled at their attempts as he already knew that these tricks would never work. As for him, he had the quest, and that was identity enough. All he had to do was walk up to the main gate, and the guards swiftly cleared the crowd, welcoming him into the castle. Liam nodded, and then casually walked into the castle area, amidst the several shocked faces. As soon as he entered, it was like he was in a completely different place. There was nothing but pristine and dazzling beauty everywhere. Beautiful gardens dotted the land, and exquisite statues adorned it. Especially with the crowd that littered the streets completely absent, the place looked very regal and peaceful. Otherwise, with the number of players currently in the game, this would have also looked like a random bazaar. Liam did not bother looking around and directly walked into the castle, following the main path that led through the gardens. A few guards walked past him and patrolled near him, but no one bothered to stop him. Instead, they bowed at him in respect as they crossed each other. Only Luna looked at everything in awe with her big, curious eyes. Soon the two of them arrived at the grand welcome hall of the castle, and from there a knight led them to meet with the king, who was in his working chambers. Liam calmly waited, and after a few minutes the chamber doors opened. However, inside of this grand, luxurious room, the person who greeted him was not the king. Instead, it was a young, effeminate-looking young man with extremely delicate facial features. "This is the king," Liam almost blurted out in surprise. The other party's expression immediately turned cold, but it was fleeting, quickly replaced with a smile. "Come in." Chapter 218, Scamming the Trap King. Liam recovered from his shock, and then quietly followed the deceptively young and feminine king. No matter how much he racked his brain, he couldn't remember seeing such a person in his last life. Not that he had met the king in person, but he had seen the pictures and the victory parades that happened after successfully defending the invasions. He was sure that the king was supposed to look like Dumbledore and not like a trap. How could something major like this change? He had no idea. He also had no other choice except to roll with the punches. "Your Highness," Liam bowed and humbly greeted while still standing. In front of him, the young king sat down on the huge couch in the chambers. He had one leg crossed over the other, and the man's soulful eyes stared at him silently for a couple of minutes. Then, as if it was an afterthought, he waved his hand, gesturing Liam to sit down. If someone else had done the same, such an action would have looked very royal and overbearing, but unfortunately, because of his petite stature, the effect was just not the same. From all his mannerisms and actions, it was only painfully clear that this king was trying too hard to look intimidating. Liam was amused at this new storyline that had suddenly unfolded in front of him, but he kept his straight face and tried to look as serious as possible. "You may sit." "Thanks, Your Highness." "So it was you who took care of that embarrassing problem, Liam once again felt the pair of sharp, beautiful eyes try to discern everything about him. "You don't seem that strong. Just how did you manage something impossible like that?" "I did have some luck on my side, Your Highness," Liam cautiously answered. He did not want to downplay anything, as that could possibly reduce his rewards, but at the same time he also did not want to look extremely powerful, thereby invoking unnecessary suspicions. "I found an opportune moment when the witch was in the middle of her sacrifice and disrupted her ritual. From what I could see, this created some sort of backlash for her and injured her. I used this chance to take her down completely." Liam completely left out the meat and potatoes and just served the salad to the young king. At this age, he doubted that this person had the wisdom to find the flaws in his words, so he took a chance and made up something. The other party's expressions also changed dramatically as he heard his words, from shock to astonishment to approval. It was amusing that this king was more expressive than his little fox. What a naive person. Observing each and every move, Liam couldn't remain idle, and his brain started thinking about various angles. Meanwhile, the young kind nodded in approval and whispered something to the guard standing next to him. It looked like this was the king's personal guard, as he seemed to be working closely with the king. And just from a single glance, Liam already knew that this guard was not someone to be messed around with. Unlike the young king, he seemed far more experienced and mature. His eyes were like unsheathed swords, ready to kill everyone in sight. Liam's gaze did not linger on the guard and returned back to the king. After conversing with the guard, the king as well turned to pay attention to him. "You did well. You have served this kingdom beyond your abilities. I bestow upon you the title of Duke." The king smiled lightly, but that small smile already revealed 2 dimples, making him look even more beautiful. If this person was born as a woman, she would probably look even more beautiful than the enchantress. Just how did such a guy become a king? Didn't the previous old king have 4 sons and 1 daughter? Was there some sort of royal clash? Liam awkwardly cleared his throat, thinking about these various things. He had to consider all possibilities if he wanted to take advantage of this naive person. However, he did not seem to have a lot of time to fish around. He was already given the Duke title, and once the personal guard returned, he was probably going to get kicked out. "No, I should not miss this chance. I should dig deeper. Your Highness, I will gladly accept it. It would be my great honor." He stood up and knelt down, obediently bowing. The system notification also chimed in. "Ding. You've been awarded the title Duke. Ding. Do you wish to accept it? YN. Liam quickly muttered. and then stood up to bow in a humble manner, slowly and cautiously starting a new topic. Your Highness, please forgive my impoliteness. I heard that recently there have been a few sightings of demons on our lands. Liam probed by lightly dipping his feet in the water. However, these few words were enough to alarm the king. He immediately stood up and asked, How do you know about this? Your Highness, that I came across a few demons harassing a small village in the east. I happened to be in that area at that time, so I lent a hand and helped them out. Oh, is that so? The king sat back, looking relieved. Then, it was indeed a good decision to improve your status and position in the kingdom. As a duke of this kingdom, I hope you can continue to keep serving our people. Yes, Your Highness. It will be my honor. Liam quickly nodded, but he was not done talking yet. But Your Highness, that was not the only time I came across the demons. I also fought with them 3 more times in 3 different places. I saw a dark crimson portal tearing open in the earth, and the demons poured out of the portal, laying waste to our people and land. Chapter 219. Everyone has secrets. Your Highness, I am afraid this might not be a simple one-time occurrence, Liam explained. He spoke as if it really pained him to see all the people getting hurt. The king as well heard him out patiently and did not interrupt or shut him up. This was how he knew that he was going on the right track. And after listening to everything he had to say, the king finally spoke up. You are right. This is indeed not a one-time occurrence, but rest assured. Our kingdom, along with the Divine Temple's help, is dealing with these horrendous demons. You have nothing to worry about. Thank you, Your Highness. We are all very grateful for your assistance. Liam quickly revealed a happy expression, but he still looked a bit reluctant. Your Highness, that. What? Speak up. As a duke serving under Your Highness, I really wish to help with this issue as well. Is there anything I can personally do to mitigate this problem? Liam sincerely asked. But the other party did not look convinced. I'm impressed with your dedication, however, there is no need for you to worry about that. Damn it, this guy's really stubborn for someone who looks naive. It was abundantly clear to Liam that no matter how much he buttered the king up, he was not going to give up the goods. He now had no other choice but to greet him again and leave. However, Liam had another idea. Where flattery did not work, perhaps the reverse worked. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I did not mean to pry for the royal secrets. If Your Highness says that you have this matter handled, I have complete and utter faith in your words. But... What but? Your Highness, how should I say this? Liam purposefully beat around the bush. What? Speak up! A small frown appeared on the delicate king's face. Your Highness, I heard some noblemen discussing how... How? Just spit it out. Your Highness, please forgive me. This is just what I heard. Some noblemen in the tavern I visited yesterday were questioning the moves of His Highness. This is also how I came to know about the demon attacks. The trap was now laid, and Liam hesitantly looked up to see if the mouse took the bait or not. And just like he thought, the king was visibly angry. He gritted his teeth, somehow looking even more beautiful when angry, and mumbled, What else did you hear? Please forgive me, Your Highness. I actually did not hear anything after that. I was not able to rest idly when those people were bad-mouthing and questioning your capabilities. So I strictly warned them and left the establishment in anger. Please forgive me. In hindsight, perhaps I should have stayed back and gathered more information about their whereabouts. Liam shamelessly spun a whole web of lies, and luckily for him, the other party was very gullible. It's fine. It looks like I need to remind everyone about some things. Seeing that the king was absent-mindedly looking somewhere else, no longer talking to him, Liam slowly turned around and pretended to leave. However, just as he was about to leave the chamber, the call that he expected arrived. Wait a second. Your Highness? You said that you wanted to help, right? Yes, Your Highness. It would be an honor to serve you. Since you are a duke of our kingdom, and you also seem capable, perhaps there would be no harm in assigning you to the task as well. Yes, Your Highness. I will try my best to not let you down. All right. Enough talking. Let me explain what you need to do briefly. Just like the Enchantress, the recent activity of dark mages in our midst has increased. In this way, if one of you failed, the other person will at least succeed. I want you to locate one of the camps and bring me back some hints so that we can find out what they are up to. New quest available. Ding. Kingdom quest. Retrieve the remains of dark mages. Ding. Reward. Trust of the king. Oh, so this bastard still doesn't trust me. Liam smirked, but he quickly accepted the quest. He once again turned to leave, but instead he stopped. Dark mages, remains. Don't I already have it? He quickly stuck his hand into the inventory and took out one single black pearl. This was the same black pearl he had gotten after raiding the few dark mage conclaves. He had a few more of these inside his inventory, but he didn't take out all the pearls and only picked out one. After all, he still hadn't gotten them inspected, and he did not want to lose something valuable. But this single pearl was enough to baffle the young king. "You already have this. How? Explain yourself." "Yes, Your Highness. In one of my many adventures, I came across a group of people who were sacrificing small children. Of course, as soon as I saw that, I barged in and rescued those children. This pearl is something I obtained from the people in black cloaks who had fought with me." "Clap, clap, clap. Bravo, bravo. Don't keep my earlier words in mind. You are indeed someone who has done tremendous service to this kingdom. You are more than capable of assisting me in this holy mission, and perhaps with your help, our kingdom might just be completely saved." Quest completed, Ding. You have gained 50,000 experience points, Ding. You have earned the trust of the king. Liam looked at all the notifications and chuckled inwardly. This had to be his fastest quest completion rate. He was glad that everything was working in his favor, but the next part was the most crucial one. Was it possible for him to get the same quest line Kusuke got? If he was not wrong, that should be the main quest line that led right to the necromancy inheritance. However, it was impossible for two people to get the same inheritance quest. At least something like that had never happened in his previous timeline. But perhaps there was a first time for everything. This was exactly why he was also standing here and trying to curry this girlish king's favor using all sorts of tactics, and everything was working in his favor so far. Liam nervously waited for the final verdict, and the king as well opened his mouth. Let me think about this. We have to strategically move in order to cover all possibilities. I sent the other hero to face the necromancer's hideout in the borders of our kingdom and the Thunderbolt Kingdom. But lately there are also movements in the west. Perhaps you should investigate them. Village in the far south where several people have been inexplicably falling sick. Bingo! Liam clenched his fists in excitement. Here it was finally. New quest available, Ding. Kingdom quest. Investigate the village Jekuja and find out why the inhabitants are falling sick. Ding. Reward. Permission from the king to set up your estate. Do you wish to accept the quest? YN. Liam quickly accepted the quest and then bowed and walked out of the king's chambers. He looked like an extremely excited servant who couldn't wait to fulfill his master's orders. But in reality, Liam couldn't care less about the quest that he had actually received. Instead, he was more interested in the other quest the king had mentioned. Borders of Gresh and Thunderbolt, is it? That clue is more than enough for me. His only concern was whether Kusuke got to it or not. If he had already gotten to it, then there would be nothing he could do about it. But if he had still not gotten to it, then perhaps... Liam grinned. The chances for this to happen was quite high. Borders of the kingdoms were usually 50 to 60 zones, and 2 inheritance quests were difficult. So if it was someone who liked to play it safe, they would only attempt it at 55 or 60. Considering all this, maybe Kusuke was grinding in the Netherrealm invasion missions just to level up fast. Now that Liam had that small hint about the quest Kusuke received, he was easily able to connect many dots and get an overall understanding. There was an extremely high possibility that he had not gotten to the quest yet. This was now officially a race. Whoever reaches 51st would grab the inheritance. Liam quickly opened the leaderboard and saw that Kusuke was only at 34 while Liam was already at 40. However, he couldn't be careless just because he had this small head start, because every level above 40 required a lot of experience points, so there was quite a bit of work left to be done. I should thank Shen Yu. This is all because of her luck and her unique quest. He chuckled and then left the royal castle. It was time to head back to the Netherrealm and grind there until he hit level 50. Meanwhile, not long after he left the castle grounds, the young king stood up. He looked around and made sure that no one was present, not even the personal royal guard. The king then removed the crown that looked unnecessarily big and heavy and tossed it aside like it was a trinket. Immediately, long cascading auburn hair fell down to the waist, dancing and twirling around. He, or rather she, then flopped onto the couch unceremoniously. She took a cloth nearby and rubbed her face, removing all the makeup that was smeared on. When all the layers were completely removed, underneath everything, there was a face that could topple nations and drive men crazy. And if Liam was there to see this person, he would have definitely been surprised, because the woman bore a striking resemblance to the enchantress whom he had just killed. In fact, the woman in front of him was several times even more seductive than the enchantress. However, instead of the raw sexual allure, there was playful innocence and kindness. Chapter 220, Nine-Colored Divinity. After walking out of the royal castle, Liam directly headed over to the Beast Hall in the royal city. All right, we're finally here. Are you happy? Q. The small fox jumped up and down in response. Liam was in a good mood, so he patted the little girl and headed inside, looking for Serafina. The beast hall in the royal city was completely different from the beast hall in the trade city. It was much bigger in capacity, and the trainers here were also more experienced. Moreover, this facility was very selective and only allowed players inside who were at least level 25, so the crowd was naturally not there. It only took a few seconds for Liam to find the trainer as one of the guards personally escorted him to the beast breeding grounds. Many trainers were here, and it looked like they were busy tending to all the beasts in the facility. Typically only servants and other attendants took care of these odd jobs, but now the trainers themselves were doing it, as they hoped to groom the beasts better for combat. Serafina was tending to a 3-headed lion when Liam and Luna arrived next to her. "Oh, it's you both again," she calmly remarked, but suddenly her expression changed. "Lord Duke, please forgive me. I was busy just now and did not realize it was you." "You mean you just now noticed my title?" Liam shrugged and nodded, as he did not care about these things. It was clear from the way she was looking at him that she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Considering his low level, financial status and young age, it should have been impossible for him to become a Duke of the Kingdom, and yet he still had the title. "I have a few things to consult with you. I wonder if Master Serafina could spare me some time." "Yes, of course, Lord Duke. Please come this way." She led Liam and Luna to a private room, and once they were inside, she quickly picked up the little fox. The cat-like furry and cuddly creature was just as adorable as always, so as soon as she laid her eyes on the beast, she couldn't help herself. But she again remembered that she was in the presence of a duke and tried to quickly recover her composure. Cough, cough. "Congratulations, my lord. It looks like your spirit beast pet is ready to evolve again. Although raising a spirit beast is very difficult, my lord, you make it appear very simple. Ah ha ha ha." The trainer revealed a big sweet smile, her behavior completely different from the last time they had met. "Thank you." Liam nodded, but he sidestepped the flattery and took out the gemstone from his inventory space. "Master Serafina, while I was traveling I happened to come across this particular item. I wonder if you can tell me something about this." "Ah, this!" The lowly instantly looked shocked. She reached out her hand and took the gemstone from Liam. Her entire body was trembling and her hand was visibly shaking. "Is this—" She looked up to see Liam in shock and awe. "How did you manage to obtain such an item? With this we can— Ah, wait for a second." She stood up and rushed out and started shouting loudly. "Master Erasmus, Master Rain, come here fast." Liam's brows knitted together, slightly frowning. He wondered what this lowly was up to, but more than him, the fox looked aggrieved and glared at the young trainer with animosity. Immediately, 2 middle-aged men hurried over to their room. They were about to talk to Serafina when they noticed Liam's presence and first greeted him. "Quick, quick, take a look at this first." Serafina impatiently spoke to the 2 of them. "What happened, Master?" Before Rain could complete his sentence, he also gasped in shock and abruptly stopped talking. He picked up the gemstone from her, his hands trembling as well. With this, we can—" Serafina nodded her head solemnly as she understood exactly what the person wanted to say. She then turned towards Liam and bowed her head deeply. At the rate she was going, her forehead might as well touch the ground. "Lord Duke, please forgive me, but if possible, could you please sell us this gemstone?" Liam cocked his head. Based on all of their reactions so far, he could roughly guess that this was where things were leaning towards. "Please, my lord, we are desperately in need of this. We will compensate you appropriately for this item." She hurriedly added, "Leave all that aside. Can you first tell me what this is?" "Ah, yes, my lord. Please forgive me. In my anxiousness, I forgot to explain things to you. This gemstone is an extremely precious item called the 9-colored divinity. This is something that is particularly helpful for beasts, and once they absorb the essence of this gemstone, they are able to break through the shackles of their bloodline and become higher-order beasts. But please worry not. Several beasts can use this gemstone as long as the essence inside the stone is not exhausted. So we would only be purchasing this gemstone from you after little Luna makes her breakthrough. In the future, if you want any other beast companion to evolve as well, you can directly bring it to us and we will help the beast. There would be no extra fees for you. This is in addition to the compensation that we will provide for you now." Without taking a breather, Serafina tried her hardest to explain things to Liam, hoping he would be generous, and he as well listened patiently. However, on the side, the small fox was about to lose it. There were literally raging flames in the fox's eyes. Liam as well had noticed it, and that was why he was letting the lowly trainer speak as she wished. Sometimes when things were handed, their value wouldn't be appreciated enough. So if the fox knew that the item was going to leave her hands, she might try harder and maximize the use of it. Liam did not know much about beast training, but he knew about greed and manipulation. There was a person from whom he had learned all of this in his last life. Many people were born with above-average IQ, but there was only a handful among billions who were truly dark and devious, born with a brain that could rival supercomputers. This was also one of the reasons why he was not dealing with the Gu family just yet. Currently, this person should be in the Gu family. However, he wouldn't be there for long, and that would be the best time to wipe out that entire family from the face of the planet. And as for that person, Liam did not plan to cross paths with him at all, at least until his strength was head and shoulders above everyone else. Snapping out of his thoughts of the past, he retentioned back to the present. "All right," Liam calmly replied with a smile. "I will consider everything that you said, but first I want to see the effect of this gemstone personally. If you help me with Luna's growth and evolution, then I can consider trading this gemstone with you." Liam was very careful with his words. He only said that he would consider and never actually accepted the deal. Irrespectively, the other party was instantly elated. "Yes, Lord Duke, I absolutely won't disappoint you. With my help, I can guarantee that Luna will be thrice, no 5 times more powerful than she is right now." "Okay, I appreciate your help. I don't have much time, so let's start. What do we need to do?" "Yes, my lord." Seraphina quickly sent away the other 2 beast trainers, as it was usually rude to discuss someone else's pet in front of many people. These things were confidential, and many people wouldn't prefer it, and considering that Liam was a duke, and also someone who held an item that she coveted badly, she absolutely did not want to lose his favor. So only after sending them both out, Seraphina took the small fox angrily glaring at her and placed the beast on her lap. Immediately, a warm glow enveloped her hand, and she used this glow to examine the fox from top to bottom. Is this a type of nature magic or divine magic? Liam silently pondered as he observed everything carefully, without missing a single move. The treatment he received now was definitely different than the treatment he had received earlier when he had visited her for Luna's first evolution. When someone wanted something from you, their actions were truly different. Liam chuckled inwardly in amusement. A few seconds passed by quietly, and the little loli still continued examining Luna. The fox as well calmly sat on her lap as if she realized what was going on. As a spirit beast, even though she was very young, her intelligence was extremely high. So despite being angry, she sat down obediently and allowed the trainer to examine her. A couple more minutes passed, and finally, Seraphina opened her eyes. She was sweating slightly, and her breathing was a bit ragged. She also looked very tired, as if she had expended a lot of energy. "My lord, I am done." Chapter 221. Fragmented Flame. The last time we met, I had mentioned a few ingredients that could boost her growth and help her break through to the next stage. However, from her current growth rate, development, and perceptivity, I think she will greatly benefit if we add in another factor, Seraphina explained. Liam's interest was immediately piqued, and he rubbed his clean-shaven chin. "Oh, what is this new ingredient?" Seraphina's look immediately turned serious as she replied. "There is a village in the east named Harvey. It is unusually cold, and oftentimes the weather is unbearable. My lord's strength should be barely sufficient to deal with the strong and powerful creatures there. So if you manage to reach that place, the village chief there should be able to give you clues about an ancient spirit beast's flame fragment. I have been meaning to visit the place myself, but I am tied down to the capital city with too many duties. I hope that my lord can visit this place and acquire the flame fragment. Here is my token." Seraphina handed over a small silver ember. "My lord, the chief will trust you easily if you show him my insignia. I wish you good luck. If you can acquire this flame, then Luna's potential can truly explode using both the flame fragment and the 9-colored divinity stone." New quest available, ding. Obtain the ancient eternal flame from Harvey village. Reward: Beastmaster Seraphina's recognition and assistance. Reputation with Beastmaster Seraphina. Do you wish to accept the quest? YN. Yes. Liam quickly accepted it. It was truly surprising for him to see that even though he was a duke, and he had an item in his possession that the lowly badly wanted, she still did not recognize him. But it did not matter. Once Luna's evolution was completed, with her and the 2 golems he could power level by grinding invasions back to back. So he needed to finish this as soon as possible and head to the Nether Realm. "Shall we?" Liam looked at the little fox, who was curiously listening to everything with big round eyes. It looked like she had a strong desire to become powerful. Liam scruffed the fox and then walked out of the beast hall. The duo headed out of the city, and getting Talon, they started their journey to the east of the kingdom without any further delay. The village was located slightly towards the south in the eastern part of the kingdom, and, because of the Seraphina's quest, the exact location was marked on the map. So Liam did not have any difficulty in getting near the place. However, before he could reach the actual village, they came across mountainous terrain with strong cold winds. The entire place was covered with snow and it was freezing cold. Talon couldn't bear to fly in that kind of atmosphere, and his stamina rapidly dropped. "All right, stop here. It looks like we have to go by foot after this." Liam left the bird here, remembering the location on the map, and then proceeded to hike up the snowy mountain with Luna on his back. The spirit beast as well was not doing that great in the weather, so she huddled up close to him, nuzzling inside his shirt, only her little red head peeking out. Liam took out another cloak and wrapped himself with it. The duo then braved the terrible, freezing cold and walked up the hill to search for the village settlement. Luna. This village is located in such a remote place even though these conditions are terrible, so will the village chief really give us this flame fragment? Q, the fox blinked. Maybe we have to take it by force, Liam muttered, answering his own rhetorical question. In any case, let's first find the village and then have a chat. The two of them hiked all the way up, bearing the biting cold, and finally reached the small settlement in a couple of hours. The journey would have taken a lot longer, but thanks to Liam's current level and high stamina, he was able to keep up with the cold and reach the place. In front of them was a small and isolated settlement that could only be barely called a village. There were literally just a dozen or so yurts and a couple of kids dressed in thick furry robes running around here and there. In such a small place, Liam's presence was immediately noticed. Not long after, an old man walked out of an yurt and approached him. "Young adventurer, have you lost your way?" Liam smiled politely and shook his head. "Greetings, Chief Dagger. I am a Duke of the Gresh Kingdom. Beastmaster Seraphina has sent me to help in your endeavor." "Oh, that young lady." The old man looked up at him and nodded, but he still looked a bit hesitant, as if he did not believe him. Liam then took out Seraphina's insignia and handed it over to the old man, whose eyes instantly widened in surprise. "This is indeed her token. Lord Duke himself has arrived at our small village to help us. We are truly blessed. We are truly blessed." The chief now started grabbing Liam's hand and crying. It was a complete 100 attitude. Liam chuckled inwardly and waited for the man to speak up. "Lord Duke, our village is suffering. We desperately need your help. A few miles away from our village there is a huge glacier cave, and inside that cave our ancestral heritage is being held captive by a bunch of strong and powerful monsters. They are treating our prized treasure as a mere fireplace and using it to warm their bodies in this cold weather. Not only that, they are also continuing to attack and plunder our village as they please. Because of their terrorization, we are being forced to flee and hide in these mountains, moving our village ever so often. This all started only this year, and already the number of people in our village has dwindled to this extent. We have lost several of our capable men and women to those monsters." Liam heard the old man explain his plight. "Why don't you move to another village, Chief Dagger?" he then asked. "There are several more convenient places past these mountains, more habitable and less cold. Why must you all stay here and suffer in these horrendous conditions?" "That." The chief hesitated to answer. Liam smiled and did not force him. Also, he could easily guess the reason. These guys most probably did not leave this region because they were trying to fight back and get the flame fragment. If it belonged to an ancient beast, then it was a truly powerful treasure. How could they simply leave it in the hands of the enemy? But the real question was, would the old man be willing to part with the flame once he retrieved it back? Liam had to think about this. The people in front of him were struggling in cold, harsh weather just to have a chance to fight back, perhaps raid the cave when the monsters were no longer inside or something like that. Would such people really just hand it over to him? No way. Irrespectively, he decided to worry about this part later, and first find out the whereabouts of this cave. He also needed to find out just what sort of inhabitants were present inside. Luckily, the old man was able to help him out in both aspects. Liam chatted with him for a bit more, and then hurried over to the spot where the cave was located. About an hour later, they arrived in front of a huge towering cave, one that was not made of stones, rather out of sparkling crystalline ice. Stalactites and stalagmites were littered around the cave, and the entire place looked breathtaking, as if someone had purposefully chiseled a beautiful ice sculpture. Surprisingly, the weather here was also somewhat bearable when compared to the nearby areas. This flame fragment has such a big impact. Liam was amazed. Now that he was in the vicinity of the cave, he quickly activated stealth and only then proceeded towards the cave opening. But he suddenly stopped, noticing another problem. Luna's small figure was stood out like a sore thumb. She had nowhere to hide in this icy mess. This is not good. Wait, this place is not too cold. Can you try hiding in between these ice spears? Both Luna and Liam looked inside the cave, and saw that the cave had a lot more stalagmites near the wall than in the middle pathway. There were also huge footprints in the middle pathway. Clearly, the ice formations were not there here because of the constant usage of the path. However, walls were barely used, so that part was rather cluttered. Luna quickly hopped over and dove in between the stalagmites, hiding her small figure easily. Liam nodded and then walked in slowly and cautiously in the middle passageway with this. Stealth activated, while Luna twisted and turned her body, slipping in between the ice spheres. The two had only barely entered the cave when their first opponents promptly showed up. Chapter 2, Famous 4. A group of 3 creatures walked leisurely, cackling amongst themselves. They looked like goblins with green-colored skin, but were slightly taller and sturdier. They also had certain beast characteristics like fur on their body and horns on their head. Level 38 Goblin Beast, Level 41 Goblin Beast, Level 31 Goblin Beast. So these guys are the ones causing all the troubles. Liam first carefully observed these creatures and tried to gauge their strong points and weak points. He then moved after a couple of seconds. Alright, let's start. Just as he was gathering mana to materialize a huge ball of fire to start the fight with a bang, suddenly something strange happened. 3 feral Arctic wolves barged into the cave and started attacking the goblin beasts in a frenzy. Liam immediately stopped moving. He felt that something was off. Where did these come from? He quickly backed away so as to not expose his presence. The 3 wolves continued to attack the goblin beasts, and following them a group of 4 players barged in. Blackie one, watch your back. 3 more are coming. The fat, chubby guy at the back roared. He had a bow in his hand that gave off a golden luster, and he was apparently controlling the wolves because one of the 3 wolves responded to his shout. This guy was calling a snow-white Arctic wolf Blackie. Liam, however, did not have any time to be amused. Rather, he was busy watching the group in awe. At first, he did not understand why this group seemed extremely familiar, but when he looked at them closely, all of 4 of them bore a remarkable resemblance to 4 of the very popular experts. The chubby Indian beast tamer, the flat-chested Russian blonde with clear emerald eyes who relied on nature magic to heal, the American thug berserker who liked to shave his head, and last but not least, the thin average-height Japanese who was the only normal-looking person in the group, and the one wielding undead monsters. Husk, Liam muttered in a daze. For a second he was completely stunned, his brain heating up. Just how the heck was this possible? 4 different people from 4 different countries, and all 4 of them top experts. He knew for a fact that these guys were not friends or acquaintances in his last life, at least not yet in this stage of the game. So how the hell was all 4 of them together, working as a team right now? And moreover, they were here trying to snatch the item that he was aiming for. Was this just a coincidence, or was this pre-planned? Liam already knew the answer to this question. There was no such thing as a coincidence. This was definitely going according to someone's plan. Someone among the 4 of them, or perhaps another person, had purposefully assembled this small group of who's who of evolution online. Just like how he was trying to collect the gems that he came across, this person as well was clearly collecting. The question was, how was that person doing it? Did he/she know that these 4 were going to become powerful experts? Did he/she also have knowledge about the future like him? It was a ridiculous thought, but it was not a possibility that Liam was ready to rule out just yet. After all, he himself had come back in time. So really anything was possible. He didn't for a second dare to think that he was special or extraordinary. If he could come back, then maybe someone else also could come back. This might just be a video game for now, but their future was one filled with myriad magical abilities, distorted creatures, and ancient beasts. In this kind of future, really anything was possible. Liam stood absolutely still, completely shocked from top to bottom. His mind was reeling. The consequences of what he just saw were game-changing. Now, he was not just racing against time and the people to whom the fate originally belonged, but he was also essentially competing against this group of experts. Sure, he had others on his side as well. Derek had a solid foundation, and Shen Yu had a very special, unique and powerful class, but they also lacked several things. Derek might have a solid foundation, but he did not have a special class just yet. And to make things worse, Liam had no idea how to obtain one for him. He was only a slave and a bottom feeder in his last life. So he was heavily limited by the knowledge that he was privy to. So he was not very confident that he would be able to get one for him. Derek's strength and progress would have to depend on his own efforts, not to mention he had already considerably altered the man's life. Would he still have the same drive and hunger for power? And as for Shen Yu, she had a special class, something that could become powerful in a skilled player's hands, but she completely lacked the foundation. She needed lots and lots of combat experience and then some more to actually be of any help. Considering all of this, it was instantly apparent to Liam that he was at a significant disadvantage. While they might be strangers for now, if there was ever a confrontation, he had no doubt that he would lose. Fuck. Liam clenched his fist, his heart thumping loudly in his chest. Everything was against him. His gaze lingered on the excellent coordination and teamwork the four experts displayed in front of him. The group slaughtered all the goblin beasts as they casually cruised through with terrifying ease. With just one look, anyone would be able to tell that they were no ordinary players. Every skill, every move was properly executed. And if they also managed to comprehend the true talent behind all these skills and magic, then it was once and for all game over. Liam dug his nails further into his palm and calmed himself down. This is not the time to worry about this. I should focus on what's important now. The more important and pressing question right now was whether these guys joined forces and came together to this spot hunting for him or hunting for the flame fragment. Based on the way things were unfolding, Liam could tell that it was probably the latter. So he saved the rest of his theories, conjectures, and concerns for the future and focused on the present. If he knew anything, it was that nothing was set in stone. They might have the upper hand right now, but he was also not that helpless. Besides, he had an additional advantage that they did not have yet. He knew that they existed when they probably had no clue about his existence. Liam grinned. He suddenly knew what he had to do. He had to make use of this exact same advantage right now to steal the flame right under their noses. Rumbling sounds continued to echo from the depths of the cave as Liam started to move once again. "Luna, stay back." He ordered the small fox, made sure that his stealth was still active, and slowly followed the trail of blood and goblin beast corpses. Chapter 223, Party Wipe. Liam patiently hid in the background and waited. He did not act just yet. Though he overall had an idea of what he had to do, he still had to observe the surroundings and then formulate an exact plan. The interior of the glacier cave was very simple. The icy walls and the projections jutting out did not change at all as the group and its silent stalker headed deeper and deeper. Except for the herds of goblin beasts that came out every once in a while, there was nothing else out of place. This was good for the group of four, but for Liam not so much. If things continued going so smoothly, then he would only be able to stand in the background and watch while the team also took the flame fragment just as easily and left the cave. This won't do. Liam shook his head, and his chance to meddle soon arrived. At the next turn, the group came across two mobs of goblin beasts, each standing a few feet away from the other. It looked like the hunter had special eyesight, so he was able to discern the details properly, and informed the group, which was also how Liam came to know about it. Normally, when two mobs were this close, it was almost impossible to trigger just one without aggroing the other. However, this group of four easily did it as the hunter took out a slingshot from his inventory space and aimed for the goblin beast that was the closest to them. Two then sent a small rock flying towards it, only the first group without grabbing the attention of the second group at the far end of the passageway. On top of this, the berserker also kited the goblin beasts back a few feet, and then only started the fight when they were at a safe distance. But how could Liam allow things to go so smoothly? Hiding in the background, with a subtle smirk on his face, he lifted his finger. The next instant, a small spark of lightning flew forward towards one of the Arctic wolves. The spark was so tiny and weak that no one had noticed it, but the attack perfectly landed on the wolf's eye, so it started howling in pain. Liam did not stop there and sent out several more sparks, particularly targeting the three wolves. Soon, all three wolves began to howl and dance in pain. The team coordination that was pitch perfect until now was also inexplicably in chaos, because their levels were a lot lower than the goblin beasts. Every single fight was on the edge. Even the four experts had to expend all of their energy to deal damage and fight with the mobs, so even a small mishap was enough to toss this delicate balance. But what Liam did wasn't a small mishap by far. Because he attacked the wolves, they were momentarily unable to see properly and deal damage. This reduced the overall damage output, and not just that, but the healer also had to spend some time to heal the beasts. Moreover, when the three pets couldn't see properly, they swung their paws wildly in pain, attacking their own group members. So the others had to dodge this attack as well, along with the attacks of the goblin beasts. The goblin beasts were also far more superior than their normal counterparts, as both their speed and strength were enhanced. So the mob fight that was going smoothly until now suddenly became a bloody mess. But Liam was not done yet. As if the commotion he had created was not enough, he also sent some sparks flying to the other group of goblin beasts that had not been pulled yet. Bingo. They only needed that small nudge. Because of all the ruckus the three wolves created, and the screeching and roaring noises from the fight, even if it was Liam who pulled their aggro, the goblin beasts only ended up noticing the other group first and ran towards them. Fuck. The berserker shouted in panic. How could 4 level 30 players handle a couple dozen goblin beasts that were at least 7 levels higher than them? The next second, the group of 4 was completely overwhelmed, and their health plummeted down crazily. Crazy bastard, this is all because of your stupid wolves. I fucking hate playing with hunters. always pulling the aggro. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. The buzz to be heard when all four dropped dead without being able to handle the fight. And Liam, who watched this from the sidelines, once again looked shocked. This was in fact what he had planned for and aimed for right from the start. However, he was only doing this to exhaust all their supplies and cash. He did not think that he would actually be able to kill them off so easily. But more importantly, they died just like that. They didn't struggle hard. They didn't try to salvage the situation. The moment things went south, they accepted the outcome and died as if they decided to simply start over. By now, he had already gone back into his stealth mode and the goblin beasts as well returned to their original positions. Of course, this was what normally anyone a game, but this was not a game. Liam did not know what to think of this. On one hand, the four of them were unlikely experts joined together as if they knew what was going to happen in the future. But on the other hand, they did not seem to know the penalty behind death, and did not seem to mind dying at all. How was this possible? Did they know about some secret alchemy recipe that could cure damaged souls? Or did they not know about anything in the first place? Just as Liam was pondering this, the group of four returned back to the glacier cave once again. So nothing was off and the group walked in to try their luck again. Chapter 224, Goblin Beast Nest. Pay attention, at least this time. The blonde healer, Anya, started casting earth protection on the group, while Kusuke brought over 5 undead wolves with him. As soon as he saw more pets entering the fray, the berserker Barrett face-palmed in annoyance. Just what we need. More pets. Great, just great. The fat, chubby guy, Madan, who had been gritting his teeth all this time and bearing the insults, couldn't hold it in any longer and angrily retorted back. Shut up. I'm telling you, you idiotic numbskull. That wipe was not my fault. My wolves did not pull the aggro. Why the fuck are you always blaming me? Just because I'm a hunter, you can't keep fucking blaming me for every single thing that goes wrong. This is BS. BS. Fine, then you tell me what happened. If you stupid mutts did not drag in more goblins, we would have finished the fight by now and moved on. Seeing the two bicker, Kusuke tried to speak up, but his soft voice was drowned in the background. He turned to look at Anya for help, but she looked the other way, playing casually with her blonde curls as if she couldn't care less what happened here. Without any other choice, Kusuke could only hope that the two would stop fighting. However, even after a few minutes, they still continued pointlessly arguing back and forth. Seeing that this was not going anywhere, Kusuke sighed and opened his system interface. He then made a call. Instantly, the two who were bickering on the side turned stiff. Fuck. Cut the call, damn it. Not fighting, not fighting. Let's start the run again. Damn it, Kusuke. To be such a tattletale, always running to Big Brother for this and that. If you had just asked us to stop, we would have stopped. We were only discussing a bit loudly. Hearing these two shamelessly trying to justify their actions, Kusuke closed his system interface and chuckled wryly in silence. But Anya did not remain silent. You two brutes, always fighting stupidly. Let's start. She scoffed, rolling her eyes. Both Madam and Barrett glared at her, but they did not argue back. Instead, they even looked at each other and exchanged meaningful glances, also rolling their eyes. When they had first been introduced to the Russian blonde, they were both trying to woo her because she was very tall and very sexy. However, as soon as a few days passed, this illusion completely wore off. Her personality was the absolute worst, and she was also extremely prideful. So they no longer bothered to treat her with reverence, and instead avoided her like the plague. She was also, unfortunately, the favorite of their big brother. So the two did not behave like they usually behaved and cursed each other. Kusuke did not want another fight to break out, so he quickly eased the tension and asked Madan to once again aggro the Goblin Beast Pack. Their small group might be always at odds when they were not fighting, but once everything started, that was when they coordinated perfectly and understood each other as if they were the best of friends. So once again Madan took his slingshot out and tickled one of the goblin beasts, attracting its aggro, thereby the aggro of the first group. The first started again, and they hacked and slashed at the goblin beasts with vengeance. And Liam, who watched all of this from the sidelines, stood silently without intervening this time. The opponent he was up against right now was completely different from all the other people he'd faced so far. These people in front of him were not foolish by any means. If he intervened again, they would surely know that there was someone else present here along with them. And Liam had no plans of letting that happen. He continued silently observing them from the darkness of the cave as the group proceeded to once again smoothly clear everything in sight. He in fact kept on watching everything all the way until they reached the very end of the cave. And then his moment finally arrived. As the group reached the end of the passageway, suddenly the number of goblin beasts tripled. This looked like their nest, and they all rushed together at the four intruders. Not just that, but there was also a huge elite goblin beast seated on a throne-like ice formation. This boss goblin beast was level 55, and each of the mob goblin beasts was level 40. No one, including Liam, had expected these kinds of numbers, so they instantly unleashed all of their strongest attacks and tried to buy some time to salvage this situation. But Liam, who was able to see everything from a bystander's perspective, needed only 1 second to gauge the situation. Although these 4 were experts, there was no way that they were going to survive this onslaught. This high-level horde would have been difficult to manage even for him, but he had several backup plans for such situations. This was why he had also temporarily borrowed the golems from his sister. If not the golems, he would have bombed this whole place with explosives and then taken the flame fragment. However, from the looks of things, these people lacked such preparations. This was all the more surprising for Liam because someone who knew enough to gather these 4 monster players did not prepare adequate supplement items. Was this just a coincidence, or was this as well planned to ensure that they wouldn't end up becoming too powerful for their big brother to handle? Liam still had no idea which single individual was behind all these 4 people. He had only heard of the term Big Brother, so it might be just a single person, but it could be a corporation or one of the big families. Moreover, they could be from any part of this world. He might or might not be connected to them. Considering all these, he definitely needed more information about this newly cropped-up issue, but now was not the time. As Liam casually observed the carnage around him, he noticed that what he wanted was right there in the cave, near the throne of the huge boss goblin beast. It was just a few feet away from him, and the only thing that was standing in his way was the group of 4 humans and the goblin beasts rumbling and tumbling with each other. Liam quickly made a plan and sprang into action. These 4 people clearly did not have the ability to handle this last mob and the boss that came along with the mob. It was just a matter of seconds before they died, and the party wiped once again. In fact, they would probably need a couple more tries to even clear out the mob fully and fight with the boss one-on-one. And that fight was also probably going to take a couple of tries. Now Liam was not sure if these people were aware of the quest with the village chief, or they simply came here from some other quest crumb. Taking everything into consideration, if he dived in for the flame fragment right now and escaped the cave along with it, these goblin beasts would be able to buy him the time he needed. He could then get the hell out of here and also meet with the village chief for submitting the quest without any issues. These people might not even have the time to notice the disappearance of the flame until after he left the area, and by the time they notice he would be long gone. He wouldn't be caught by them, and his presence wouldn't be revealed. Liam doubted that they even noticed the flame in all the chaos that was running amok in the cave. There was a chance that might simply assume that the flame was never here to begin with, so no matter from which angle he thought about it, was a win-win situation. However, he didn't have much time. If the party wiped and came back a second time, then they might notice it. So now was his only chance. He needed to grab the flame ASAP and run. Liam moved, and his figure instantly materialized, coming out of stealth. It was impossible for him to stay out of sight with these many attacks flying back and forth. To be hit by 1 or 2, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Nevertheless, stealth or not, he was still invisible with all the commotion and uproar. No one paid any attention to him. So he used this chance to quietly walk over to the flame fragment that was sealed in a chunk of ice, and then tossed it into his inventory without a care in the world. Empty cave? As soon as Liam pocketed the flame crystal, the temperature inside the glacier cave instantly crashed and dipped. All 3 parties, including the goblin beasts, the 4 humans, and also the 5th human, felt this change. However, the former 2 were too busy to care about this at the moment, and the latter only saw it as a sign of his time to leave. Only the goblin beast boss angrily roared as it realized that someone had stolen its precious treasure. It started attacking the group of 4 with even more vigor and frenzy, and before long 4 corpses fell down and once again the party was wiped. The goblin beast boss then impatiently turned around to search for the flame fragment. But why would Liam linger around? He and the flame fragment were both long gone. He used all of his mana to push his physical limits to the extreme and then ran out of there as fast as he could. Liam dashed out all the way out of the glacier cave and ran down the mountains. He also scooped up Luna, who was nearby, and ran continuously, only stopping near the small village. As there was a light blizzard, everyone seemed to be inside their yurt. Even Liam could feel the biting cold seeping through to his body core. He did not bother knocking on the different yurts to find the old chief. Instead, he smiled and took out the frozen flame from his inventory space. Instantly, the small fox's face lit up, greedily licking her lips. Before she could even make a noise, one of the yurts burst open, and the village chief ran over, panting and heaving, his big eyes bulging in surprise. He looked at the flame crystal the same way Luna was looking at the crystal. Liam chuckled inwardly and handed the item over to the chief, who took it from him as if his life depended on it. He was trembling and shaking from top to bottom, and of course the blizzard and everything else suddenly did not matter. Partially because their treasure had been returned to them, but also because the effect of the flame was once again visible. It provided a warmth that instilled a kind of unique comfort and ease. The old man looked at the flame fragment longingly and then started crying. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have saved my people, and done us all a great kindness and favor, something that we cannot repay in this lifetime," the old man muttered whilst sobbing in between. Hearing this, Liam's face twitched. Was he really not going to give it to him? This greedy bastard. What a time waste. But Liam wasn't all that worried. The chief was barely level 25, and all the villagers were also only level 18. If they were any stronger, then they could have taken care of their problem by themselves. Most probably the stronger members of their tribe were killed by the goblin beasts. Liam patiently listened to the old man's rant and sobbing. He also mentally prepared himself to deal with him, as he did not have too much time to waste. The group of 4 could return here at any time now, so he needed to act fast. Just as he was about to snatch the flame crystal back from the trembling hands of the chief, the other members of the village started coming out and gathering around. However, unlike the chief, they all did not look too pleased to see that the flame fragment was restored. In fact, they looked extremely angry and agitated. Before the chief could say anything, an old woman stepped forward and shouted, "We don't want that accursed item here. My son died because he was trying to protect that. My husband was killed because he tried to fight with those monsters and bring this back. This is not our blessing, this is our curse. We don't want it." The several villagers who had gathered started to make a huge commotion, crying and shouting in frustration. At first the chief looked shocked and surprised, but slowly he as well sighed in tiredness. Perhaps it was time to move on. He shook his head helplessly and looked at Liam. "My lord, we are all extremely indebted to you. This kindness you have shown us, please allow me to repay you. Please take this crystal. Knowing that our ancestral treasure is with someone kind and noble like you, and not those filthy, bloodthirsty beasts, we will all be able to rest easy tonight." To Liam's surprise, the old man extended his trembling hands and returned the flame crystal back to him. Liam did not know whether to laugh or cry. Thankfully, he had been a bit patient, so there was time for all of this to play out. Otherwise, he would have massacred everyone here and taken the crystal by force. But now there was no need for it, so he happily accepted the crystal and then waved goodbye to the group of people. He was short on time, so he did not accept their hospitality feast and invitation to stay back to talk to them. From what he could see, they were also starting to gather their things and move out of the cold mountains. The flame crystal was already saved from the goblin beasts, so there was no longer any need for these people to stay in these adverse conditions. Liam silently wished the villagers good luck, and then rushed over to the coordinates where Talon was waiting for him. Only when he and Luna got onto the bird's back and they rose up in the sky did he let out a breath of relief. Somehow this mission was accomplished. He had a feeling that every single mission after this was only going to be more and more troublesome. Meanwhile, a few party wipes and couple more deaths later, at the big empty glacier cave. Where the fuck is that flame? Chapter 226, Bursting Potential. Madan and Kosuke refrained from jumping to conclusions and patiently searched the whole glacier cave from top to bottom, again and again. They searched every inch of the cave without giving up. They even dug up the icy walls and the hard frozen ground to search for the flame. However, even after spending such a long time inside the cave, they were unable to find the flame or even any clue about it. Finally, Anya spoke up. "You guys continue searching. Let me have a chat with the village chief first. Maybe something changed." The other 3 also nodded in agreement. She left the cave to search for the small settlement. However, weirdly, she was once again lost. No matter how much she combed the mountains, she was not able to find those small yurts, the old village chief, and the handful of people. After a while, she did find footprints here and there, some other small clues, sets left over wood from most probably a cooking fire, and signs that some people had lived here recently but they were no longer there. And went back to report this. The other 3 as well became alarmed after hearing this and searched the mountains again. However, no matter how much time they spent, they simply could not find out any clues about the small village. It was as if everyone had disappeared. A couple more hours passed and they could only reluctantly give up. "Let's leave," Kosuke muttered, and the group left the freezing mountains. Not long after, Madan slowly asked, "Do you think someone else got that flame fragment?" "What, impossible?" Barrett gritted his teeth. They had worked so hard for it, even losing a few levels. How could someone else have obtained it? "It's not possible," Anya added. "No one else could have handled those mobs. Very few players are at level 30 right now." "What you were saying makes sense," Madam nodded. However, he was very paranoid by nature, so he couldn't help but think about the only person who could have possibly taken the flame before them. "Then what about the player who is at the top of the leaderboard right now?" Madam slowly asked. "If it is him, then it's possible for him to have cleared the cave before us and taken the flame fragment." Hearing everyone suddenly fell silent. Though what Madan suggested sounded extremely impossible, they couldn't just rule it out. But after a while, Kosuke shook his head. "No, I don't think so. The chances of something like that happening are very low. Did you forget Big Brother suggested us this place? There is no chance for a normal player to know about it. Also, that person Liam should be in the nether world at the moment. I saw him in the leaderboard." Kosuke tried to reason. However, he himself did not sound convinced by his own words. "Let's just tell what happened to brother, he will take care of the rest." He nodded, and the team silently hopped onto their flying mounts and left the area. Meanwhile, the person whom they were talking about had already arrived close to the center part of the Gresh kingdom. Liam, as usual, let Talon wander outside and entered the royal city along with Luna. The two of them straightaway went to the beast hall to meet with Seraphina. The beast trainer revealed a big smile as soon as she saw Liam, as if she wanted to eat him whole, and Liam cleared his throat awkwardly. "We have the flame fragment. Lord Duke, that is amazing news. Congratulations, my lord is so capable." The lowly smiled ear to ear. However, Liam was not fooled. He knew that this person was only being so nice because she wanted the gemstone. So he simply nodded, not reacting to several words of flattery. Seeing that her charms were not working, Seraphina cleared her throat. "Cough, cough. Now we have all the required items. We can help little Luna level up, my lord." "Q." The little fox jumped up and down as soon as she heard her name. Liam smiled and took her in his hand, rubbing her little head. "Let's start." Seraphina tied her brown hair up into a bundle and started taking out the different herbs and essences that were required. Some of them were a little difficult to obtain, and yet she willingly parted with the items because ultimately the gemstone was the most precious thing at the moment. So she did not hold back and took out all the top-tier ingredients. Liam saw that she was even taking out fire essence crystals. These were extremely rare drops, and the lowly master was generously taking out several of them. The little fox as well eyed all the items with a twinkle in her eyes, and then started obediently eating up one after the other, listening to everything Seraphina told. Slowly by slowly, the fox first ate all the herbs and then some tonics and then the essence crystal. By the time she was done, her stomach was bulging. She also had an intoxicated content look on her face, burping in satisfaction. The next second, her fur color slowly started to change. The bright red of her fur turned into a shade of orange. But at this point, Seraphina quickly intervened. "Wait, Luna, don't break through just yet." She took out the flame crystal that Liam had obtained, and then muttered a few words under her breath. The solid ice around the flame instantly melted, and from within it, a small wisp of yellow essence emerged. "Quick, quick, absorb it," Seraphina instructed. The essence was so strong that both she and Liam began sweating profusely. However, the small fox found it very pleasant and hurriedly inhaled it. Almost immediately, her body started heating up, and her fur color once again began changing, turning from into a shade of yellow and then yellow with a tinge of green. This girl's evolution is so colorful. Liam carefully observed everything. He saw that Luna was in a lot of pain, so he rubbed her head gently. The little fox wrapped her tail around his hand and had her eyes tightly closed, as if she was trying really hard to bear everything even though it was painful. Seeing this, Seraphina lightly gasped in awe. "You have here an amazing pet, my lord. Her intelligence level is off the charts." "What do you mean?" Liam asked. "This flame fragment is actually too much for her to handle at the moment. Using it right, we could actually call it a waste. Even I wouldn't have suggested it if not for the fact that we had a 9-colored divinity gemstone with us. So basically, the essence from the flame should be too much for her. She would only be able to absorb it partly and waste the rest. But your spirit beast is trying her best to take in everything." "Oh?" Liam was surprised. "Yes, my lord. If it was any other beast, by now it would have released the essence that it could not handle. Ah ha ha ha, but your beast is really amazing. May I know from where Lord Duke managed to obtain such a powerful spirit beast?" Liam, however, did not bother answering her, and continued to gently rub the little fox's head, trying to comfort it as much as possible. Seeing that she wasn't getting anything, Seraphina could only sulk in silence, and she also carefully observed the fox. A little later, her fur color once again started to change. "Impossible," Seraphina blurted out. "Lord Duke, your beast is evolving again. At this rate, her potential, there is a possibility for her to become an extremely terrifying existence. Quick, let's give her the gemstone." Liam nodded and took out the gemstone from the inventory. He gave it to Seraphina, and she placed it near the fox. Instantly, Luna's face softened, and she looked a little relieved. The gemstone should give her a cooling, nourishing feeling, so she should be able to ease up now, Seraphina explained. Liam as well nodded. All of this was new to him, so he carefully observed everything and tried to make sense of the details. However, just as the lowly finished talking, the little fox's face that had only just now relaxed suddenly became tensed up again. "What is happening now?" Liam became worried. Chapter 227, Please listen to me. Luna's face had an extremely pained expression, and her body turned bright green. A few drops of blood as well started leaking out of her eyes. Liam's expression became grim, and he looked up to see Seraphina. Unexpectedly, she also had a blank stare. She was looking at the fox as if she had no idea what was going on. This only made Liam more worried. "What is happening? Say something. Is she okay, my lord?" Seraphina snapped out of her trance and quickly started tending to the fox. A bright glow covered her hands, but as she tried to touch the beast, an invisible barrier repelled her. "My lord, I don't think there is anything we can do now." She looked helplessly at the barrier, which was now becoming brighter and brighter with a green glow, same as the fox's fur. It did not stop there, and the barrier even started to solidify. The next second, Luna completely disappeared, and now a hard green shell covered her small body. This looked round and oval in shape, and resembled an egg. The green color as well became a dark purple with a single white spot on the egg. "My lord, this—" Seraphina carefully took the egg in her hands and observed it from all angles. She had never seen an evolution like this before. More importantly, the 9-colored divinity gemstone was still inside this egg. This was the first time she was seeing one being completely gobbled up by a beast. When the egg eventually breaks, she had no idea if any part of that gemstone will remain. Watching her stare at the egg dumbfoundedly, Liam worriedly asked, "Is she all right?" "Ah." Seraphina shook her head. While she was only thinking about the gemstone, Liam was obviously more concerned about the little fox. "My lord, typically a small amount of essence from either of the two items should have been enough for Luna to evolve and unlock its potential. Though I don't really know what exactly is happening here. My guess is that your fox wants to absorb all the essence from both the gemstone and the flame fragment. This is the first time I'm seeing a beast behave like this. Even for an intelligent spirit beast, she seems to be very peculiar, especially for her age. Only battle-experienced beasts will have the thirst to evolve themselves and make themselves more powerful than they are. They will try their hardest to become the best that they possibly could. So for a young beast like her, this kind of pride and desire is very unusual," Seraphina muttered, explaining whatever she could to Liam. In the end, she also understood only so much. "So this is a good thing, right?" Liam did not understand. "No, my lord, not necessarily." Seraphina shook her head. "It is unfortunately the worst case possible. Since Luna is trying to overreach beyond her capability, there is a high chance that she might suffer some terrible injuries. She is also evolving too fast. It is not good at all. She will not have a good foundation. Only beasts with very special bloodlines have the ability to grow exponentially like this. But Luna's bloodline is a normal one. She is just an ordinary spirit beast. So this type of speedy growth is not good for her. I wish I could have stopped it or helped her slow down, but everything happened too suddenly. Is there any way I can help her now?" Liam asked, taking the egg back from her. "No, my lord," Seraphina replied. "Perhaps taking her to fire essence-rich places might help, though I'm not sure how much." "Okay." Liam nodded. He mentally began to think about all fire-type locations in the Gresh Kingdom and other neighboring kingdoms. Breaking his thoughts, Seraphina further added, My lord, if you don't mind, please. Visit the beast in 2 months. Grandmaster Herald will be visiting the royal city at that time. He will definitely be able to help you better. He has a lot more experience dealing with unique beasts like Luna." "Oh." Liam nodded and then thanked her. He carefully placed the egg in his inventory and then bid farewell to the beast trainer. Seraphina could only bite her tongue and bow humbly in response. She had originally wanted to obtain the 9-colored divinity gemstone, but now not only had she lost the gemstone, but she had also lost a lot of precious items that she used to help the fox evolve. She couldn't help but feel as if this new duke and his mysterious fox had scammed her through and through. The only consolation was that if that egg ever cracked, she would perhaps come to witness something extraordinary, perhaps even the birth of a terrifying beast. Knowing that she also played a part in this might be enough to push her status to the Grandmaster level. However, the chances of that happening were extremely slim. She looked at Liam's disappearing figure and let out a long sigh. What a wasted opportunity. Liam, on the other hand, silently walked out of the royal city engrossed in his thoughts. While he was worried about Luna and the little fox's hasty, greedy actions, he also had a feeling that she was very special. Not to mention that he had pried her egg away from a dragon. So he had a small hope that her bloodline was perhaps not that ordinary. Maybe she knew what she was doing. Irrespectively, his knowledge was useless when it came to the little fox. He did not know anything about spirit beasts to help her. He could now only rely on Seraphina and the Grandmaster she had mentioned to help the little fox. In the meantime, he could visit fire essence-rich places whenever possible and help her as much as he could. Other than that, this matter was really out of his hands. Liam clenched his fists tightly as he still remembered the vivid, painful expression on the fox's face. He took out the egg and rubbed it gently. "Hang in there. You can do it." With a tired and lonely sigh, he kept the egg back into the inventory space and continued walking out. A short distance away from him, 3 figures stopped moving, so as to put sufficient distance between themselves and the target, who was none other than Liam. "Even that bastard can show such an expression," Alex muttered, watching Liam talking so lovingly to an egg. "I am also surprised," Mia replied. "Fucking asshole. Treats an egg better than he treats other human beings." Alex spat out. Just for him, they'd left a scout outside the royal city to keep an eye out for the Windripper Mount, so as soon as the information arrived, the 3 of them prepared themselves and started following Liam. This time not even Mia was against settling their scores. They had touched a snake, and now he had to be killed. Just when they thought that their troubles were over, all of a sudden their guild members were being hunted down left and right by other guild members. When finally got a chance to find the reason for this, they came to know that Liam was behind everything. He did not even lift his finger, and yet they were suffering insane losses. If this went on, they might not even play the game and just quit it. So Mia as well came to the conclusion that they had to fight an all-out battle and finish this issue once and for all. They simply could not afford to suffer any more losses. In between their argument, a small voice sounded. "Great Supreme Goddesses, the 2 of you, please listen to me." Ray clapped his hands, bowed his head, and muttered in exasperation. "It is not too late. We can stop here. I will talk to Big Brother and smooth things over." His voice cracked and he sounded like he was very close to crying. "The fuck? You're still calling him Big Brother? Aren't you angry at him? That bastard literally put out a hit order on us, and our fucking guild almost disbanded. Did you forget how they chased you and killed you repeatedly? Didn't you die like 20 times? Earlier it was just Alex, but now that both Mia and Alex were against him, Ray could only helplessly back off. "How could I forget? How could I forget? You both fight and I am the one paying the price," Ray wryly replied. The unfortunate thing was that both his sisters were extremely skilled. Alex and Mia were both very talented and had a wide set of skills. They had the ability to single-handedly fight back and wreak havoc on any group that pursued them and wanted to hunt them down. However, Ray was not like that. In the end, he was the one who was constantly losing levels and suffering. Because of his relation to these 2 and his high position in the guild, he had inadvertently become everyone's favorite target. So the guilds kept on repeatedly killing him so that they could buy potions from Liam. At one point, someone camped on the graveyard and brought his level down all the way to 0. Because of this, he was always feeling down these days, very sad and depressed. He did not even like playing this stupid game anymore. Who would want to if any time they step out of the city, they are hunted down and killed like a rare elite? Ray cursed his miserable plight. This was all because of this unnecessary fight that was going on. He hoped that his sisters would apologize to Liam and end this insanity, but it looked like things were only going to become worse. Just how were these 2 going to defeat a monster like him? Did they really think this through? Should I just message Big Brother and smooth things over without telling these 2? Maybe I should log off and come back next week. Ray sighed and followed his 2 sisters as they followed Liam out of the royal city. Chapter 228, Surprise Motherfucker. Liam silently walked out of the royal city. He was a bit distracted because of all the recent things that were happening. Casca, the Gu family, the 4 experts he'd competed with, and now Luna. He had also not improved his strength in a while. There were too many things that he needed to do. He couldn't help but feel as if everything was slowly slipping away from his hands, and he was also slowly losing the advantage he had. It was as if he was just another minute away from losing everything he had and returning back to that helpless nobody he was in his past life. Liam clenched his fists tightly until his knuckles turned white and looked ahead with determination. He would never become that weak, helpless person again. No matter what happened, he was never going to let history repeat itself. It was time to power up. Just as he was stepping out of the gates, he whistled and Talon immediately flew down to him. However, instead of stepping forward and hopping onto the bird's back, Liam paused. He was not alone. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a couple of familiar faces. And this time, Liam was not amused. He also did not want to waste his time dealing with these pests, so he stopped and moved a couple of feet back into the royal city. Scree. Talon as well landed on the ground and walked over to stand next to him. The 2 of them did a U-turn and started walking back into the city. The guards did not seem to care about it and respectfully bowed and greeted Liam again. Seeing this, Alex wanted to punch someone in the face. Just how much reputation did this bastard have? Why are the guards treating him like he was the fucking king? They both watched him as he walked over to a nearby inn. I think that bastard realized that we are following him. Alex spat out. I think so too. Mia coldly replied, Hare, he thinks that he is safe just because he is the city. Dream on. Alex smirked and then added, Mia, I don't mind spending a couple of days in prison. Can you activate your divine prison? I will take care of him before the skill ends. Okay. Mia nodded. This is a skill they had specifically prepared for Liam, so she also had the confidence to deal with him. Let him first go to his room. The two of them and the reluctant third person followed Liam and watched him talk to the innkeeper in length. The innkeeper was a very beautiful, mature-looking woman with an eye-catching endowed chest. Though she was older, she still retained charm and elegance. Her age, in fact, only added to this kind of mature sensuality. Seeing this, Alex rolled her eyes. What a perverted jerk. I bet he's trying to hook up with that woman. Mia did not say anything and simply kept her eye on the target. Ray, on the other hand, grinned sheepishly. You both don't know how to admire beauties. This right here is a first-class MILF. No wonder Big Bro is chatting her up. Ray yawned. He was feeling sleepy again. Alex turned to glare at him angrily, but as soon as she saw him, she only looked worried. Aren't you sleeping a bit too much these days? No, sis, nothing like that. Ray replied, once again yawning. Maybe we should go to a doctor tomorrow? We haven't done the yearly checkup for this year. Maybe you are anemic or something. Okay, then I will log out and take a nap. You guys do something. Good luck. Ray smiled helplessly and logged out. The two women then turned to pay attention to Liam, who finally finished speaking to the innkeeper and headed upstairs. Okay, let's go. I think this inn should have a back door. Alex muttered. Mia, however, stopped her. Let's first wait a bit. Maybe he didn't notice us and is planning to log out for some time and take a break. I just think it's risky to kick up trouble inside. So let's keep it as a last resort. Fine. Alex simmered down and the two of them waited. They knew that they were wasting time, but even otherwise, they would be wasting time because of the endless groups of players always chasing them and hunting them down. It had become impossible for them to make any progress unless they did something about Liam. While the two continued waiting outside, Liam had already opened a nether portal inside the inn's room and slipped away to the nether realm along with Talon a long time ago. But not before he left the two girls a surprise. Alex and Mia waited for a couple of hours, and then another couple of hours, but Liam did not look like he was returning any time soon. Finally, Alex lost her patience. I think he is back and he is purposefully toying with us. Maybe he is already inside the inn and making some sort of counter-attack plan. I will and check it out first. And if an opportunity presents itself, I will kill that asshole personally. It's just fucking prison. I will handle it. I will kill that guy, and then when he resurrects in the graveyard, get all our guild members to camp there and kill him again and again. It's fine. We will all go to jail for a couple of days, so what? At least, we'll permanently nuke that guy's growth and bring him back down to earth. After that, why would the other guilds make an enemy out of us for that bastard? Things will go back to the way they were, and we will be able to play again freely. After hearing Alex, Mia nodded in agreement, and she did not stop her. You will be able to handle him, right? Alex scoffed. Yes. Sure, he was more experienced than us in the beginning, but how could I possibly lose even now? I've been waiting for this day far too long now. The one end of her lips pulling upward. Both Alex and Mia glanced at each other, and then Alex took the first step. She activated stealth and walked over to the inn's back door. However, as soon as she touched the door, almost instantly a group of royal guards surrounded her. You are under arrest. One of the guards stepped forward and cuffed her hands with special shackles and started dragging her away. Alex did not even have the time to think about what the hell just happened. I did not do anything wrong. Let me go, she pleaded. But the guards paid no attention to her. Mia as well watched this, but she was also helpless. The royal guards did not listen to anyone. After the guards took her, she went to the innkeeper and inquired, Ma'am, what happened? Oh, that young lady tried to enter the inn in stealth. But that is not a serious offense, right? She didn't do anything wrong? That's right. However, she was definitely up to no good. Even the Duke warned me about her. The woman gracefully smiled, a hint of shyness appearing on her face, recalling the young Duke, and answered her. Duke! Mia gasped. Liam was already a Duke. While they were becoming weaker every day, he was becoming that much stronger. Can a Duke give orders to arrest anyone in the city? Mia asked, already dreading hearing the answer. And just like she thought, the innkeeper revealed another sweet smile and replied, Yes, of course he can. So now, instead of following him and finding an opportune moment to attack him, they had to run and hide from him. They were no longer safe both inside and outside the cities and towns. Damn it. Mia bit her lips, making them redder. She did not know why, but every time they clashed with this person, she felt as if they were digging their own graves. Not only did they suffer a loss each and every single time, but their losses were also insanely punishing. If they did something, then he returned that favor 10 times stronger. Mia did not even know if they could afford to oppose him anymore. They were truly at their lowest point. She was also very tired. They had some real-life issues to deal with as well, and nothing was going their way. It was as if they were being cornered from all directions with no way out. Mia sighed, and then returned to her calm and composed expression before walking out of the city. With Alex and Ray both unavailable, she decided to gather some reliable members of their guild and keep raiding dungeons to improve their overall strength. Her slender and elegant figure looked very lonely as she alone walked out of the royal city. Let the grind begin. With Talon as his ride, it only took Liam 10 seconds to reach the town, and he immediately dived right in. He had already taken a lot of detours, and he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He hurried to the central square and saw the bunch of familiar faces who were almost as eager as him. Liam waved his hand and called forth all of them. The number of demons waiting for him had now doubled. It looked like everybody had survived the last invasion, so there were now 10 of them waiting in front of him. All of them had big smiles on their faces, clearly very happy to see Liam. However, when they rushed over to Liam, they saw him smiling as well, and for some unknown reason they started subconsciously sweating. Let's start an invasion first. Liam continued smiling and tore open the first portal scroll without explaining much, and thus began the never-ending grind. Liam wore the black mask on his face, and he and his team of demons started invading Zion without any break. Since these were the special war missions, every single one of them landed the group in places filled with at least a few players. And this time, Liam did not hold back. He used Talon, his golems, the grenades, every single thing in his disposition, and massacred all the living, breathing beings in his sight. It did not matter if they were players, beasts, monsters, or other races. Everyone was killed without any prejudice. All the demon beasts in his team as well gained a new type of respect for him. Liam recruited the 2 groups of demons alternatingly, and continued doing the invasion missions without any rest. So, while his demon lackeys at least got some downtime, he continued tirelessly cutting down the enemies and engaging in battles. Everyone couldn't help but appreciate his battle prowess and mental strength. To fight continuously like this also required a certain type of willpower, and their squad leader definitely had that talent. Inspired by his actions, they also fought to the best of their capabilities. They continued grinding out one mission after another, and slowly but steadily loots, gold, experience points, and contribution points began piling up. Soon their squad began to slowly rise to the top. Their ranking continuously kept on increasing as they cleared missions back to back with resounding success. And to the dismay of the envious demon beast at the token counter, Liam as well donated the maximum loot to the war chest every single time. He was never lacking gold to begin with, and now that he had all the gold he had earned from the PvP arena betting, the progress was very smooth. In just a couple of days, the entire Thol city came to know about this new terrifying squad. And Liam as well successfully managed to fill out his required 1,000,000 contribution points for the next upgrade, finally stepping out of the squad leader rank. Ding. Your rank has been upgraded. Rank, platoon leader, 100 million. Ding. You are now able to recruit up to 30 soldiers. 100 million contribution points. Liam coldly gazed at the notifications. They had to run about 20 invasion missions just to gather 1 million contribution points, so 100 million contribution points was an astronomically high number. But this was to be expected since a platoon leader can command a huge group of 30 demon soldiers. The next rank might have an even more terrifying amount of power, and a lot of demon soldiers' lives would inevitably depend on the commander. So a promotion from the platoon leader rank would not be easy. But Liam wasn't all that concerned about these ranks. His main goal was to power level using these missions. Every single level after 30 required a lot of experience points, not to mention that Liam was at level 40, so the experience points required for leveling up were even higher. After grinding for 96 hours straight, he only managed to bring his current level to 42. So each level is taking about 48 hours. Liam silently pondered. 48 hours is 1 day, and considering that higher levels should be taking a bit more time, I will need about 2 to 3 weeks. Liam closed his eyes and sighed inwardly. That amount of time was not acceptable. That was not something he could afford right now. I can't waste 3 weeks in just running these invasions back to back. Yet waste 3 weeks in just running the chance to do that. The main assault should be starting soon. What should I do now? He then face-palmed, realizing that he had completely overlooked something very obvious. I almost missed this. Maybe I should take a break soon. It took him 48 hours to level up once when he was a squad leader, so now that he was a platoon leader, shouldn't they be getting more experience points and also higher contribution points? Liam closed his eyes, meditating silently to clear his mind a bit, and then made a decision. Okay. I should first activate another invasion mission as a platoon leader, and then evaluate everything again after getting a full detailed idea about the rewards. He went to his anti-fan, who was still manning the counter, and asked for the platoon invasion missions. Since they involved teleporting more soldiers, these scrolls were different than the ones that squad leaders typically used. What? Why do you need these? The demon gruffly blurted out, and the next second he abruptly stood up, almost falling down from his wooden stool. You already became a platoon leader? He muttered in complete shock. Liam cocked his head to the side. The demon immediately stiffened up and cleared his throat. Forgive me for my lack of manners, sire, he muttered, his words laced with a hint of sarcasm. He then took out some scrolls from under the desk and handed them over to Liam. These are the platoon invasion mission scrolls, and each of them cost 100 gold. The demon replied with a visible glint in his eyes, as if he was challenging Liam to buy dozens of these as he did before. But Liam neither paid attention to his taunts nor his behavior. He grabbed a couple of scrolls and paid the required amount of gold. He then returned back to the corner of the square where his 10 squad members were standing obediently. And behind these 10 squad members there were 20 other demons also lined up. Their team alone seemed to occupy this entire section of the central square. When Liam walked over to them, all the demons roared together, greeting him in unison. Their voice and their faces looked like they had a lot of spirit and energy. Fervently impressed, and he asked his personal team, "Did you guys recruit them?" Hiryu, the demon who had voluntarily taken up the task of acting like a leader, stepped forward and reported to Liam. "Yes, leader. We recruited these soldiers and I can personally vouch for their capabilities." "Okay." Liam nodded and patted him. He only needed more headcounts for the platoon. It was impossible for him to pick and choose when there were these many demons, so he didn't exactly mind who was selected and who wasn't. In fact, the demon had just saved him some time and made his life easier, so he gave him a silver coin and rewarded him. "All right. We will prepare to attack now, but before that," Liam shouted, "stand in groups according to what equipment you are comfortable using." After doing multiple rounds of invasions, his bag was brimming fully with all sorts of equipment, so he wanted to distribute some to improve his team's overall strength. While this might be an excessive expenditure, Liam did not plan on underestimating the difficulty of a platoon invasion. As the size of his demon army increased, he was sure that the danger and difficulty would also increase accordingly. So he did not hold back and generously distributed the several items that he had managed to collect. Many among these were rare grade and some even unique grade. But Liam still did not hold back and distributed it all. If the Stormtroopers Guild leader came to know about this, he would definitely want to murder Liam, even if he did not know that he was the one who swindled him out of thousands of gold coins. Equipment he considered so precious was simply being tossed over to random underlings. The demons also were equally surprised. Most of them were close friends and acquaintances of Liam's personal team, so they all exchanged knowing glances. They had heard a lot about this new young platoon leader, and it looked like everything that they heard was true. After these preparations were completed and the weapons were distributed to different groups, Liam also noticed that this time they had managed to recruit some casters. Chapter 230, My Luck is Turning. Liam did not want to miss this chance, and he immediately walked over to the group of 6 demons. He knew that these guys used nether to channel their magic like he used mana, so he wanted to learn more from them. The 6 caster demons became alarmed seeing the leader walking towards them, and they quickly greeted him. They also answered the best they could after listening to every single question Liam had. However, after discussion, Liam was same point as before. He couldn't grasp anything at all. Not because he was not a stand, but because the demons did not know how to explain. To them, everything was fairly intuitive. They have been using nether from birth. It was as easy as sensing mana. However, to Liam that was not the case. And this dumbfounded him because he had an SS-grade affinity to nether and only an S-grade affinity to mana. This meant that he should be able to sense nether better than he was sensing mana. But no matter how much he tried, he wasn't succeeding. Liam continued chatting with them a bit more before eventually giving up and returning back to his position. There were too many things that he had to do, and he decided to focus on the important ones first, the ones that could boost his power above and beyond. And for that, he needed to get to level 50 first. Clap. Liam clapped his hands and gazed coldly at the 30 demons standing in front of him. It is time. Fight, kill, and survive. He then tore open the portal scroll, a blinding red light enveloping the whole group. The next second, the group of demons, Liam and Talon, got teleported from the Netherrealm to Zion. "Boss, will this really work out?" "Wait, shut up." Victor hurriedly shushed his lackey. Approaching the 2 of them was the Stormtroopers Guild leader, Sterling. "What, Victor? What are you both talking about?" he asked casually, but from his tone and mannerisms one could say that he was not really being that casual. "Nothing. Nothing, Guild leader." Victor awkwardly ruffled his hair. He did not dare to say anything. Just a couple of days back his life was almost over. He had no life, no future, nothing. And on top of that he had mountains and mountains of debts. But then miraculously his bad luck took a turn for the better. Just when he thought that his life was over, out of nowhere he somehow landed a rare quest. Victor had immediately rushed over to the tavern that his ex-guild members liked to hang out and begged and pleaded. Finally, after he mentioned the rare quest, Sterling agreed to hear him out. And once he did, just like he expected, he was given a second chance. This rare quest was definitely game-changing. If they could successfully finish this quest, then they might even be able to get their hands on a kingdom quest or even more unique questline. Having brought his guild such a good thing, how could he not be accepted? However, Victor still did not dare to act arrogant. After all, he had lost too much face. He had to now pay the price for it and earn back all of it slowly and steadily. "So is it time?" Sterling asked him. Yes, it should be, Guildmaster. Any second now, I think." Victor quickly replied. He wiped the sweat off of his forehead and turned to look around, searching for any signs of disturbance. Including Victor, about 50% of their guild members were currently standing in a huge football field-sized crater with holes like a sieve. From within these holes, lava, smoke, and fumes burst out from time to time, spilling on the nearby players and taking away chunks of their health. However, despite the hazardous conditions, the guild group still continued to stand in this location and wait. And this was all because of Victor's rare quest. Since the conditions were so bad, and considering his earlier fiasco, obviously many people were not pleased with him. But Sterling had personally taken a look at the quest, and since he vouched for him, all the elites of the guild also had no other choice but to trust him and wait. Time slowly passed, and with each second, Victor grew more and more nervous. He couldn't help but pray to all the gods in his heart to somehow help him get past this quest and obtain the reward. All he needed was this one chance, and he would be immediately back on top. He could then chase that damn truck Derek to the ends of the earth and get his revenge by repeatedly killing him again and again. Recently, his guild had learned of a grave spawn camping technique that could grind a player to dust and literally strip them naked. He couldn't wait to do that to that damned guy and pay him back for all the humiliation he felt. Please, 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 let this go smoothly. He let out a long sigh, and suddenly, at this exact same moment, the air crackled. A big black spot appeared out of nowhere, the size of the spot growing rapidly like an ink blot. "It's here, here!" Victor shouted at the top of his lungs. Sterling and all the other Stormtrooper Guild members immediately turned to pay attention to the direction Victor was looking at and pointing to. They also saw the big black swirling mass of energy, and the next second, a leg and an arm appeared from within it. "Attack! Attack!" Victor started shouting. He also started running towards the hole with his shield jutting out. Seeing this, Sterling frowned because he was supposed to be the leader of the party and shout instructions, but there was no time to argue about that now. He let it slide just this once and repeated, giving out more detailed instructions. "Attack! Tanks, front and center, healers, move to the back, melee take a step back, mages and archers burst damage." The gathered guild members quickly started sending a volley of attacks. They wanted to defeat this enemy before they even appeared and had a chance to fight back. And a couple of attacks also landed, making them delighted. However, the next second their attacks inexplicably started getting deflected, and out of nowhere a huge golem appeared. "What the hell is that?" "That golem has a mana shield out. Attack it. The shield will go down automatically." The group did not lose their confidence on seeing the golem, and everyone frantically started attacking it with vigor and ferocity. However, during this time the portal roared alive, and several big and sturdy demon hybrids started stepping out one after the other. Each demon looked very strong and powerful, and just from looking at them, one could tell that they were not ordinary mobs. All the gathered elite players gulped on seeing this terrifying sight. This was it. The quest was finally alive. They all knew about the difficulty of a rare quest, and this quest was even special among such rare quests. They scoured the forums, and no one had ever gotten such a quest before. The thing was that the quest itself wasn't all that difficult. All they had to do was defend against a horde of invading demons, so they weren't too nervous about it. After all, they had cleared several dungeons and raids, and this should not have been all that different, but unexpectedly these demons had a golem. This took them by surprise, but the Stormtroopers was a decent guild with a solid framework, so they held their ground and focused without losing hope. Even though they were up and against strong and bloodthirsty demons, they continued attacking with gusto. And then the last person stepped out of the portal. Everyone's face instantly fell. The players who had been confident up until now suddenly faltered, because unlike the demons, this last creature resembled a human being, and his clothing and armor also pointed to the same. And more importantly, on his face there was a black mask. Chapter 231, Black Masked Oni. "Sterling, this guy is that person nicknamed Oni. This is his signature black mask. Call for backup." One of the frontline fighters shouted out loud, alerting everyone. Of course, other people had also seen this, as currently every single member of their team had their eyes fixed on the portal opening. However, they were too shocked, and the tank's loud warning helped many people snap back. Sterling also responded by immediately calling for backup. He originally thought that 50 players were overkill, but now that the Black Masked Oni was involved, he had a feeling that even this number might not be enough. Everyone quickly doubled back on their efforts and started giving out 200% of what they were capable of. This quest was not going to be easy to begin with, but now with this involved, everything was up in the air. Meanwhile, at the other end of the same battle, "Oh, I'm famous?" Liam smiled. He did not act rashly and first took a second to calmly observe the surroundings, and as soon as he did, he instantly heard a familiar name. "Victor, flank the right side. Don't let them spread out," someone shouted, not to mention the guild insignia that automatically appeared on the chest guard. Liam couldn't help but be surprised at this random coincidence. Of all the players that he could be facing, he was up against this guild again. Was it his fortune or their misfortune? He didn't care. He only knew that this was a good opportunity to rob these guys again. And also, his gaze fell on the fire plumes of the crater. They were finally able to teleport to a location with a fire-type environment. This should definitely have some fire essence. Liam took another look and then quickly began their onslaught. Unlike the opposition, they did not have to strategize much. Because their team was not the traditional tank, healer, DPS combo, they really only had one form of attack. Overwhelm the opponent with sheer strength and power and take what they want. Liam took out the other attack golem as well, and summoned it right in the middle of the enemy camp, near their healers. Instantly, the ordered group of players fell into chaos. Relentlessly started attacking the players nearby as soon as it materialized. It only had physical attacks, but every single hit from the golem was a death blow. Both the players and the gear on them were flattened without any distinction. What the fuck is this? The group of healers screamed and tried to regroup. The DPS also hammered their attacks on the new golem, immediately disregarding the old one. However, even their combined effects did not seem to stop these two monsters. After all, they were comparable to level 50 bosses. So how could it be so easy for level 30 players to deal with these metal giants? But Liam wasn't done yet. He did not care who his opponent was. This was the same exact strategy he had applied every single time on all of his previous missions. He was a squad leader then. He was a platoon leader now. The enemies were greater in number and the allies were also higher. But nothing else had changed. He used the same approach again. He first tossed the two golems, and while everyone was still struggling to deal with the two golems, he and the demon platoon started to attack. They did not even allow the poor guys to take a breather. Liam's figure blurred, and he appeared next to the players who were low on health and were riddled with injuries and started to pick them off one by one. Having been personally trained by him, his 10 main demon soldiers also did the same. The demons acted however they pleased and in general randomly attacked the group of humans. And so, in less than a second, the guild group that had been properly organized fell into utter chaos and confusion. "Don't panic. Used all your crowd control skills as soon as your cooldown wears off," Sterling shouted. The mages and the shamans started casting various spells one after the other. But just when they were about to cast the spell, lava rained from above them and fire bullets hit their face and eyes specifically, distracting them and forcing them to move. After training for 2 days continuously, Liam was now much more experienced in casting multi-target spells and was even able to aim accurately to some extent. Some of his attacks was almost as powerful as the golems, and each hit took at least a quarter of their health. Moreover, they also had the numbers to match the Stormtroopers Guild. The guild group had 50 on their side, and the demon army had 30 on their side, and of course the two golems and Liam. So they were more than evenly matched with the demon army, or rather the side with the 3 monsters had the absolute advantage. However, it did not look like the Stormtroopers Guild was planning to take this loss by bending over backward. Some members of the guild who were more thoroughly geared than the rest slowly started to shine. They used a plethora of skills and items and bombarded the demons surrounding them. They also managed to deal significant damage to the two golems. Liam noticed this and immediately took action. The fatal flaw in their team was that they lacked healers, so they absolutely had to win by doing this kind of burst damage. If the fight prolonged, they wouldn't have the upper hand any longer. Liam's strategy to overcome this hurdle was to cycle the demons. If someone's health fell below the halfway point, they were instructed to quietly retreat, someone else taking their place. This would give them the time to use health potions and recuperate, but this was not a long-term solution. So Liam dashed forward to deal with these heavy hitters of the team. Chapter 232, first round over. The Stormtroopers mainly gained their reputation and power and rose as a strong guild because of 12 key players, and these 12 players were also the ones currently doing maximum damage to the demon army. So before they could render the demons and the golems heavily injured, Liam rushed forward to deal with these key players. They were not easy to identify as they were hidden amidst the chaotic mess of average players, but Liam could easily spot these guys like gemstones in the trash. He pushed his stats by using mana and appeared behind the guys one after the other. Of course, he started with the guild leader first. Sterling wasn't just a leader for namesake. He did have actual talents, and he played ranged marksman who commanded beasts. His beasts were also extraordinary, and together their DPS was one of the highest. Liam did not bother dealing with the individual beasts and aimed straight for their master. He dashed through the mess of different attacks flying around and arrived next to the long-range players where Sterling was located. Wind Blast, Firestorm, Ice Burst. He immediately unleashed 3 of his strongest AoE attacks, disrupting the rhythm of the long-range players and forcing them to move. "What the heck? What is this now?" Sterling shouted in anger and frustration. He was one of the players aiming to take down the golems, and he was startled when someone landed smack dab in the middle of their newly formed back offense line. He quickly retreated back several steps, evading all the attacks, but not before he took some amount of damage. However, the other ranged players were not as skilled and ended up taking a lot more damage than he did. Gritting his teeth, he swung around to attack this new enemy instead of the golems. He aimed for the opponent and in a hurry sent out several arrows, activating the skill, Arrow Barrage, and only then took a proper look at who it was. And the next instant, he stiffened up. He had assumed that a demon had randomly jumped into their fray, but it was not any ordinary demon. Rather, it was the black-masked person. Before Sterling could recover from this shock, he noticed another thing, something far more unexpected and startling. In his hand, the black-masked Oni held a dark purple sword. It was a plain and simple sword, looking exceedingly ordinary. However, the sight of that weapon struck fear in his heart. "What is that weapon?" He muttered in a daze. Just recently he had heard a lot, and searched a lot about this kind of dark purple weapon, but now one such thing was right in front of him. And what was even more shocking was that this weapon was in the hands of the person nicknamed Oni. The player had only recently started to become famous, as he appeared in several spots in the different kingdoms randomly, and assaulted the players along with a small demon army. No one knew who this person was, and what their background was. Everything about him was mysterious. Some people did not even believe that this person was a player. There was a theory that he was a special NPC related to a special event. But now that Sterling stood right in front of him, he knew for a fact that he was a player, and if he was not wrong, he was also in possession of a terrifying weapon. The sword in his hands, dark and purple, was very similar to the chest guard Derek had used a few days ago in the PvP arena. They almost looked like they could belong to a set. Of course, this could merely be a coincidence, and the sword might not be anything that special. Sterling needed more information before he made any sort of conclusion. And this could be obtained if he sparred with this mysterious opponent. Perhaps then he might be able to glean about the weapon in his hands and also figure out a few details about this player. As a guild leader with such a special player standing in front of him, he couldn't help but want to recruit him. Even in the midst of such a chaotic atmosphere, he couldn't resist thinking about this. He commanded 2 of his 5 beasts to come to his aid to overpower him. Not only that, but he also shouted, ordering other players near him to stop targeting the golem and attack the black-masked player. With these 2 beasts, the other players, and his full efforts, he firmly believed that he could push back the single opponent that he was facing. Unfortunately, that did not seem to be the case. Sterling only barely had the time to give out orders and send his next attack when the purple sword flashed next to him, and his health instantly halved. No. He took out a health potion to recover, and quickly dunked it in. But the next second, the health that was just now replenished once again plummeted down without a reprieve. Sterling was utterly dumbfounded. "Hercules! Charge and stun!" He shouted at the 3-headed lion that he had tamed. However, it was all too late. Liam already arrived behind him, once again striking at him, aiming for his vital points. Slash. Sterling's health dropped like a deflated balloon until it completely beeped and flatlined. He could only stare at the indifferent, emotionless black mask before dropping down dead. Liam took this chance to also finish off a couple of other players who were standing their attacks on him. One done. Who is next? Liam quickly spotted the other talented players in the group and aimed for them one after the other, with him taking down the heavy hitters, the golems inducing mass havoc, and the demons dealing melee damage. The guild group couldn't take it for much longer, and before long they collapsed completely. A huge group of 50 elite players was just like that, wiped out. The entire crater was filled with ominous silence, only interrupted by the panting and snarling sounds of the demons. Liam also looked around, taking this sight in slowly. He had fought with his small squad before, but fighting with a platoon was definitely different. It almost felt as if he had just commanded a whole army. Their group also suffered some casualties. A few demons were heavily injured and a couple of demons were killed. However, Liam's personal team did not suffer even a single injury. The 10 demons still were alert and vicious, on the lookout for the presence of new enemies, and this was to be expected, since he had mass recruited a lot of new demon beasts. Some of them would be weak, and some of them would be terrible, completely not suited for battle. It was better to weed out such candidates. Considering everything, the crop of demons he had now were actually very strong because they were able to stand their ground and fight. Satisfied with everything he saw, Liam let out a long breath and dismissed the golems. He then turned to look at the demons and loudly commanded, "All right, quickly use the items I distributed and recover your health and stamina. This fight is not yet over. Here are you. Collect all the loot and bring it to me. You know the drill." Liam gave out clear and concise instructions to all the different groups. He then went deeper into the crater where the ground was very shaky and unsteady. There were constantly fissures appearing and disappearing, dense fumes of fire bursting out. He knew that the fight with the Stormtroopers Guild was far from over. They were probably going to return to the crater, along with their backup with their numbers doubled or more. Liam could easily deal with this by camping on the closest graveyard or attacking them right away as they were respawning. But he did not do this as he wanted more numbers to come in first. Liam had a feeling that these guys came here prepared beforehand. Their encounter just now did not look coincidental. Previously, every time they used the invasion portal, they always had the upper hand and the element of surprise, but this time they were not the ones who had attacked first. Rather, it was the opponent who had attacked first. Now that Liam thought about it, he wondered if there were any specific missions related to these invasion portals. This world was not unbalanced, so when he got the chance to participate in these missions, he knew that there could potentially be missions from the other side to tackle these invasions. In fact, he was quite lucky to have come across this bunch of people first. If he had run across other strong players and been ambushed by them, things might not have gone so smoothly. He might have suffered severe consequences, and could have even lost all the reputation and his personal army that he had painstakingly built so far. Thinking about this, Liam sighed in relief. It looked like these platoon missions were not that simple. He needed to make more preparations next time. I wonder if that item will work. Better to think about that later. Liam was not completely helpless, and he had a few ideas about how to deal with the situation. However, he was still in the middle of the current invasion, so he couldn't afford to think about the next one now. He silently walked over to the depths of the crater, and then took out the egg in his inventory, holding it carefully in his hands. Chapter 233, Too Late to the Party. Liam wasn't sure how the egg was going to react, but as soon as he took it out of the inventory, the air around him visibly changed. Everything became blurry with several fumes of vapors coming out, and amidst this blur, wisps of fire essence started separating out and flying towards the egg. They swirled around the egg, almost forming another layer, sort of shell, on top of the existing one. So she is not able to absorb the essence. All the wisps were coalescing outside. However, they were not going in. What is happening? Liam did not have too much time to think about it as the ground under him started shaking. Since the crater was extremely unsteady, he needed to move to another spot. This was essentially a test of his balance and reaction speed. However, such a thing was challenging probably only to the lower-level players. By the time the cracks started appearing, he had already moved to another spot casually, but when he looked down at the egg again, Liam was pleasantly surprised. The yellowish, orange-colored fire essence shell that had formed had completely disappeared, and more importantly, the small spot of white on the dark purple-colored egg had grown a bit bigger. So that's how it is. Liam smiled. He then watched as this same process repeated itself for a few more times. He also needed to keep moving to gather the fire essence, as Luna was very efficient at sucking out all the essence from a spot within just a few seconds. In this way, Liam almost covered half of the entire crater when the next batch of players finally showed up. Liam grinned. A volley of arrows and spells flew towards him as he instantly summoned the defensive golem. He then leisurely placed the egg inside his inventory and began the round 2 of the assault. He already knows we are here. Don't hold back. Attack. Someone shouted, and this time a group of about 100 players emerged from the shadows, surrounding Liam and the army of demons. Instantly, all sorts of attacks landed on the group, and the golem's health was reduced by a chunk. However, this situation completely changed the next second. Under Liam's command, the demon hybrids roared with ferocity and dashed forward to attack the players. It was once again a complete chaotic bloody brawl. Liam used both the golems and started casting Lava Rain, Blizzard, and Sandstorm. He had picked up a few more skill books after running the previous invasions, so he now had a lot more skills in his arsenal. This combined with his level 42 stats, every single attack he tossed out was like a grenade, and several huge damage numbers floated up. His formidable strength and the demon hybrids' raw brute strength easily overpowered the increased numbers of players now surrounding them. However, Liam highly doubted that this was all that was waiting for them. Unless Sterling was a complete and utter idiot, he wouldn't have come back without adequate preparations. And this was exactly what Liam was also anticipating. He wanted to see just what sort of preparations the stormtroopers are capable of. He had heard about this guild in his previous life, and it was nothing special. Derek was the only shining star in their guild, and now that he'd already recruited him, there probably should not be any other surprises. This was why in the first place he gave them time to reorganize and strike. This was quite risky, but he needed the loot from the guild. He had a whole platoon to equip now. The better their gear, the better would be their output. It was not feasible to obtain unique and epic items for these demons, but it was still within Liam's capacity to obtain rare-grade weapons. He could either grind dungeons or elites for several hours, or he could raid a guild like stormtroopers and just take everything that they had. So Liam sincerely hoped that Sterling had made adequate preparations for this second round, and just like he had expected, the number of guild members had definitely doubled. Most probably this was the entirety of their strength. There were more than 100 players on the battlefield, and all of them were equipped with high-grade items. Liam licked his lips as he started moving around. Each of his demon soldiers was trying to deal with 2 or more opponents, and this time he did not bother targeting anybody specifically. He simply unleashed every bit of mana he had and rampaged about on the battlefield, striking left and right and taking down whoever he could. This quickly freed up a lot of the demon soldiers, and sequentially they were then able to double back and fight better without being overwhelmed. Also, since they had already killed some of them once and reaped a lot of better gear, they were able to fight on equal footing, matching the huge number. As seconds slowly dragged on, the demons started gaining the upper hand, and the fight was once again taking the familiar course of events just like it had before. But until the end, Liam did not dare to relax, especially after seeing the special group of 4 experts. He knew that he would be a fool to underestimate even these kinds of opponents. So he squeezed every last bit of power he had and cleared the enemy as fast as he could, without giving them any chance of a comeback. Even at the end, when only a few players were remaining, he still took care of them with the same ruthlessness. And just like that, a couple more minutes later, the second round also ended smoothly without any surprises. Liam looked at the carnage around him and let out a long sigh of relief. I really thought they might have some trump cards. I guess I gave them too much credit. He took one more look around to make sure that no one else was present, and he then ordered the demons to collect the loot. Their invasion time was almost up, so he also busied himself and took Luna's egg to gather whatever fire essence he could in the remaining time. A few minutes later, the group once again returned back to the Nether Realm, teleporting safely to the city square. Meanwhile, on the spot where Liam had just left, a group of players arrived. These players were geared from top to bottom in at least rare-grade items, some of them even having multiple unique items. Behind this smaller team, another huge team of players arrived. Compared to the other team, this group was very miserably equipped. Some of them even lacked basic items like chest guards and bracers. And on top of this, these players all looked absolutely frustrated. Why wouldn't they be? They had just now lost a battle in the most ridiculous way possible. To make matters worse, right when they had managed to gather sufficient strength and back up, enough to topple the opponent, the target had already disappeared. There was no third chance. There were no demons in the crater, and the black-masked player had also mysteriously disappeared. Sterling sighed at this depressing sight, and he turned to look at Victor with his eyebrows drooped down. However, as soon as he did, he already regretted his actions. If there was one person more miserable than him in the current crowd, then it was Victor. The man was dumbly staring at the system interface in front of him. The quest? Sterling reluctantly asked. Guild leader, that. Victor gulped. Just spit it out. Though he sounded tired, Victor could clearly see that the person was extremely furious. He gulped and obediently answered. The quest is failed. And before he could say anything else, ding, you have been kicked out of the guild. Fuck! Victor screamed. The person was right there in front of him, so he rushed over there trying to seek justice. Sterling, you can't do this. I brought this quest to you. I know we failed, but we can try again, and that time we can win. Why did you kick me out? I am the one responsible for this. You can't just leave me like this. However, hearing all his ranting, Sterling only sneered. Useless piece of shit. Do you know how? Much our guild lost today because of this. Did you even talk to the NPC properly? You could have obtained more information. You could have gotten more details about the strength of the army. But no, you just came running to me and dumped this quest on top of us. Get the fuck out of here and don't come back. And as he was about to do that, a loud booming voice sounded with a thick Indian accent. Victor gnashed his teeth at this unfair accusation, but he was helpless to keep talking back. If he did, he knew very well that Sterling would probably not hesitate to kill him on the spot. The only option he had now was to simply leave quietly. Hindsight is always 20/20, Sterling. Don't take out your anger on him. One of the players from the smaller but remarkably geared support team walked over to Sterling, and this was the same hunter who had crossed paths with Liam previously. Madam simply smiled in a relaxed manner as if he was just out for a walk. He did not seem to care that the quest had failed and that the demon army had disappeared. Take him back to the guild. Though I would have preferred if you had called me over sooner, were useless. Still managed to get some information, so this trip wasn't entirely. Chapter 234, Rewards. Ding, you have successfully completed a platoon invasion mission. Ding, you have been rewarded 50 million experience points. Ding. You have been rewarded 5,000 contribution points. Ding. 20 soldiers have survived the invasion. You have received an additional 20 million experience points. Ding. 20 soldiers have survived the invasion. You have received an additional 2,000 contribution points. Ding. You have leveled up. So a single mission is enough to level up. Liam read through the several notifications and the generous experience points rewards. The contribution points were not as good as the experience points, but Liam's main goal at the moment was to reach level 50. So the contribution points, and the fact that he needed to run countless of these missions to reach the next rank, did not quite matter, at least for now. However, he still did not look very happy about it, because this only confirmed what he already feared. Squad invasion missions might be a time-consuming grind, but they were almost always within his capability and easier to accomplish. On the other hand, for these platoon invasion missions, Liam had a feeling that he would mostly be facing other players or high-level NPCs for these missions. In fact, it was only a matter of time before the Stormtroopers Guild members put two and two together. He had used the two golems against them once before when they had met for the first time, and he had also used the golems now. Unless and otherwise they decided to assume that these were two different sets of golems, they should have connected the dots that he had single-handedly caused them massive loss more than once. Even if they didn't know that he was also the one responsible for their loss in PvP Tower, they should still be extremely furious at him. So it was inevitable that his identity as the Black Masked Demon and the fact that he was doing these special invasion missions would get leaked. Calculating extremely liberally, he probably had one more chance at this type of mission. Otherwise, if the news spread, whichever guild manages to obtain this quest would easily form alliances with others. Then the two golems would no longer be enough to deal with their combined elite players. After all, there was a limit to how much a single player can accomplish. Of the mediocre demon soldiers could not possibly compare to 100 or 200 players. So even though these platoon missions gave ridiculously generous experience points, Liam could realistically only run one more at best. It is a pity, but better to be safe. I wonder if the grave camping news had spread yet. Too many variables. I need to log out and look at things first. But before that... Liam gazed at the several demons still standing in front of him and waiting for his next order. Except for the 10 demons on his personal army and a few more, the others looked quite tired. Nevertheless, he looked at them and commanded, "We need to run another mission right now, immediately. Prepare yourself." Everyone was surprised, but only the few at the back glanced at each other with unwilling looks. Seeing this, Liam added with a stern tone, "Those who don't want to participate can step out." He did not have to say anything more. The demon hybrid Hiryu took care of the rest. He quickly ran around to recruit a group of new demons to their small army, and also took care of the other needful things like switching out some of their party members who were too tired to continue. It only took 10 minutes and the group was once again ready to depart. Liam activated another invasion scroll without delaying further, and the group was promptly teleported. Dang. As soon as he regained his consciousness, Liam immediately tossed out the golem cores and summoned the two golems. He did not underestimate the opponents right from the get-go. They might be facing anyone at the moment, so he did not let his guard down. He unsheathed his purple sword and looked around to see that they were surrounded by a small group of soldiers dressed in the royal attire of the Horrendal Kingdom, one of the other human kingdoms. So it is NPCs this time. Liam let out a breath of relief, and then energetically shouted, "Charge! Don't leave anyone alive!" The demons also roared as furiously as he and the group charged forward, beginning their rigorous onslaught. Liam did not hold anything back and used the grenades, golems, and every last one of his skills and took down the NPC soldiers left and right. These soldiers were slightly worse than the players they had faced and fought in a more straightforward way, so they were easier to deal with. Even the demon army outperformed themselves when compared to the last fight. Within just a few minutes they had ruthlessly laid waste to the entire royal force. Liam was pleasantly surprised. They had switched out a lot of equipment with the high-grade items they had looted from the Stormtroopers Guild, and the result was clearly visible. Within a span of a few minutes the entire battle was over, and they hadn't suffered a single casualty. The NPCs also did not respawn and attack them one more time, so the fight was essentially already over. The difficulty of the two invasions was definitely on two different levels. Not to mention the NPCs also dropped a generous amount of loot. They were not high-grade items like the ones they had obtained from players. Rather, they directly dropped silver coins and gold coins. Liam shook his head helplessly as they were once again teleported back to the central square of Thol City. A string of generous rewards and contribution points rang loudly in his ears. The demons also rejoiced as several of them leveled up. Compared to the previous battle, this was simply a cakewalk. "Leader, are we running another one?" Hiryu excitedly asked. Liam saw that now everyone had eager, expectant faces as opposed to the tired looks they had last time. However, he simply smiled and shook his head. "No. You guys go back and take a rest. That's it for now." It was important to know when to stop. Liam was already level 44 now, jumping from 42 to 44 in just a few hours. Since this was visible for everyone on the leaderboard, he knew that there was probably a huge uproar right about now. If the Stormtroopers Guild did not spread the news about the mission before, they would have definitely done it now. So he did not intend to push his luck and take the risk. His original plan was to attempt to obtain the inheritance at level 50, but trying at level wasn't that bad either. Yup, doing that is less risky than doing this again. Liam quietly pondered and walked over to the counter to settle some war contributions. After that, he decided to log out and check the forums before starting to search for the inheritance quest and attempt it. However, as soon as he reached the counter and dumped the required amount of gold in front of the grumpy demon, the other party surprised him. "So, platoon leader, you seem to be extremely capable. You have accomplished something impossible, back-to-back successful invasions, and you are also the fastest leader to get promoted from squad leader to platoon leader. Do you perhaps aim to challenge our garrison leader and take his position?" Liam stopped in his tracks hearing the demon's snarky comment. He could tell that the man was simply taunting him. Irrespectively, this matter caught his interest. "Would you care to elaborate?" Liam turned around and asked the same guy. "Oh, Kekiki, Sir Platoon Leader is not even aware of this. It's all right. I will explain things to you. I've been here a long time." The demon sneered. "Every platoon leader has the ability to challenge our garrison leader, Keki, some young bold. Heroes think that they are capable of ousting our leader and brainlessly challenge him. You see, the young demons these days are very greedy and impatient and don't know what's what. They think that they are all that and challenge our mighty leader, but in the end their fate is just ha ha ha. Of course, this is only for others. I wouldn't dare to disrespect you, sir. If it is you, then you should definitely be worthy of challenging our garrison leader, Keki." Liam smiled, completely ignoring the vicious words of the guy. "And where do I issue this challenge?" "Ah." The demon abruptly stood up from his chair and quickly pointed to the tower at the far end of the city. "That is the location of our garrison leader. You can challenge him there." His body was shaking and he was only barely able to control his glee. And as soon as Liam left, he immediately burst into laughter. Another demon standing next to him worriedly asked him, "Beluga, aren't you going too far? That demon is a platoon leader after all, and we are only soldiers here." Beluga coldly snorted. "So what? I'm tired of this bullshit hierarchy. These greenhorns come in yesterday and think that they can rule over me. Do you know how many years I have been working here? Do you know how many wars I have participated in? Challenge our garrison leader? Bah ha ha ha. Wait till he comes back with his tail in between his legs. That stupid demon deserves a good lesson. Cough, cough. Don't you dare tell about this to anyone else. You know that I'm doing our leader a service, right? If that greenhorn's arrogance is not taken down a notch, then he might blindly go in for another invasion and incur heavy losses. He might cause the death of our brethren. So I'm only doing a service for our city. Shut up and sit down. Don't say anything about this to anyone else and mind your business." Chapter 235, Walking into the Trap. Liam silently walked away from the two demons who were chatting in hushed voices. It was very apparent that the demon was looking forward to him challenging the garrison leader and suffering a terrible loss. He did not even bother hiding his intentions, so his ploy was as clear as day. Nevertheless, Liam was thankful to that person. He had given him some valuable information. He stood silently and looked at the garrison tower for a minute. However, he did not walk over there directly. Instead, he walked over to Hiryu, who was still waiting at the square for him. "You didn't leave yet. Liam asked. No leader. The demon shook his head. Were you waiting for me to leave first? Liam smiled. He was impressed by the demon's loyalty to him. Would there be a way to possibly take these guys back with him? What do you know about the garrison leader? Liam asked him, coming straight to the point. Hiryu's face suddenly changed. The garrison leader, he stuttered. He saw that Liam was still continuing to look at him unblinkingly, so he gulped and proceeded to explain. Leader, our garrison leader, is a very ancient and powerful demon. He is even rumored to be someone from the Great Abyss. If you are thinking about challenging him, then I would sincerely request you to forget this thought. Leader, he is very strong. Our garrison leader hasn't lost a fight in several decades. Hiryu hesitantly explained. Though their leader was definitely not ordinary, which he knew better than anyone, he still couldn't imagine a possibility where this would end well. He was sure, without any iota of doubt, that Liam would lose the fight. More importantly, their garrison leader had a nasty temper. He hated challenges the most, so every challenge was in reality a battle to the death. Since their leader clearly had a bright future ahead of him, he really hoped that Liam wouldn't take the wrong decision here. He looked up at him anxiously, only to see that Liam still had the same smile. Do you know what is his current level? Liam asked calmly, as if he had not just heard everything. Leader, his level is 150. Hiryu quickly replied. Well, I guess that settles it then. Liam chuckled wryly. It was not as if he could challenge a level 150 monster. Hiryu dazedly nodded, but he looked like he was confused slightly. After a second, he then hurriedly corrected Liam. Leader, any demon of any level can challenge the garrison leader. In the fight, the two opponents will be on equal footing. It is just that the garrison leader is still extremely fearsome. Oh. Liam's eyebrows shot up. He was not expecting this. It looked like the challenge was similar to the fights in the PvP arenas. Now he was more interested. Get me all the information you can about the garrison leader. Can you do it? Hiryu grunted and scratched his head. Seeing that Liam was pretty set on this, he quickly scurried about and started talking to his connections. A few minutes later, the demon returned back panting and heaving. Liam spoke with him in length, learning whatever he could. He then proceeded to walk to the garrison tower. This was one of the more sturdy constructed structures in the city, and many demon guards were stationed around the tower. Liam walked into the red brick building, and the guards did not seem to mind him. A few even greeted him because of his status as the platoon leader. He walked through the narrow stairs of the tower and then crossed the many halls, finally reaching the huge hall at the top of the tower. Inside the hall at the back, on a big chair, a huge demon was sitting. Liam paused and calmly muttered, Greetings, garrison leader. And as soon as Liam walked in, he lifted his gaze to stare at him with his green-reddened eyes. Kekeke, so you are the platoon leader I am hearing all about. The demon chortled, eyeing Liam up and down as if he was a piece of meat. Liam also frowned slightly, seeing this behavior. It almost looked as if this person was expecting him and waiting for him. Maybe the guy at the counter had something to do with this. Liam shook his head and continued to walk forward. These things did not matter so much. He was here to issue a challenge, so he was probably going to antagonize him anyways. Leader. Liam opened his mouth and the other party instantly cut him off. I already know that you are here to challenge me. The demon stood up and a sort of darkness that had wrapped around him faded away. Liam could now see him more clearly. The demon was a tall and muscular creature with a human-like frame, except that he had horns on his head and hoofs similar to a goat. His hands and thighs were muscular, and his stomach was ribbed like he had been doing push-ups since the day he was born. Suddenly, his tall, intimidating figure jumped down from the height and landed right in front of Liam without any warning. You don't look like a demon. Who are you? Liam tried to remain calm and unfazed, but his heart rate still sped up being in such close proximity to the monstrosity. The creature's ferocious red eyes were staring down at him with such hatred and animosity. Liam clenched his fist, steadied himself, and answered, I'm a being of the nether realm, leader. I practice necromancy. He had calmed down as much as he could, but his body was still shaking a bit. He was face to face with a level 150 demon, so this was already impressive. He could feel the weight of the demon's gaze beating down on him. It was a crushing pressure, testing the integrity of his very physique. Even if he was a bit careless, he felt as if his brain would be squished and his mind would be erased. Was this maybe a bad idea? Liam shuddered. Chapter 236, The Mighty Garrison Leader. The demon sneered and continued to stare at Liam without batting his eyelids. Did he even have eyelids? Liam gritted his teeth and tried his best to withstand the pressure. It was as if he couldn't even breathe without the other party's permission. And it looked like the demon had no plans of making his life easier. He did not show any intention of moving and simply kept standing there. The ugly grin on his thick lips widened, and after a couple of seconds the demon somehow increased the pressure he was exuding. This made Liam buckle down and kneel on the ground. A mountain of weight was pressing down on him. He now understood what the demon was trying to do. He was forcibly trying to make Liam prostrate himself on the ground, and the pressure weighing him down was constantly increasing bit by bit. Seeing this, Liam did not know whether to laugh or cry. For a level 150 being, this demon was actually quite weak. The Naga he met was probably several times stronger than this demon, because at her level she was still able to have a stronger effect on his soul and body. Liam did not give up and continued to bear the pressure. In reality, he couldn't care less if he prostrated himself before this monstrosity, but he still tried his best because this could potentially have a huge psychological effect on the demon even before their match, and he definitely needed every advantage that he could get. Now that he had given this a bit of thinking, Liam already regretted his actions. If he had instead buckled down and prostrated immediately, he could have tricked the demon into underestimating him. But since things had progressed to this level, he could now only aim to agitate the creature as much as possible. Wait. Why am I able to think suddenly? Liam was surprised. Just seconds earlier, a splitting headache was corroding his brain, but now he was able to think and decide how to act. With great difficulty, Liam moved and looked at the demon, only to see a black aura coming out of him. Oh, so that's how it is? Liam grinned inwardly, suddenly realizing the huge importance this battle would have on his growth and development. He indeed needed to thank the gruff demon who had set up this trap for him. Even though Liam was no longer pained, he continued to display an unsightly expression on his face. Twisting his lips and biting his teeth, he even shivered to look like he was struggling a lot. Seeing this, the demon chortled and revealed a satisfied expression, but he was not done yet. He wanted to torture the small fry some more. If he did not do it sufficiently, then every other good-for-nothing fledgling will suddenly have the guts to challenge him. The demon loudly harumphed and doubled back on his efforts to make the insect kneel down and flatten him. And the next second, bang! Liam as well instantly flattened out, allowing his body to react how the demon wanted. However, inwardly, he was already calculating how he was going to reap the maximum harvest this time. This was because the more the demon pressured him, the more stronger his resistance became. At first, the demon did not use a nether-infused attack to pressure him, but he wanted to torture Liam as best as he could, so he ended up using nether halfway. However, this in turn became his fatal mistake, as from then on anything the demon did backfired on him. Liam could now sense clearly the thick, heavy strands of nether swirling around the demon. Not only that, but he was also able to tap into that nether and command it to enter his own body. He was not yet completely able to comprehend how to use nether like he was using mana, but this single incident alone pushed his understanding a lot further. In fact, as long as the demon relied on pure nether to attack him, Liam had the confidence of successfully winning this challenge. He roughly formed a plan in his mind, and now only the execution was left. Liam continued to groan and moan, as if his soul was leaving his body, and writhed on the ground, seemingly in pain. The demon as well proceeded to amuse himself for a few more seconds when he eventually got tired of torturing Liam. "Kiki, do you still wish to challenge me, platoon leader?" he loudly chortled. A few other demons standing inside the hall joined in and laughed at Liam's pathetic plight. Platoon leaders these days are this weak. Where did this arrogant greenhorn come from? Kiki. I think this guy must be a divine temple spy. Otherwise, why would he be so weak? Several ridicules and mockery immediately flew out, all demons trying their best to suck up to the garrison leader. The leader as well sneered and kicked Liam's body in disdain before walking back to his chair. I need to go to the abyss to attend to some matters. We should... Completely ignoring Liam, he started to casually discuss other things, but interrupting him, a weak and feeble voice sounded. We are not done yet, leader. I officially challenge you to a duel. Hail the great lord, Liam shouted and stood up. He looked weak and shaky as he balanced himself by leaning on the red brick wall. Immediately, all the demons inside the hall quieted down in shock and surprise. Even after all of this, the idiot wanted to challenge their lost his mind from the earlier thrashing. Every single demon in the city knew about their garrison leader's might. It was not just their city, but the entire nether realm, in fact, knew about their leader's strength. While Thul City itself was only one of the smaller settlements, their garrison leader, one of the greater demons, was a member of the Abyss. But this idiot still challenged him. All the demons in the hall were completely astonished by this newbie's stupidity. A mere level 44 demon was challenging their great leader. Sitting at the far end of the hall, the garrison leader as well snorted in disdain. He was just as shocked as the others, but he was more annoyed. He did not have time to waste with this insect. War preparations were underway in full swing, so how could he sit here and entertain this insignificant prawn? However, he was helpless. The rules of the Great Lord had to be followed under all circumstances. without any exceptions. And a challenge was a challenge, even if it was given out by a mere insect. The demon grunted loudly and stood up. "You dared to disturb me today. You will pay the consequences. For wasting my time, you will pay with your life and the lives of your family. You there, gather this insect's details and kill every single soldier in his platoon. Come forward. Today I will teach you a lesson that you will not forget in your lifetime." Chapter 237. Liam vs. Hongumbra. "What is the rush? Can't that wait until the challenge is over?" Liam muttered in a low voice, his head still hanging low. The demon stopped in his tracks, surprised to see the person shivering in front of him talking back. He looked back at Liam with his glowering eyes. However, this time he didn't bother putting him in place. He simply grunted and continued to walk. Liam followed him, and the two of them walked to a huge arena at the center of the garrison tower. "Do you need a weapon, insect? That thing you are holding looks worse than my nose pick." "Oh, thank you, leader." Liam chuckled inwardly and replied, "Kek, if you don't even have a decent weapon, then this fight would be over before it even begins. Kekiki." The demon started laughing in amusement. Liam did not react and continued to remain silent. He didn't want to shatter his illusion. He had already inquired Hiryu about this garrison leader's weapon. This was the first thing he checked before deciding to go through with the challenge. If the other party had a weapon more powerful than his to begin with, there was no point in starting this fight. As the two of them walked forward, a big group gathered around the arena, and they started chanting praises of the garrison leader. The demon as well chuckled and stepped into the ring, stretching his limbs, and when he sneered to look at his opponent, suddenly the insect that was drooping his shoulders and bleeding from the edge of his lips was standing firmly. The demon raised his brows, but he didn't care about it too much. A second later, the arena shone brilliantly, and a dome-like glare appeared on the top, slowly covering the whole area. Ding. "You have issued a challenge to the garrison leader of Thol City." Ding. "The challenge battle now begins." Ding. Demonic Satyr, level 151. Hongumbra versus Human Being, level 44. Liam Chang. A wave of glimmer swept across the two of them, and then a loud gong resounded. Liam could now feel that the demon's level was reduced to his own level. The overwhelming aura that exuded from him was no longer as pronounced. However, it was partly still there. The rage and the killing intent in the demon's eyes were also as clear as day. This was someone who had probably killed several hundred or even thousands with his own hands. Liam could never compare to him in this aspect, but he was able to bear with it. This is it. As the demon grunted looking at him, Liam prepared himself by churning the mana reserves he had in his body. This was not originally in his plan, and he was only participating in this battle on a whim, so he wasn't 100% sure of how this was going to go. But he absolutely had to take this risk. Liam trusted his gut feelings and clenched the sword in his hand tighter. As soon as the gong sounded, the demon grunted and moved immediately. He showed no hesitation, no fear, and directly swung his war axe towards Liam. "This should be enough to finish off an insect like you." However, Liam easily moved, dodging that attack in an instant, but he did not hit back just yet. He sighed, stepped the demon and landed at the other end of the area. Hongumbra snorted and once again chased after him. For others, it would look like all he was doing was running back and forth in the arena, fleeing his strong opponent. However, Liam was gauging the physical strength of his opponent. He also attacked once with a simple slash to see how much damage he could do, and just like thought, the physical defense of the demon was extremely high, but that was only for a normal weapon. The weapon in Liam's hand flashed with a dull luster, and it was dark purple in color. This was the same nose pick that the demon had ridiculed him about, and the damage it did was twice that of a normal weapon. However, Hongumbra still did not look too concerned about it because Liam only executed a light slash. The demon crowd as well gasped in shock to see the insect actually land an attack on their leader, but since that attack did not even register a scratch, they breathed out in relief. This was because Liam did not even put his weight into the attack, as he did not want to alarm anyone just yet. As long as the opponent underestimated him, he had the advantage. He did not want to lose this advantage just yet. If he dared underestimate a level 150 opponent, the outcome could only be disastrous. Liam was well aware of this. He had a very short window, and he needed to do maximum damage to take out this ridiculously strong opponent in this single burst attack, preferably before he started casting high-level spells. He continued exchanging a few blows with the demon, narrowly missing or blocking every single time, and the crowd watching them also gasped and shouted accordingly. Both the crowd and the actual opponent Hongumbra looked extremely irritated. From the start to now, the fight had only been going on for a couple of seconds, but this in itself was an insult to the demon. He felt like a fool chasing an insect back and forth in the arena. He wanted to completely overpower and dominate Liam in a single attack and show off its strength. And this didn't look like it was going to happen by just swinging his war axe. So the demon finally stopped chasing Liam, rearing its hoofs into the ground. He looked at him and then grunted loudly, raising his hands to the sky. Instantly 3 huge black balls thrumming with strange energy appeared above his head, and the demon started muttering some incantation. Seeing his behavior, Liam could guess that this was going to be a powerful attack. This was his cue. He had no intention of letting this demon finish his casting. No. Liam immediately dashed forward, and finally swung his dark purple sword at the demon, pushing forth with full momentum. He used every ounce of mana he had and boosted his agility as best as he could. He then continued slashing at the demon, his figure almost appearing and disappearing around the demon from multiple sides. Slash, slash, slash. Huge damage numbers floated above, and in a second, the huge demon was covered from top to bottom in numerous sword gashes. Each and every injury had drawn blood, along with a chunk of its health. In just a single attack, the demon's health had somehow fallen to a critical level. Hongombra stared dumbly, not knowing what just happened. He looked at Liam, who was already back at the other end of the arena. What just happened? This insect was so strong. How could this be possible? He continued staring at him dumbly, as if someone had caught him with his pants down taking a shit. The spell he was casting to show off his strength to everyone was also stopped midway, the black balls of energy quietly dissipating. And it was not just Hongombra. The crowd of demons gathered around also looked at the fight in complete and utter shock. Meanwhile, Liam did not waste this opportunity. A huge ball of fire was already materializing in his hands, and he dashed across the demon again, smacking this ball right in his face. "Gra!" Hongombra finally roared in agony. His eyes were deep dark red, and his body shuddered in anger and fear. "You insect! I'm going to kill you!" He threw his war axe at Liam in fury, not caring whether it hits him or not. He then started chanting something in an ancient language. Chapter 238, Who is being toyed with by whom? Hongombra's red eyes glowed even more viciously, and several swirling black fumes of energy started gathering around him. Whatever spell he was casting did not look simple at all. His health as well was on its last straw, and he was only barely holding on. This was most probably his last Hail Mary attempt. Even the demons standing around looked amazed, and were watching the leader in awe as if they were seeing something mystical and magical. There was a look of deep respect and worship in their eyes. One could tell that they all were devotedly loyal to the garrison leader. Seeing all this, Liam needed only a fraction of a second to gauge the situation. He did not dare wait and watch the outcome of this spell, and started immediately barraging the demon with a volley of attacks. This was why he had waited and spent the time to do some initial intel gathering. From what he knew, this satyr excelled at summoning lesser demons and devilish plant-type monsters. He was a druid nature spirit gone astray from the path of nature. So he was also capable of casting dark element spells that evoked strong demonic tentacles from the earth. Liam was most wary of these 2 attacks, since he wouldn't be able to absorb the nether from this type of attack. Besides, just because the demon himself was nerfed and brought down to Liam's level, it did not necessarily mean that his summons would also be nerfed proportionately. So it was definitely in his best interest to finish this fight before the spellcasting is successful. His fire-type attacks did the maximum damage, so Liam hurriedly started lobbing massive fireballs at the demon. However, Hongombra simply snorted and flicked his thick finger. The next second, the black fumes coalesced and started forming a barrier around the demon. Liam knitted his brows and tried to get in a couple of attacks, but the barrier was strong enough to block whatever he sent. Fine, then I will just come there and personally break it down. Kata kata kata. Liam's figure appeared near the demon, and the purple sword danced around as he slashed at the barrier relentlessly. He was not aware, as he had never trained specifically, but the purple sword was covered at the moment with a thin layer of sword aura. The semi-epic weapon clashed against the barrier repeatedly, producing horrendous screeching noises, and every time they clashed, the barrier was the one to whimper and shudder. The insect was able to weaken even this barrier. The demon finally realized that something was amiss. The person who originally appeared weak was no longer going down so easily. The weapon in his hand also did not look ordinary. However, the fight was not over yet. He was, after all, a higher demon from the abyss. How could he possibly be defeated by a puny platoon leader who was as weak as a skeleton? With a loud grunt, he used the remaining energy he possessed and hurriedly finished his casting. The next second, the arena ground started cracking under their feet. Huge, black, thorny tentacles started growing from the crevices that formed. These tentacles looked extremely sturdy and were fully covered in spikes that were dripping with a dark, slimy substance. Liam instantly dashed away, moving several paces from the demon. He didn't have to. experience it personally to learn that these spines and needles were poisonous. Just a single hit from them was probably enough to completely overturn this fight. If he tried to check if indeed they were, then while knowing the result, his soul would at the same time be waving goodbye, leaving his body. All his hard work up until now would go to waste, and more importantly, he would die. He immediately stopped focusing on the offense and shifted to defense. He pushed the remaining mana he had to his feet and hurriedly evaded the swaying traps of death. The tentacles danced around as if they were alive and covered the entire surface of the arena. Liam had to push himself to the extreme to escape their grasp. This was not an easy task, and he couldn't focus on the demon while these were dangling around. He hoped that these would last for a couple of seconds, because he didn't know how long he could keep up with this, but unfortunately, Liam continued moving and evading, dancing to the tune of the tentacles, while Hongumbra and the other demons standing around laughed loudly in amusement, as if they were watching a show. Just a couple of seconds ago they all were pale and ashen, but now that the tables had turned, it had once again turned into a boisterous occasion. All the demons heartily booed and jeered, ridiculing how Liam was struggling in front of their almighty garrison leader. Hongumbra as well silently panted. The others did not know that he had almost dropped dead just now, losing all of his health. So he maintained the haughty posture and quietly recovered his health, watching Liam keenly. His glowing red eyes finally looked a bit pacified. However, for some reason he still had a bad feeling. So he started another summoning, not waiting for this one to fully take effect. Liam, of course, observed this from the corner of his eyes and started sweating slightly. Fuck, are these permanent summons or what? Things were starting to worsen, and the chance that he was waiting for hadn't yet arrived. He also did not know just how long he could hold on. Liam as well possessed a demon summoning skill, but his only lasted for a couple of seconds, but this one was still giving him a headache. Were both summoning rituals of different grade and quality? What were they doing differently? His original plan was to simply evade these and reach the demon. However, that no longer seemed to be a good idea. He clenched his sword tightly and slashed down at the tentacles. He did not want to do this because the things looked succulent. He had a feeling that they might spray poisonous gunk on him, but now he had no other choice. Liam rapidly slashed his sword, the tentacles falling around as he pushed past them. His body shot forward like an arrow, avoiding the aftermath of this massacre. However, the few drops of poison still fell on him. It was impossible for him to completely dodge everything. Liam took this as well into consideration. Hongumbra was only starting to recover, so he decided to risk this exposure to poison and finish the battle without prolonging it any longer. But even though he had expected it, he had heavily underestimated the extent of the spraying effect. In a fraction of a second, before he could realize it, he was covered with poison from top to bottom. It seemed as if he had hit a node in one of the tentacles that caused this massive ejaculation. The gunk was black in color, so he now looked pitch black with slime dripping off of him. Even his eyes, nose, and ears were covered with this poisonous gunk. All the demons started laughing at this. They hadn't witnessed a fight like this in years. Most demons know that they had to avoid the spiny tentacles like the plague. Only a fool would dare to cut down a tentacle because it contained copious amounts of poisonous liquid, and this fool had done exactly that. He was thoroughly being toyed around by their leader, and it was very satisfactory to watch. In reality, Liam did not have any experience of fighting against such high-level beings, so there was only so much he could do relying solely on his common sense and gut feeling. Damn it, Liam cursed. Even his immaculate semi-epic ranked weapon was covered in gunk. With this much poison, there was no way that he was going to survive. This was a sure-shot death, but he didn't regret it. Considering the number of ways he could have died before, this was well worth it. With this combat experience, if he faced Hongumbra again, he would have a higher chance of victory. Just as Liam mentally prepared himself, waiting for his inevitable health drop and then his first death, suddenly something felt off. His health was not dropping. Chapter 239, Black Demon. I'm still not dead. Liam did not expect this. In fact, after he was covered by the gunk, the small bit of health he had lost earlier when exchanging blows with the demon was also starting to fill back up. Could it be? He grinned. No, he knew it for sure. This was probably some sort of nether poison. And because of his perfect affinity to the nether, not only did the poison not work, but it was also healing him right back up. Liam's pitch-black figure revealed a big smile that looked unsightly as his white teeth shone against the black background. All the demons, including Hongumbra, looked dumbfounded as the black poisonous, slime-covered person continued to dash forward, now not even bothering to evade the spiny tentacles. How could this be? Hongumbra grunted in anger and irritation. The demon desperately rushed to finish his current summoning, hoping that it would change the outcome. Small red snakes started to appear, but Liam arrived next to him just in time to hack and slash away whatever health he had remaining. The demon's body, that was already riddled with injuries from top to bottom, gave out like rotten meat. no longer possessing the high inherent defense. In the end, Hun only vainly tried to erect another barrier to block these fatal attacks, but Liam coldly gazed at him and did not give him any opportunity. He gathered a massive condensed fireball and smashed it right onto the partly formed barrier, breaking it apart into a million wisps. Funnily enough, these wisps also flew to him like flies, attracted to a trap, and joined his already black appearance, making him look like a black flaming pit demon. "You!" Hongumbra gasped in shock. However, he did not have any time left to understand what had happened. Staring at Liam dumbfoundedly, the last bit of his health left his body and he crumbled and fell down on the black, slimy, cracked arena ground. "No, I will not accept. I am a demon from the abyss." His voice boomed, filled with regret and indignation as the vicious light in his eyes dispersed and disappeared. The almost invisible dome covering the two of them also disappeared along with him, the battle officially coming to an end. Ding. "The challenge battle has ended." Ding. "You have succeeded in challenging the garrison leader of Toll City." Ding. "Garrison leader Hongumbra has been defeated." Ding. "You are now the new garrison leader of Toll City." Ding. "World announcement. The garrison leader of Toll City, Hongumbra, has been defeated." Ding. "World announcement. Platoon leader Liam Chang is now the new garrison leader of Toll City." Liam as well collapsed on the black slime-covered arena ground, completely tired out, both mentally and physically. He really had not expected to win this time. If the demon had summoned the red snakes first instead of the tentacles, the outcome might have been different, so he only won this time by the skin of his teeth. Nevertheless, he excitedly gazed at the notifications, looking for any and all experience points rewards. This was what he needed the most right now. However, unfortunately, there were no such announcements. He could only see the results of the fight and his promotion to the garrison leader position, and there were also world announcements of the same. Liam couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. It's fine. Being a garrison leader will have its own perks. There should be some ways to gain experience points. I should find out more about this." He groaned and stood up, wiping some gunk off of his body and downing a vial of health potion. He looked around to see all the demons still standing in the same position as if they were frozen in time and place. No one dared to utter even a single word. The corpse of their leader was still fresh in front of their eyes. Their leader, who was a demon of the abyss, had been defeated just like that. Such an impossible thing had actually happened right in front of their eyes. What were they supposed to do now? To make matters worse, they had also ridiculed the other party very badly, thinking that such a thing happening was akin to the sky falling on their heads. But now, they had to face the new garrison leader. Liam, however, did not care about these things and did not plan to hold any grudges. At the same time, these demons would probably never receive the same treatment his own platoon would receive. While one group would be a favored personal army, the other group would simply be cannon fodder. So he simply ignored them and turned to pay attention to the corpse of the dead demon. He wanted to see if he could get any clues about the demons and the abyss from Hongumbra's corpse. Maybe he also dropped some equipment. However, as soon as Liam took a step forward, a black pentagram appeared in the air above the corpse, and reddish-black wisps started coming out of this mysterious symbol. These wisps started gathering around the demon, and the next instant, the symbol along with the corpse suddenly disappeared without leaving any trace behind. Liam dashed ahead to examine the spot, but he couldn't find any clue, but judging from everything that he had heard, he could vaguely guess about things. Abyss, huh? He silently pondered, looking at the place where the corpse had laid. In his previous life, he knew nothing about these things. Now, the more he learned, the more puzzled he became. A couple of seconds later, surprisingly, another notification sounded, snapping him out of his thoughts. Ding. Squad 104 has successfully completed a mission. Ding. You have received 10,000 experience points. Liam dazedly read the notification and read it again several times, but no matter how many times he saw it, he still couldn't believe his eyes. Because if this notification is real, then that means Chapter 240, AFK leveling? AFK leveling. Liam did not want to assume anything just yet. He stood still on the same spot, waiting for the inevitable proof. Seeing his expression turn various shades and the serious look on his face, the demons became even more nervous and started sweating. They'd really gone too far and said too many things. They wouldn't be surprised even if their new leader executed them directly. So they were very scared, some literally shaking. A few seconds passed just like that in silence, and Liam still did not move an inch from the spot. Not able to withstand this mental pressure, all the demons standing around the arena collectively knelt on the ground to beg the new leader and grovel for their lives. And as soon as they kneeled down, their garrison leader was smiling. No, he was grinning like a devil who had just now feasted on blood from 1,000 humans. What happened? Were they all going to be killed to appease the new leader? But to their surprise, the leader simply walked away. The demons slowly and hesitantly walked behind Liam, who was busy staring at the system interface, grinning from ear to ear. There were 4 more notifications displayed on the screen. Ding. Squad 364 has successfully completed a mission. Ding. You have received 10,000 experience points. Ding. Squad 543 has successfully completed a mission. Ding. You have received 10,000 experience points, and by the time realization hit him, another couple more notifications popped up, and correspondingly his own experience bar also filled up. There was no longer any need to doubt things. What was happening was as clear as day. For every invasion mission run by the demons in the city, he was passively gaining experience points. This was simply too ridiculous, and that was why Liam did not dare assume things, but now he could no longer deny it. The proof was right there in front of his eyes. His experience bar was continuously rising. Since the beginning, he had always gained a lot of experience points by doing these invasion missions, and this amount increased as he grew in the ranks, so he had expected some kind of bump after becoming the garrison leader. But this, Liam was speechless. With this, so many of his problems would get solved. Right now, he was extremely tight on time, but he also had 2 allies who had the potential to shine tremendously with his help. Before, he couldn't groom them whilst ignoring his own growth and development. So he was unable to do justice to neither, but now everything was different. All he had to do was a bit of managing, and he could actually automatically farm experience points. Liam had wanted to gain several things in this mysterious nether realm, but he definitely did not expect this windfall. More importantly, the consequences of this discovery were astronomical. The nether realm was not the only world with garrisons and armies. Throughout the Cheyenne realm, both in human and other race kingdoms and empires, there were several border cities and unclaimed territories with small armies and garrisons. In these areas, the soldiers were basically camped out to defend and extend their territory. And as various guilds start hitting level 50 and level 60, this phase in the game would begin, where everyone tries to gain territories and expand their influence. Liam knew about this, but he never knew that such a goldly EXP boost cheat method would be attached to these garrisons. As he was only a lowly member of society in his previous life, he was not privy to such information. But now that he had actually managed to grasp hold of one such garrison, the 2 relying only on himself, he was able to learn all these special details. As he walked back to the main hall of the garrison tower, another couple of notifications sounded, filling up his experience bar some more. Liam clenched his fists tightly and closed his eyes to take a few breaths. The feeling of reaping rewards when not doing anything was truly heavenly. He was someone who was only used to working like a dog for everything he needed, so these free EXP bumps felt amazing. More importantly, now that he had received such a huge bonus, he needed to carefully plan and execute everything. Not to mention that, if he was able to get here, then Kusuke could also get here, especially because of the world announcements that had popped up. They were probably only limited to this realm, so he didn't have to worry about his secret getting exposed to the other players so soon. However, Kusuke still had access to this realm. It was best to assume that he was going to figure this out and probably even succeed not long after. He might even be just seconds away from reaching the same level. Liam knew that underestimating one's opponent could only bring about a swift downfall, so he did not dare relax and calmed himself down. I need to figure out what to do with the garrison arrangements. He closed the system interface and walked over to the huge throne-like chair at the back of the hall. He then looked at the demons standing in front of him and shivering. He pointed to one among them who had run his mouth the most earlier. Using his index finger, he made a hooking sort of action, calling that demon forward. Bring me up to date with the affairs of this garrison. Fuck. The demon trembled, cursing his bad luck. Of all the people he had been picked, he was sweating profusely, but the question was surprisingly simple. So he did not leave out any details and started blurting out everything he knew from top to bottom. Liam as well patiently heard him speak, all while continuing to receive experience point notifications on the side. So basically everything is already set up and I don't have to do much. Liam muttered in contemplation after hearing the day-to-day affairs of the garrison. As a garrison leader, it looked like all he had to do was make sure that his army had sufficient strength, both in numbers and in individual abilities. He also needed to pay his revenue to the kingdom part of the war spoils. The rest of the spoils could be used to arm the garrison main fighting force. The previous leader already had a system in place for this with appropriate rewards and contribution points. That seemed to be working fine as it was, so Liam did not make any adjustments just yet. And as he listened to the demon blabber, he also realized something else. Apart from the free experience points, he could also potentially get a lot of valuable intel through this position. He had a unique advantage to thoroughly understand this realm and tease out the Easter eggs hidden here. Especially considering that he had a perfect SS-grade affinity to Nether, this would help him a lot more compared to others. "I need to first get a hang of things," he muttered, gazing at the huge, detailed map of the city. As a part of the Thor city's garrison, there were about 1,000 squads and 100 platoons. This meant that while there were 1,000 squad leaders in this city, there were only about 100 platoon leaders. Liam now understood why he had become instantly famous. And if all of these 1,000 squads and 100 platoons successfully run invasion missions every other day, then the experience points he would be raking in. Liam felt his blood boiling in excitement. He had no doubt that this garrison would play a major role in his growth. With this, he no longer had to worry about his level growth and grinding. He could peacefully focus on honing his skills, techniques, and thoroughly investigate this world and Xion realm for treasures and other artifacts. He just might be able to reach level 10 also. Pondering for a moment, Liam decided to make a slight adjustment first before he moved on to other pressing matters. His cold gaze landed on the demon, who was still shivering in fear and anxiety. The demon became more afraid, wondering what this new leader was now going to do. However, he did not expect what came next. Chapter 241, Spendthrift Leader. "Announce this to everyone," Liam confidently declared. "Every squad leader will get a gold coin, and every platoon leader will get 10 gold coins as an additional reward for every single successful invasion mission. Along with that, every demon soldier participating in the invasion missions will also get a silver coin each." His voice rang crisply in the huge hall. The dozen demons standing in the hall were instantly stupefied. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. 1 silver coin for each demon soldier? 1 gold coin for each squad leader? Many gold coins for platoon leaders? Such an announcement was unprecedented, completely unheard of. Did their new leader perhaps misspeak? Did he mean to say silver coins and not gold coins? The demon opened and closed his mouth wordlessly, waiting for the new leader to correct himself, but that never happened. Liam still confidently stared back at the demon. "You have something to say?" The demon hurriedly shook his big blue head and then scurried away. He was already on thin ice, so he did not dare push his luck. The other demons as well ran away to make the necessary arrangements. This announcement might be small, but the repercussions were explosive. Let alone gold coins, even silver coins were precious in their lands, and the new garrison leader was giving them away for free like baked buns. They were certain that this single announcement was going to cause a massive uproar. Demons were now going to line up for participating in invasions. Not only that, but other cities' demons were going to migrate here and become a part of their city, just to participate in these missions. Their markets and their growth were going to soar. Their city might even become one of the top cities in their land, their fame and fortune bringing in all sorts of opportunities. But this was all. Only if their garrison leader actually fulfills his promises. Was he going to? The demons were too nervous and stressed to think about that right now. They all simply ran for their lives as soon as Liam gave the order. They swiftly reached all the important nodes in the city and set everything in motion. Soon the entire city was in a huge commotion, which slowly turned into a chaotic mess, and then resolved into a mass surge of demons crowding near the central square. All squad leaders, platoon leaders appeared from their rest, and the demon soldiers were littered everywhere. The entire city was overwhelmed. And Beluga, the demon sitting behind the counter, looked as if he had gone crazy. "What did you say? Our garrison leader is now him." However, the crowd in front of the counter did not give him any time to process this information. "Beluga, hand me the damned invasion scrolls. Beluga, do you want me to jump across and beat it out of you? You are costing me gold coins." The demon couldn't even move a muscle. He was so shocked. How could this be possible? He had just said some things for teaching the greenhorn a lesson, but now he was suddenly their garrison leader. The demon slapped himself roughly. He really had to see if this was a nightmare or his new reality, and the stinging pain he felt told him the answer. Beluga gulped, and then slowly started handing out invasion scrolls listlessly, but his expression soon recovered after noticing the other new orders. After that, once again, he started humming in amusement. "Our new leader seems very generous, huh?" He chuckled, not voicing out his thoughts. For a moment he was worried, but that was all for nothing. He now knew that it was only a matter of time before this greenhorn thoroughly embarrassed himself in front of all the garrison leaders. How could anyone have so many gold coins? He was going to become a laughingstock of the entire realm. Bah ha ha! The demon grinned and started handing out invasion scrolls more hurriedly. He really wanted to watch this show. Meanwhile, Liam was already back in the Gresh Kingdom. He was still receiving all the passive experience point bumps without having to stay back in the Netherrealm. This made his life easier, as he now had to spend some time amidst the humans to fill his coffers, to fund all the chaos he had caused. The experience points he would have received if he had done nothing would have probably been enough, but just in case he decided to further rev up his power leveling. He had the means to make it happen, so why not? More importantly, he didn't have to lift a finger to make this happen. Liam covered himself from top to bottom in black attire and walked over to the auction house in Yolohy City. He then began emptying his inventory space that was filled to the brim. Of course, he only sold very basic low-grade weapons, saving everything that was even remotely valuable. He now had an entire city to equip after all. However, this in itself was more than enough, because of the sheer number of looted items. Even if each sold for some copper coins, he was still making a lot of profit. Selling these trash weapons in the Nether Realm wouldn't fetch him anything. They were already poverty-ridden. But on the human side, in the Scion realm, since a lot of new players were entering the game at the moment, weapons and other equipment sold like hotcakes. Even if they didn't have copper or silver to start with, there was constant currency exchange with the real world, which brought in the influx of coins. So he could essentially bring in these items from the Nether Realm and sell them here, making a ton of profit. Though the idea was pretty simple and straightforward, this would have originally been a tedious task. Individually dumping so many items in the market would have consumed a lot of time, but there were several mass dumping options available. At least this part is not convoluted. Liam chuckled and quickly finished his business transaction. This time he directly gave out buyout options for all the items and didn't put any open-ended bidding. He then left the auction house, checking his messages to see what the others were up to. Surprisingly, Derek was already online, and not only that, but he had also reached the 96th floor of the PvP tower. How long has he been online? Did he log back in immediately? Liam shook his head helplessly. This person was even more hard-working than him. He is probably going to work himself to death if I don't say something. Liam smiled and sent a quick message to Derek, asking him to take proper rest, particularly stressing the importance of mental health. He knew that the person was working so hard to repay everything he had done for him. His determination was impressive, and more importantly, his loyalty was remarkable. Though he seldom showed kindness to others, even he couldn't be moved by such a character. And now, because of the garrison, he would finally be able to give him the necessary guidance, time, and resources. Liam let out a long breath and then hurriedly checked on the other two, his personal troublemakers. He opened the system interface and checked the messages. Luckily, this time they hadn't managed to get themselves into any sort of troublesome situation. They were still busy fighting in the PvP tower. They had also climbed all the way to the 70th floor, and just as he was seeing their details, the two of them logged out of the game. Liam was also tired from the continuous grinding, so he decided to log out as well and take a nap. With many things sorted out, he was now free to finally search for the legacy that could instantly give him the power that he had been working so hard for. It would definitely not be a simple task, but he had a good feeling about it. Chapter 242. Brother, you also logged out. We did just now too. Mei beamed as soon as she saw Liam walking out of his room. Standing next to her, Shen Yu, who was fiddling with her phone, almost dropped it in nervousness. Liam luckily was close enough, so he somehow managed to catch it with his hand before it dropped on the floor and broke apart. Oops, I got it. Here you go. He returned it to her. Shen Yu immediately became bright red. She bit her lips, feeling frustrated that every single time she was always getting embarrassed in front of this guy. Mei, on the other hand, giggled in amusement. Brother, what is this? Ah ha ha ha. Just like inside the game, here also you have super fast reflexes. Ha ha ha. She just commented innocently, but Liam's face slightly changed as soon as he heard it. Was he actually faster than usual? A thought popped up in his mind. However, he was quickly distracted by the crying sounds from his stomach. He was also very tired, so he flopped down on their couch and closed his eyes. Mei, can you order some food for the three of us? Ah, okay. Sis Yu was doing that right now. I will add your favorite too. The food soon arrived, and the three of them ate their meal watching the news on TV. These days, most of the news was about the game, so all three of them watched it with great interest. However, their priorities were different. While Mei and Shen Yu were admiring the various footage, interesting snippets, and player interviews, Liam was keeping an eye on the general growth of the various players. The three were watching and eating in silence, completely engrossed in the news when suddenly the anchor started talking about the 5 most famous characters in the game right now. Let's hear from our 5th most famous player, Arya the Dragon Tamer. He has managed to tame 5 dragons and is currently rising in the rankings very fast. The beautiful woman announced loudly. Dragon Tamer? Wow, this person must be awesome, Mei exclaimed in awe. The next second, unexpectedly, a young face appeared on the TV. He was definitely a teenager, no, maybe not even that. The kid looked even younger than Mei. He is the dragon tamer? Mei couldn't believe her eyes. She had expected someone taller and cooler looking, perhaps like her brother. But this kid was the 5th famous player. Where was justice in this world? Not to mention that the kid seemed very arrogant and proud, making several bold statements about how talented he was. This specifically ticked off Mei as among the 3 of them. She was the only one who was weak and did not have anything special, not even a skill or a pet or a weapon. Her class was also one of the common classes. So watching Shen Yu cakewalk through all the fights in the PvP tower when she had to struggle and win each and every one, that too losing every 2 out of 3, she was already filled with a lot of grievances. And now seeing this brat talk about talent, it made her very frustrated. He definitely just got lucky and is now showing off by talking out of his ass. She chewed angrily, taking it out on the chicken drumstick. She spent the next minute lamenting about it, but Liam only smiled in silence without responding. He didn't want to say anything because unfortunately he already knew what was going to happen to this kid. In this tutorial phase, this kid was one of the top players thanks to his powerful dragon pets. Because of this, he acted very arrogantly, making enemies out of everyone. His personality was also very crappy and selfish, so he didn't have any friends in the game. He also did not join any guild. He roamed around, proudly looking down on everyone and peeking people left and right. Everyone had to bear with him because fighting with a brat like that was just a time waste. He also knew how to run away when the situation got tricky, as one of his dragon pets had the space attribute, so no one was able to touch him. When the inevitable apocalypse ensued, he was suddenly weak and helpless. He did not have his dragons with him, and he had made far too many enemies. Liam did not know who but one of them squished him and killed him like swatting a mosquito. Maybe someone else would have felt pity for him, but Liam neither cared for him nor made any plans to change his shitty ending. That was none of his business. The news anchor then announced the next famous player, the 4th person. Coincidentally, this was none other than Mia. A tall, elegant blonde appeared on the TV, her long locks cascading down to her hips. However, unlike the brat who had previously appeared, Mia's temperament was calm and composed. She had a celestial aura about her, as if she was an angel stepped down from the heavens, albeit a cold and distant angel, whose eyes were as sharp as swords. Mei immediately became silent, as she was one of Mia's ardent fans, and she and Shen Yu watched her interview with their eyes glued to the screen. Liam as well was once again silent, as he already knew that Mia was someone who would become extremely popular. Even in his previous life, her skills, not to mention her looks, brought her a lot of attention. So this was nothing surprising. And since Mia was a very silent and quiet person, the interview did not last long and quickly got over. Unlike the brat, she answered all the questions with yes or no, not using any other words. But still, the fans of this ice goddess cheered loudly with thunderous claps. Even his own sister was clapping. Liam smiled helplessly and continued eating. As he shoved the next spoonful of food into his mouth, the news anchor woman announced the 3rd famous player. Our 3rd famous player is actually a mystery player. This person excels in PvP and is, fondly nicknamed the Black-Masked Oni. Liam almost spat out the food in his mouth. Were they actually talking about him? Before he could digest this piece of news, the next shock soon followed. Unfortunately, we still don't have the identity of this player, so we don't have an interview for him at the moment. The beautiful anchorwoman pouted. She then giggled playfully and continued. In fact, all our top 3 famous players are very mysterious and very unknown. We don't have the identity of all 3 players. Anyone who knows anything about them can come forward and give us more information. There is a huge reward waiting for you. We will also compensate the players for exclusive interviews. The anchorwoman flashed a 5 sign, making a cute pose. The TV then displayed 3 black-cloaked figures. Under one, the nickname Black-Masked Oni was written. Under the next, the name Derek was written, and under the last, the name Liam Chang was written, along with the snippet that he was at the top of the leaderboard in level rankings. Liam stared at this dumbfoundedly. Why was he alone, occupying 2 of the top 5 famous slots? What happened to the other flashy players? And Derek? He did not know whether to laugh or cry and silently continued eating. In reality, he couldn't care less about these things. He did not have any social presence, and he was a nobody. His name as well was a very common name, so it was near impossible to find him unless he exposed himself. But the 2 sitting next to him, Mei and Shen Yu, both looked at him with their eyes wide in admiration. "Brother, you are so famous." Mei abruptly stood up, pointing to the TV. "You don't want to call the news lady? Then you can also give an interview on TV. Everyone across the world will know how awesome you are." She beamed excitedly. Shen Yu smiled lightly and continued eating. She looked very happy, but she didn't want to say anything and make things awkward for Liam. She was also older, and new fame was not always a positive thing. But the other party lacked maturity and was brimming with happiness and pride. Liam caught the little girl and flicked her forehead. "Stop shouting and eat your food. I know what to do when. You should finish your meal and sleep properly." I'm also going to sleep for a bit. Remember, don't go out. Lock the door and sleep well." Ignoring the girl's protests, he dumped the plates into the sink and jumped onto the bed to rest for a while. The news anchorwoman as well had now moved on to other top players in the game, rerunning some of the interviews from last week. Their rankings were very arbitrary, and often changed every day, so the news continued running on and moved on to other real-world affairs after a few minutes. Chapter 243, Your Friends Are Barely Online. After a long sleep, Liam woke up completely refreshed. He got out of the bed, stretched his limbs, and then walked out to take a shower. The apartment looked empty now, with his sister's room wide open and her game capsule light on. Those two must have logged back into the game. He chuckled and quickly finished his shower. When he came back, he surprisingly saw Shenyu still in the living room. She was sleeping on the couch, and hence he hadn't noticed her before. Why is she sleeping here and not in her own apartment? He walked over to her to wake her up, but when he reached near her, he dazedly stopped. Her beautiful face looked even more alluring while she was asleep. Her red lips had slight moisture. Her eyelids lightly moved, perhaps because she was dreaming about something, and her plump chest was pushed up, revealing a lot of her cleavage because of the way her hands hugged herself. The woman was sleeping completely defenseless, as if she was in her own house. Even her shirt was slightly pulled up, revealing her naked, slender waist. Liam's gaze silently traveled up and down the woman's body, dragging on as he took in the various delicious details. Even when she was sleeping without any makeup or adjustments, she was extremely seductive and beautiful. Of course, this wasn't a surprise for him, but for some reason she looked more beautiful and alluring than normal today. Surprised by his own actions, he stood there staring at her like a horny teenager. He could only barely control his hands that were itching to reach forward and touch her naked skin. His eyes moved down from her waist to her long legs that were exposed completely for anyone to see. She was only wearing a pair of short shorts that might as well have been panties. They covered nothing. Half of her round supple-ass was hanging out. Was this woman hell-bent on seducing him? Liam bent down, his hands travelling on their own accord to touch the softness, but at the last minute he stopped himself and snapped out of the trance. Retrieving his hand back, he instead picked up the blanket that had fallen on the ground and placed it on the damned girl. No wonder she managed to unlock the charm attribute. Chuckling wryly, he shook his head and moved away. She was not a bad girl, but he couldn't afford to get distracted by her. There was too much at stake, and there were too many hidden forces and unknown factors. He walked back to his room quickly, logging into the game without further delay. His figure appeared in Yolohy City's inn, and as soon as he regained consciousness, ding 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 ding. Liam was completely caught off guard that he stumbled and fell back onto the inn's small cot, even breaking it in the process. However, he did not look troubled at all. Instead, he was smiling like a maniac as he dusted his clothes and stood back up. So many notifications, so many updates, and every single one of them was either an experience points boost or a notification that he had leveled up. Liam sat in the wooden chair in the corner of the room and quickly scanned through everything he had actually managed to gain an entire level and another half while he had logged out. Even for him, this was ridiculous. This was completely insane, especially considering that every level after 30 needed more and more experience points to fill up. This speed was astounding, not to mention how he'd gained this level by doing literally nothing. He managed to rest his mind completely while also simultaneously making progress inside the game. Liam couldn't resist pulling up the leaderboard level rankings and taking a look. He was sitting at the top with a high 45, and the next position was held by an anonymous player who was level 34. Seeing this, Liam slightly frowned. I didn't know that this game was kind enough to allow a player to remain anonymous. His gaze then traveled to the rest of the list, seeing several familiar names. Just like him, they were also completely exposed without any choice in the matter. However, the second-ranked person alone was somehow able to remain anonymous. Liam stood still for a moment, but he did not think too much about it. He shrugged and started heading out of the inn. After all, even he only knew so much about this game world. He would only be conceited to think that his knowledge was exhaustive. So instead of worrying about this, he moved on to the next main step of his plan. Though hiding a name was temporarily advantageous in the end, everything would eventually be out in the open for the world to see. At that time, only true power mattered. Before leaving the city, Liam first made a quick trip to the auction house. Once again, a series of notifications rang loudly, but this time he was prepared for them. With a subtle smile on his face, he checked the total amount he had amassed. 20 gold coins. Not bad, but I need more. Maybe this time I will also auction a batch of potions. He opened his inventory and dumped another load of low-grade gear that he had collected doing miscellaneous things, mostly from the invasion missions. He then checked the messages from his business partners, but weirdly not many were there. I guess the craze for the lava dungeon is already gone? He opened the dungeon records rankings and checked the list, but surprisingly, it looked like the lava dungeon was still not yet conquered. There were absolutely no records available for it. Liam then checked the last message that Assassin Guild leader Abraki had sent him. Your friends are barely online these days. Is there any other way to buy more potions from you? Also, do you have any anti-venom potions or invisibility potions for sale? This explains it. Liam did not bother replying to the guy and closed the system interface. He then started finally heading out of the city. I wonder who it is that got the short end of the stick. He chuckled. It couldn't have been her. I just saw her giving an interview and she looked fine. It should probably be the annoying redhead or that annoying guy. Seeing that I haven't gotten any retaliation from those three lately, maybe it's the redhead who is down. In all honesty, it didn't matter to him who among them fell sick. He only needed one of the three to go down. Then the other two would probably have no other choice but to come to him begging for help. Fortunately or unfortunately, they had met him. Perhaps things would have turned out different for them if they had never crossed paths, but since they did, they only had their own bad luck to blame for everything. As Liam weaved in and out of the crowded streets, becoming invisible amidst the masses, no one turned to give another glance at him. No one would ever guess that this person was the #1 player right now in the entire realm. He quietly reached the outskirts and then jogged for a bit before whistling to call for Talon. The huge bird swooped down, having grown another size in the meantime. He could now comfortably sit on its back, with a lot of space left, even enough for 2 other people to climb on. Liam thought about calling the other 3, but he quickly gave up on the idea as Derek was probably logging in and out based on what time he had, and Shen Yu and Mei Mei still lacked the appropriate combat experience, so the 2 women would probably be of not much help. If he was just hunting down an elite, then perhaps he could have carried them. However, he was right now on his way to deal with an inheritance, or at worst a hidden class. How could such a thing be easy? Even Shen Yu's inheritance was a sure-shot death trap if he did not possess the Naga's Pearl. The difficulty was simply off the charts. As for calling the Snake Lady once again to help him out this time, it was best to forget it. Instead of the enemy that wanted to kill him, the snake would probably kill him herself. Other than these options, the only one who could have helped him significantly was Luna, but she was also mere at the moment. You chose the wrong time to evolve, little fox. Liam smiled. I should maybe pay the lava dungeon a visit soon to help you more. As the huge Windripper bird rose up into the sky, the city becoming a distant sight, Liam started looking ahead to the east where the thing that would probably decide his fate resided. Even without it, he knew that he would be more strong this time around compared to his previous life. But that was now no longer enough for him. The future was uncertain, and he wanted to be as prepared as he possibly could. Liam pulled up the realm's map and his gaze landed on the Gresh Kingdom borders. He needed to go to the eastern border between Gresh and Thunderbolt. He ran his hand along the back of the bird's neck, patting the sharp metallic feathers covering its body. Keep going east. Chapter 244, Searching for Nothing. After a few hours of journey, Liam and Talon finally arrived at the easternmost parts of the kingdom. Soon they would be landing in the border regions, the rough location that the king had talked about. He couldn't have lied to me, right? The image of the beautiful Trap King of the Gresh Kingdom floated across Liam's mind as he pondered over this possibility. His problem was that all the areas in this zone were filled with high-level beasts and dangerous entities. Not to mention everything roamed around in groups. If he accidentally aggroed one beast, then all the others would respond as well. So Liam really hoped that the Trap King had told him the correct information and not led him astray. Otherwise, he would have to waste a considerable amount of time here, fighting beasts and monsters above his level. Not that he couldn't win somehow and preserve his life, but it would simply take a lot of time to do so. Normally, quests would be straightforward, at least in terms of location. However, he was in this predicament only because this was actually not the location of his own kingdom quest. Rather, he had come here following the clues he had obtained about Kuski's kingdom quest. During their conversation, because of Liam beating around the bush purposefully, the king had let slip this small nugget of information. Somewhere on this vast stretch of borderlands between the Gresh Kingdom and the Thunderbolt Kingdom lay a cave, a hut, or a burrow that contained the necromancy inheritance, or at least clues to it. It wasn't much, but it was enough to go on. Liam whistled, signaling Talon to drop him off here and hide in the nearby area. Flying from here onwards was a bit dangerous. They would be shot down if they were sighted. Just like the Gresh Kingdom, the Thunderbolt Kingdom was also a human kingdom. However, unlike the Gresh Kingdom, there were orcs that lived here along with humans. The humans living in these lands were also bigger, stronger, and barbaric. People in other kingdoms, human NPCs, typically referred to them as barbarians, and they ostracized and looked down upon the natives of this land. The rumor was that the people living here originated from terrible brutality. In the past, when the orcs invaded these lands, they raped and plundered to their heart's content. So the men and women living in this kingdom were considered as mixed race and descendants of the orcs. They also had stronger, taller, and thicker figures with several orcish features. As the war continued on, slowly, the mixed-race community called barbarians started becoming more, and the number of human beings reduced. Eventually, some parts of these lands were occupied by the orcs and some by barbarians, and some sort of peace was established. Afterward, a barbarian also managed to unify the different settlements, establishing the Thunderbolt Kingdom. These people were powerful warriors, and also nature brawlers. They used nature magic like shamans to complement their physical strength and fighting methods. They were able to cast spells like mages and fight like warriors. Their reproductive rate was also significantly higher, just like orcs and demons, so they had the numbers to boost their strength as well. So using this upper hand, they managed to defend their kingdom all these years and held their own against several types of enemies. And now Liam was near their territory. Apart from vicious beasts in the borderlands between the two kingdoms, Liam also had to watch out for these barbarians. They were ruthless savages. Because of his human-like appearance, if he ever got caught in their hands, he would be mercilessly raped and killed. To make matters worse, they watched their borders like hawks manning both the land and the sky. They would never let anyone fly above their land and immediately shoot them down. This was why Liam already dismounted Talon at a good distance and then started covering the rest of the land on foot. He used the semi-epic ranked sword in his hand to cut through the thorns and brambles and traversed across the rough, unruly terrain, searching blindly for any clues that could get him closer to the necromancy inheritance. Liam had to admit, it was far easier to steal the fate of those who had stumbled upon lucky occurrences rather than others who had worked their way towards it. Particularly this guy Kosuke. He was like a leech, not letting go of what rightfully belonged to him. Kosuke had somehow managed to trigger the event, unlock the Netherrealm, and finally even got the Kingdom Quest. The only thing that he lacked right now was overall strength and power, which he would also inevitably obtain in a few days, sooner if he manages to capture a garrison as well. He would then attempt this quest, probably with his team of super experts, and easily get the inheritance using which he will be able to command an army of undead. He would once again stand at the top as he was destined to be. Liam, however, had no plans to let him sail smoothly into the sunset to his destiny, becoming one of the great experts of their world. He was determined to snatch away whatever belonged to Kosuke. He had a perfect affinity to the Nether, so if anyone was suited for this inheritance, it was him, not Kosuke. I wonder what that guy's affinity is, Liam quietly mumbled while his feet continued moving forward, and his eyes searched the surroundings. He had started at the far south of the borderlands, and systemically moved towards the north. Once he reached the other end of the border, then he would again be moving to the south, searching the entire border between the two countries systematically in a grid-like fashion. Started away from the Thunderbolt Kingdom, first searching the zones within the Gresh Kingdom, and then he would have to slowly encroach and search the lands of the barbarians as well. As far as he knew, the inheritance could lie on either side, so he couldn't take any chances. Thus, Liam continued the slow, painful grind, searching the border area between the two kingdoms. At times, he felt as if he was searching for a needle in a haystack, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Powerful inheritances and priceless treasures were as rare as virgins after a frat party. Thankfully, the frequent notifications continuously chiming in, announcing the steady increase of his experience bar, helped him not lose his mind searching in this vast wilderness. Chapter 245. A dark purple long sword that lacked any luster whatsoever currently flashed in the sunlight, shining brightly here and there. It was pure obscure, just like the movements of the person wielding it. However, every time the sword flashed, blood was spilled and blood-curdling howls resounded in the empty, dense jungle. That's the last of the wolves. Liam bent down to pick up the coins scattered around, and a couple of wolf pelts. These wolves were not the common dire wolves, but level 50 green-spiked wolves. Liam was still able to easily see through their attack patterns and cleanly finish them. He could have dealt with them more quickly using the golems, but the two giants were a bit too attention-grabbing, so he saved them both for emergency and dealt with this small pack by himself. The fifth pack of wolves that he had come across, but Liam did not plan to take a detour. It was better to search the grid by moving around in the wolf territory rather than something else's, and he was almost done searching the area. After a while, he moved on to the next zone, searching around everywhere and turning over every rock. He continued doing this for a long time, but it looked like it was going nowhere. Titsk, titsk, do I have to go to the other side? Liam sheathed his sword back, and then let out a small sigh before heading deeper into the jungle towards the other side of the border. And just as he did, suddenly a small cry sounded from a distance. Liam hurriedly dashed towards the source of the sound, and from a distance saw a few rabbits hanging around the bushes. Just rabbits. As he was in a hurry, he turned around to leave when he stopped in his tracks. How are these things here in this zone? Only now he paid more attention to the actual state of the rabbits. These are undead rabbits? He moved closer, but the rabbits noticed him and started coming right at him without any fear. Even though there was so much level difference, they did not hesitate at all and came straight for him without holding back. These were the common characteristics of the undead. It only took Liam a second to deal with this bunch of rabbits, but he did not leave the spot just yet. He had originally wanted to observe them and see where they go about, but now that they were dead, he had to find out things for himself. He lingered around thoroughly examining the ground, trees, and everything around him. This was the first undeads he had seen in this area, and since he was looking for a necromancy inheritance, he almost camped out in the area. He spent the next couple of hours combing this place upside down, even pulling out all the grass around and uprooting trees. And finally, when he stepped foot on a particular spot, his feet sunk and he felt the ground loose underneath. Liam grunted and started hastily slashing the ground, removing all the dirt and the rocks, clearing the path underneath him. Soon, a huge hollow underground tunnel was revealed, and Liam immediately activated stealth, jumping into the tunnel. However, his stealth was immediately cancelled as something prickled his skin. It didn't affect his health or cause any other injury, so Liam continued moving ahead. He no longer bothered keeping the stealth as he couldn't see properly and had to conjure a small wisp of flame. It was more difficult than usual for some reason, but Liam did not mind it and continued heading deeper inside. The anticipation coursing through his blood was palpable. He was so close to it. This had to be it, right? Liam continued walking when suddenly a groaning sound came from the side. He instantly increased the size of the flame in his hand, illuminating everything around him. Whatever was around him probably alerted them already, so he did not hold back. Immediately the entire underground tunnel lit up and Liam couldn't help but gasp as he took a look around. Skeletons! Bony skeletons! Numerous white dusty skeletons were present all around him without even a chunk of flesh left behind on their bodies. Liam hurriedly unsheathed his sword, preparing himself to fight. However, the next second he sheathed it back, because that was clearly not necessary, at least for now. The several dozens of skeletons lining the walls of the tunnel were actually chained to the wall and were unable to move, even though they tried. These are so weak, it's as if they have decayed or something. Liam squatted on the floor to observe one of the skeletons. It could barely even move its arm towards him, only producing dull grating sounds of bones rubbing against each other. First the rabbits and now these skeletons. Liam grinned as he stood back up and started walking further deeper into the tunnels. There seemed to be an elaborate network of tunnels under the ground, each steeper than the previous one, inclined downward. He was walking deeper and deeper into the earth as he moved ahead. A thick, moist smell of the earth along with a putrid smell of decaying skeletons together assaulted his nose. But Liam scrunched his nose and kept walking as he knew that he was definitely in the right place. He might not even need a clue that led him to some other tomb or cave. From the looks of how things were unfolding, this was probably it. He had a feeling that he almost had the necromancy inheritance in his grasp. He just needed to walk down and take it. The only thing that was a bit worrisome was the complete lack of traps or any other sort of beast or undead creature. Was obtaining an inheritance really that simple? Was he just going to walk all the way down and get what he wanted? Before even Liam could finish his thought, a loud rumbling sound echoed. Chapter 246. Someone is already here. Gradually, the rumbling sound started to get louder and louder. Liam subconsciously reached his hand out to touch the wall, hoping that it was not the tunnel that was about to crumble and crash down. He would then be buried in this mess and die a miserable death. Though it was a shameful way to die, it was probably worth the risk. Liam chuckled wryly and looked around as the sound started to amplify exponentially. What the hell? It sounded as if several buffaloes were galloping towards Liam. However, he didn't have to wonder for too long. The next second, loud cackling and roaring. Noises echoed, and a horde of skeletons appeared in front of him. They were only around level 30 to 40, but their sheer numbers were alarming. That's more like it. Liam grinned and dashed forward. Weirdly enough, this actually made him feel a little more at ease. Instead of some convoluted, twisted mechanisms, he would rather take these guys and fight them head-on. He lobbed the ball of fire onto the incoming skeletons and directly jumped into the middle of the fray. He swung his sword around, the sharp metal clanging with the dense bones. Huge damage numbers started floating up, but weirdly the fireball he had thrown earlier did not do much damage. So you guys have some mana resistance. I see, but that's fine by me. Liam grinned and continued swinging his sword around, blocking and parrying the attacks, but also sending some attacks in when he had the chance. He did not look overwhelmed at all. Rather, he looked like he was having a lot of fun. With every move he made, dust and pieces of bones flew scattered, falling out left and right. The dead and decaying skeletons were no match for the sharp, sturdy metal of the semi-epic ranked weapon. Liam did not even have to use its special effect. He was completely overpowered. In addition to this, another level-up notification promptly appeared, pushing him all the way to level 46. Were the undeads always this weak? He grinned and continued cutting down everything around him. As the last wisp of the fireball died down, a blanket of darkness enshrouded him and more skeletons rushed forward, roaring energetically. These were visibly different from the skeletons Liam had seen near the entrance of the tunnel. They had more fighting power and energy within them, as if they were still alive. Some of them also had weapons. Their levels as well were not that low, and consequently their stats were higher, so it was a considerable task for Liam to evade their attacks. Though he had a powerful weapon for offense, he still lacked good techniques for defense. But this only helped him hone his movement skill and dodging skill even further. In between the fight, he also had to cast a fast fireball to light up the place ever so often. While the skeletons were completely fine with fighting in the dark, he was unable to see anything in the dark. Trying to fight in complete darkness would only prolong things, so Liam still cast fireballs and barraged fire bullets everywhere to see clearly. In this way, Liam continuously dealt with the onslaught of skeletons for the next few minutes, when finally the last of the skeleton was smashed into bits and pieces. Was that the last one? Liam shook his head, white bone dust flying everywhere. The tunnel no longer had the moist, earthy smell. Instead, it now smelled like chalk powder. Even the air was suffocating. Liam dusted himself and his clothes and then started walking further into the tunnel, heading deeper into the ground. The tunnel was quite narrow, and Liam thought about the number of skeletons that had poured out. Tisk, tisk, this is going to take too long. He increased his pace to cover the long tunnel faster. He once again materialized a ball of flame to light up the dark, ramshackle place covered with cobwebs and nests of small critters. The next several twists and turns of the tunnel did not contain anything specifically, and he continued moving downwards. The only difference he noticed was that the air here was strangely thicker and heavier, as if he was inhaling something else along with it. He also had a small prickling sensation here and there that appeared fleetingly and disappeared the next second. Other than that, nothing else seemed to be out of place, and Liam continued walking in the never-ending underground tunnel that ran zigzag down the ground. Am I going to the center of the world or what? After a few minutes he was still walking endlessly, so Liam sighed and bumped up his speed further, now running. He then churned his mana, moving the energy to his feet, and gave himself an additional speed boost to cover more distance. However, as he tried to do this, the mana that he used wasn't getting replenished all that well. Liam quickly stopped conserving whatever mana he had left. Only then did he notice that the mana in the air right now was actually very thin. It was almost not present. But Liam did not stop. With a subtle smile on his face, he gripped his sword tighter and continued walking downwards. Meanwhile, at the exact same time, several feet directly above him, a group of 4 players landed on the ground. Unlike Liam, they had come here on a flying mount, so it hadn't taken them that long to find the place. This should be your quest spot. Madan walked around taking a look, only to come to an abrupt halt when he saw the huge gaping hole on the ground. Don't tell me! Someone is already fucking here! He turned around, gasping, completely and utterly shocked. His big tummy jiggled as he stared at Kuski, wanting to see his reaction. However, that guy was still rather calm. He did not panic and simply walked over to take a look at the hole. Chapter 247, Nether Infested. Bro, what is this? Are we already too late, damn it? Madam chewed his nails in nervousness. I knew something was up when we got orders to finish this quest first, despite our level. We could have easily taken care of this kingdom quest, if we were at least 40 or 45, like that damn monster Liam. Is that guy using Viagra to level, or what? How is he alone 10 levels above us? And now, not only are we weak in this zone, we also have some competition. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why the fuck is nothing going well these days? First the flame fragment, and now this. Madan continued incessantly chatting in his nervousness. He did not look like he was going to stop anytime soon, so Anya scoffed at him in irritation. Can you stop talking? She directly said, her tone cutting especially because of her unique accent. Madan rolled his eyes at the flat-chested beauty. I swear she thinks she is a supermodel or something. Why do I have to listen to her? Who made her the boss? Despite the cold beauty's warning, he continued to run his mouth in a low voice to Barrett, the berserker with the mohawk. But the other guy moved away quietly, not wanting to involve himself in these two's bickering. Luckily, Kusuke spoke up, grabbing everyone's attention. Just like Madan said, someone else is definitely here. There are several footprints, and this place is newly hollowed out. Let's hurry and take a look. Does anyone need more potions or stamina water? The team quickly ceased their shenanigans and became more serious, everyone preparing themselves for whatever came their way. They jumped into the hole, with Barrett taking the lead, Kusuke, Madan and Anya then following him. Look, there are footprints here also, Madan mumbled, pointing his hand to the ground. He currently had a wolf pet whose tail was on fire, so everyone was able to look around clearly. However, just as they stared at the ground, something else happened. Their health bars started dropping, and 3 out of 4 of them got debuff notifications. Ding. You are poisoned by the nether. Ding. All your stats are reduced by 50%. 3 out of 4 of them got this same set of notifications, and only Kusuke was the exception. He wasn't affected by the presence of nether. I can't keep up with this. Anya gritted her teeth, struggling to refill all 3 health bars as they continuously dropped. Especially with all of their stats reduced by half, this seemed like an arduous task. After a couple of seconds, she knew that there was no way that they could move along the tunnel, and quickly climbed back up to stand again on solid ground. As fresh air assaulted her nose and the stale, dingy smell disappeared, the nether debuff also disappeared accordingly. She was still in the vicinity of her teammates, so she quickly invoked an earth elemental spirit and healed everyone back up. Not possible, guys. The tunnel runs deep. I cannot continue healing you two from up here. She might be able to heal them now, but they couldn't possibly keep this up for much longer, so she curtly voiced out the obvious. Nodding their heads, Madan and Barrett as well climbed back up, and taking one last look, Kusuke also followed suit. After that, everyone started discussing what to do next, and the best solution seemed to be Kusuke taking a look at things all by himself. After all, this was his quest originally, and he was also the most compatible one with it. The rest weren't even able to get in without being affected by the debuffs. They tried entering the tunnel a couple more times to confirm this, and every single time they got the same debuff. On the other hand, sending Kusuke in alone also seemed to be a bad idea, because this was a high-level zone, and they had come here without sufficient preparations. They received orders that they absolutely had to be here today and attempt the quest, so they didn't have much choice in the matter. While Barrett, Anya and Kusuke were busy brainstorming and trying different things, somehow trying to figure out a solution for this problem before they ran out of time, Madan alone had a big smug grin on his face. Guys, are you ready? He spoke in a mysterious way. Anya narrowed her eyes, looking at the fat ball with a mixture of anger and irritation. Ready for what? She asked him in her trademark sharp tone. Madan gulped and smiled awkwardly. He was genuinely afraid of this woman, even though he will never admit it. So he did not dare build any more suspense and quickly blurted out, "My big surprise." The next second, a black dot appeared in front of the 4 of them, and the dot quickly became bigger, morphing into a small pitch-black bird. It chirped happily on seeing the fatty, and flew towards him to perch on his shoulder. Hee. Guys, meet Tweety, my newest acquisition. Madan giggled as the bird lovingly rubbed against his cheek. She is a darling softy, and more importantly, seeing him taking his sweet time, Anya growled, "Spit it out already." Okay. Madan gnashed his teeth. I was just getting there. She is a dark element spirit beast, all right, so she can enter the tunnel along with Kusuke and scout for him. This way. Even if our vice leader Kusuke, Madan enunciated so that the Russian woman would know her place, went in alone, he would still have time to react and be better prepared. At worst, he could always make a break for it and run back up, where we would be waiting. Even if someone else was present inside, once Kusuke successfully lures that person out, we can take them down. Not that bro needs our help, he already has his undead minions, hee. Fine, stop talking and try it already, Anya scoffed. Chapter 248, Stomach Problems. Anya eyed the small bird with visible jealousy. A dark element spirit beast. It might as well be called a priceless treasure. She was a druid, and even she didn't have a powerful spirit beast like it, so she couldn't help but feel envious. Madan happily basked in the spotlight and rubbed the little bird again. Show them what you can do, Tweety. After hearing his command, the little bird nodded her head and then flew into the tunnel as fast as a dart, chirping happily. The 4 of them could not see her after that, as she became one with the darkness in the tunnel. However, Madan could still feel her presence, and he could also track her status. See, only has a 5% stats debuff. Her health is also not dropping. He proudly displayed the results for everyone to see. Now even Anya was visibly impressed, and the 4 of them nodded in agreement. This definitely looks like the best option right now, Kusuke said. I think so too. Barrett also added. The group attempted to explore the tunnel again. and this time only Kusuke and the 5 undead bears trailing behind him jumped into the tunnel. In front of him, Tweety flapped her wings, hiding in the darkness. "Okay, let's start." Kusuke looked around. He took out a flare stick from his inventory and lit it up for visibility. He then moved ahead, slowly taking in everything and observing the surroundings carefully. Not long after, he came across the skeletons chained to the wall, and he also saw the clear footprint on the ground. A strange look appeared on Kasuke's face. This place was suffocatingly filled up to the brim with nether, and there was a high chance that someone had found this place and entered the tunnel before him. Could it be that person? He pondered over it amidst the pin-drop silence and darkness that surrounded him. He then again started walking, heading deeper into the tunnel, with the spirit beast bird scouting the spot ahead of him. Meanwhile, completely unaware of what was happening above him, the other person in the tunnel was also going in deeper and deeper. Liam frowned, looking at the sight in front of him. At this depth, the walls of the tunnel were suddenly covered with some sort of grass or dense moss. That too gave off a strange, intoxicating smell, but it didn't affect Liam in a good way. His hands and legs were now terribly itching, and he was pretty sure that these plants were responsible for it. Are they some sort of precious herbs? Liam wondered. Anyways, I will come back and take a look at it. There was plenty of moss covering the whole place, and he did not want to waste time scraping them off, at least until he managed to get his hands on the inheritance. Letting out a long sigh, Liam tried not to be bothered by the itching and continued moving forward. Since he was conserving mana, his pace was rather slow, but he didn't mind it. Since he did not know anything about this place and did not have a quest, he needed to pay close attention to every single detail. Liam silently walked, and a few minutes later he finally arrived at what seemed to be the next checkpoint. In front of him, the tunnel slightly widened, and before he could take another step forward, a gust of wind blew on his face and body, blowing out the flames engulfing his hand. It was dense white mist, and it prevented him from seeing his surroundings clearly. Everything happened too fast and too suddenly. Before he could react, damage numbers started appearing and his health started dropping. Liam instinctively raised his sword up and sent out several slashes in the space next to him, even if he couldn't see anything. However, this time even his sword couldn't help him. He was simply swinging it around and it meant nothing. He might as well be simply slashing the air. His attacks were not working and his health was still dropping. If my sword doesn't work, then... Liam did not hesitate and used the mana that he had preserved so far. He materialized a huge ball of fire again and sent it out around him as compressed bullets. And this time he finally saw the effect. Because of his fire bullet attack, the thickness of the white mist weakened and he was able to somewhat see. Surrounding him on all sides and slowly corroding his physical body were a bunch of specters. So this is why. It looked like the person to whom this tunnel belonged purposefully made several arrangements. First, they managed to thin out the mana in the air, and then they set traps that required mana usage. Did they not know about mana potions? Liam sneered and did not hold back as he sent out fireballs left and right without even bothering to aim. He was fully surrounded, so what was the point? And that too, these spectres seemed to be of a different type. They were dense and spread out without any specific features, so he simply attacked in a random fashion, and every time a streak of fire passed through the space, the white mist in the region cleared, transiently leaving behind the clean earthy air. However, this new clean spot was quickly covered by other spectres. It seemed as if there was an endless supply of these spectres coming in and taking the spot of the old ones that were damaged or destroyed. Very clearly, the aim here was to tire out the intruder, but Liam dunked in one of his several mana potions, and leisurely cleared the sea of spectres. But there was one thing that was weird and out of place. Every time a mana potion, he felt the itching sensation worsen. He was also feeling nauseous, as if he was drinking something stale or ruined. Did mana potions have expiry dates? Chapter 249, Clearing the Tunnel. Liam shook his head, putting the weird thought out of his mind and focusing on the spectres surrounding him. The mana potion was still working, so he had no problem. He downed one bottle after another, withstanding the itching sensation and the pain, and slowly cleared the spectres ganking him. A few minutes later, the mist finally cleared, and he also managed to gain a significant chunk of experience points. Along with the already steady flow of experience points he was receiving, he was once again close to reaching the next level, his experience bar almost half full. Liam drank yet another mana potion bottle, and also popped in a few stamina recovery berries, and once again continued down the tunnel. If I find the person who made this, I am going to beat him. He expected another portion of the never-ending long and winding tunnel, but thankfully that was not the case. As soon as he turned around the next corner, 3 huge caves appeared in front of him, and standing guard in front of these rooms was an entire squad of Death Knights. Liam instantly had a bad feeling. If I am correct, then these guys should have both high physical resistance and magic resistance. He dashed forward, bringing his sword down on the first knight standing. and instantly a pathetic damage number floated atop the undead guy, -50. He then lobbed a fireball onto the same undead with his other hand, and once again another pathetic damage number floated, -30. Liam hadn't seen bad numbers like this in a while, and it made him cringe. Tisk, this is going to be a long grind. But he had no time to think about it. Now that his presence was known, the undead came crawling towards him. Well, in this case, the knights sitting on their horses, who were merely statues until a while back, suddenly roared and neighed and sprang into action, coming to attack him with full force. And Liam as well skillfully moved, twisting and turning his body, evading all of their attacks. Wind burst, fire blast, fire bullet, lightning snake, lava rain, sword dance. He activated every single powerful skill in his possession, and tackled the knights with everything he had. Unlike the skeletons and the spectres, these guys were rather strong and more resilient. They did a lot of damage, and not to mention they were level 55, almost full 10 levels above Liam. So the fight was extremely difficult. If he did not have an endless supply of health potion, mana potion, and stamina berries, he would have died after a few seconds. Mainly, he also couldn't use any of his cheat items like the golems and grenades. These would have made his life exponentially easier, but he didn't want to risk dying. More importantly, he did not want to risk this entire place collapsing onto itself and the inheritance perhaps lost because of it. So he did not dare use it. But Liam did not complain. He took the abysmal damage numbers with a chill pill and was happy that at least these guys were not rare elites or boss elites. Then he would have truly struggled a lot and would have probably failed at this task. So the current situation was already the best he could hope for. This kind of rote grind had seeped deep into his bones, and doing tiring hard work was nothing new to him. His body almost moved on its own, automatically evading the few attacks based on muscle memory. His own footwork and swordplay had also tremendously progressed. Ever since he had faced the multitude of trolls in the old man's trial, he had gotten better at fighting against hordes of enemies single-handedly. His rhythm, techniques, usage of both sword and mana in synchrony had also improved by leaps and bounds. Though he liked getting the free passive experience points, it was this kind of training that Liam valued a lot. But these were not the only weapons he had in his arsenal. The sword he was holding now and the sword he used then were two completely different weapons. The purple sword currently dancing in his hand was a semi-epic ranked weapon. In situations like this, where he was really pushed up against the wall, the extra attributes on the weapon truly helped him out. And also because Liam imitated the same method he had used to forge Derek's shield and forcefully forged this sword, it also carried with it the same skills. Passive skill: for every attack blocked, there is a small chance to deflect the damage back to the attacker. Active skill: speed burst, temporarily increases agility by 5%, cooldown 1 minute. He couldn't exactly control the output of the passive skill as it triggered according to its own will. Also, Liam had never been one to get lucky, and the last thing he would do was count on luck. So he ignored the first skill and only relied on the second skill. 5% agility boost could not be underestimated. It was huge. While moving around and dealing with several knights at the same time, it was inevitable that he become cornered once or twice, or even more than that. In these sticky situations, he instantly activated this additional speed boost and managed to get out of the tough spot. In this manner, the slow and tiresome fight continued on, and almost 2 entire hours passed. At this time, even though Liam had potions and berries, he still felt the mental fatigue resulting from the prolonged fight, and exhaustion crept in. The weird, painful, pricking, itching sensation was also becoming harder and harder to deal with. What the hell kind of debuff is this? In his frustration, he punched the knight in front of him with extra strength. His only consolation was that these knights only fought with their weapons and were incapable of wielding magic. If they had, this would have long since been over. Chapter 250, A True Monster. Another couple of hours later, Liam panted, after having managed to finally take down about half of the Death Knights. However, the other half was still staring down at him, all of them looking angry and furious, blue flames seeping out of their soulless eyes. Not only from their eyes, but from their bodies also. Thick fumes seeped out. Is this nether? He was not able to sense it well, as he was not yet adept at using nether like he used mana. However, the presence of nether was so thick that he was roughly able to feel it. Looking at this, Liam couldn't help but worry a bit about his poor perceptivity of the nether. Even though he had a perfect affinity, he was not able to perceive it well. This was fine at the moment. Perhaps after obtaining the inheritance, he might be able to sense the energy better, so he didn't worry too much about it. But as he mindlessly continued slashing and blocking the chunky knights, his brain wandered to the things that he was lacking on its own. His concentration was beginning to waver. Liam heaved a huge sigh, and then went back to the grind, pulling his mind back and tethering tightly the focus and concentration that was beginning to wander away from him. And this also seemed to be the last set of guardians standing between him and the 3 rooms. So perhaps this was the last hurdle. This thought helped him persevere, and he continued clashing with the bunch of strong, sturdy Death Knights, all wearing a full suit of gear and armor that still had a lot of integrity left in them. Clang, clang, dang, dang. Horrendously loud, screeching metallic sounds continued to echo in the narrow space. However, at this time, neither Liam nor the undeads noticed the presence of a third party, the dark elemental spirit beast. Right now, all 4 experts, 3 standing out, and 1 who was in the tunnel, a safe distance, away from Liam, were all dumbfoundedly staring at the party chat. Madan, what the fuck is happening? Why is he here? Barrett, yeah, shouldn't he be in the netherworld or whatever? Kusuke, what is happening? Anya, Kusuke, I also don't know. The last time I checked, he was in the Netherrealm. I haven't checked recently, so I am not sure. Anya, the problem right now is not that he is here, the problem is his level. Madan, Kusuke bro, at least outside, the 4 of us could have together taken care of him. Maybe. Madan, but what are you going to do alone? Does he have a lot of undead minions? Madan, or just 5 like you? Did he notice you already? Anya, stop talking. Kusuke, no, he hasn't seen me yet. I think I might have a plan. Madan, can you ask your bird to see if he is busy fighting right now? Madan, okay. Madan, yes, he is busy fighting. He is outnumbered, and he is using only a sword. He also doesn't have any minions on his side. I think what you are planning might work. Anya, he hasn't told the plan yet. Madan, oh, I forgot that you are a blonde. Suddenly, everyone stopped typing, and Kausk as well moved forward, inching closer to Liam while making sure that he is not seen by him. He did not want to underestimate the opponent, especially when the said opponent is the #1 player on the ranking leaderboard. It's not that he did not know the method that Liam was using to level up this monstrously. He was well aware of this method, and in fact he had the same opportunity available to him. But that was precisely why he did not dare underestimate him. As Kyosuke carefully moved forward, paying utmost attention to every little thing, he soon arrived at the junction in front of the 3 rooms, and the next instant he completely froze, standing on the spot. His eyes were wide open, bulging like a boiled egg, and his mouth was also similarly open. If there was a fly nearby, it could have easily gone in and come out. Kusuke was that shocked to see the scene playing out in front of him. He saw Liam's figure almost flying constantly, bouncing between the various level 50 and higher Death Knights. Just by looking at this, he could tell exactly how difficult the fight was. Otherwise, the person wouldn't be struggling so much. This alone maybe he could have digested, but the truly frightening thing was the number of Death Knights already killed and littered on the ground. Not to mention the white powder dust he saw, which could only be bone dust, and maybe even other mobs that he could have potentially faced in this long winding tunnel. And even after fighting with all those, he was still soloing this impossible mob. Just what sort of a monster was he? Kausuke gulped subconsciously and dazedly stared at the brilliant swordplay being demonstrated in front of him. His eyes also lingered on the purple sword that was dancing splendidly. He was also a necromancer just like Liam, but his own combat strength. Both were completely unmatched. If he were to compare his own fighting abilities with Liam, then he would only be deluding himself. More importantly, there was something that was weird. The person was not just using swordplay, he was also using fire magic spells and at times even lightning spells. Be it his casting speed, the proficiency with which he was coordinating his swordplay, and his magic spells, every single move he made was top-notch. It was as if he was seeing a high-level NPC showing off his skills to a bunch of noobs. Even the really powerful mages he knew were not this skilled. On top of all of these things, just what the hell was he? A mage, a swordsman, a necromancer. It took him a minute to fully grasp the gravity of everything that was going on, and then he hurriedly typed in the chat. Kusuke, we are going to have to use a different approach. Chapter 251, new plan. Madan, what do you mean? What is happening? Kusuke, we cannot fight him. Big Brother was correct. There are 3 rooms here. My quest item is definitely inside one of these rooms. Kusuke, when he clears the mobs or when the time is right, I will throw a disorienting bomb on him. I will also give you guys the signal. Madan, and then what? Kusuke, and then prepare to run the hell away from here. What else? Kusuke, if possible. You 3 need to create a disturbance and lure a lot of monsters to this area. Otherwise, this time this mission will be a failure. The 3 standing outside immediately turned silent and serious, not because they did not understand the plan, but because they understood it too well. Kusuke was trying to avoid a one-on-one head-on fight with a guy who had been fighting non-stop for a while now. He might surely be very tired right now and not at his best ability. But still, he was avoiding confrontation and conflict, and this was Kausuke no less. The guy was a cheat character. Especially after listening to all of the Big Brother's advice and instructions, he was the one who had reaped maximum rewards. So no one dared to oppose this plan of action and silently agreed to it. The three standing on the top did not waste time and quickly scurried away, placing themselves in appropriate positions, ready to take action. Meanwhile, Kusuke saw another Death Knight drop down dead. He knew that he did not have enough time. He took a step back and retrieved an item from his inventory. It was a small bottle of yellow liquid, labeled Invisibility Potion. Kusuke hurriedly dunked it down and then stepped out of the corner. He had another potion ready to go in his hand. Is it possible for me to cross them? He stopped and moved, patiently observing the situation around him and reacting accordingly. His actions were hurried, but at the same time there was a kind of stability to them. He took his time, carefully maneuvering the combat area, as even a single attack that spilled his way would immediately give away his presence. Then without a doubt he would be dead the next instant. So he proceeded with the utmost caution and finally managed to reach the room on the right. Thankfully it was not locked, but he still needed to open the door. This alone was enough to attract Liam's attention and give away his position. He would still be invisible, as the invisibility potion worked slightly different from stealth. Nevertheless, it was too risky. It was probably the only chance he might get. He needed to be extra careful in this step. He needed to make sure that he got the quest item in this one try. He waited patiently and watched until an opportune moment presented itself. And soon it did. Liam's speed had suddenly increased, and he was using this chance to do high-intensity burst damage to the Death Knights. His concentration was completely on the knights in front of him, as their attack patterns were complicated. Kusuke knew that he wouldn't get another opportunity better than this. He quickly hurried over to the door and then opened it. However, things did not go smoothly. The door was tightly jammed, and it made a loud creaking noise as it opened. It was a strong, sturdy, heavy iron door, so he had to use a lot of force, and the effect of his invisibility potion completely disappeared. He was now fully visible. Kusuke's heart almost leaped out of his chest, and he started sweating buckets. Without paying attention to anything else, throwing all caution to the wind, he directly barged into the room and then closed the door quickly behind him. His head was spinning, his brain was overheated, and he stood frozen right at the back of the huge iron door, waiting for something to happen. Did he fail already? Luckily, no such thing happened, and there was only silence everywhere around him. The noise from outside did not reach inside at all. Finally, Kusuke calmed down enough to take a look at the room in front of him. Rather than a room, it was more appropriate to call it a cave. It was dark and dingy, and the smell was unbearable, but he didn't act immediately. He tried to remain still and listen to the silent darkness around him. Kusuke very well knew the risk he was taking right now. He was in a new, unknown place. There was a monster behind the door, but there could be more on this side. To make matters worse, he was also in a very vulnerable state at the moment. He did not have his undead with him. He only had his bow and spear to rely on. Taking another moment to see if anything had already sensed his presence, he finally took out a flare stick from his inventory and used it to observe the room in brightness. Kusuke was once again utterly astonished. For a second he wondered just where exactly was he. His quest did not prepare him enough for this sight. In front of him, the huge cave space sprawled about, covered in cobwebs and untouched for decades. And in this huge room there were only 3 tables. The tables were made of solid ground and had a black-colored sticky substance atop them. Otherwise, the tables were empty. But more shockingly, the walls of the cave, covered by the thick, dense layer of moss, had numerous skeletons hanging on them. These skeletons were chained to the walls, adorning the space everywhere like grotesque sculptures. These skeletons were very similar to the ones at the entrance. They were still alive, but very barely. They obviously noticed Kusuke, and their hollow heads all turned to look at him, creaking and groaning. Otherwise, they were unable to move. Based on this and the way everything was arranged, it was very clear that these people had been tortured in these caves, probably while they were still alive. Chapter 252 on the sidelines. Kusuke stared at the huge cave in silent contemplation. Normally he liked to explore a place, understand the lore behind it, and examine each tiny thing in detail. But now was not the time for it. He shook his head and forced himself to scan through everything in this cave hurriedly. Except for the greenish-black moss that covered the walls and the numerous skeletons chained to the same, nothing else of value seemed to be there. No matter how much he looked, this was all that he could find. Okay, I should go to the next one. He wiped the sweat off of his forehead, and then letting out a long sigh, he opened the huge iron door again. This time he was truly pushing his luck. From this side of the door he couldn't exactly see where Liam's concentration lay. He also couldn't hear anything. The best he could do was push open the door slightly, creating a small slit of space through which he could peer outside and see what was happening. Luckily for him, Liam seemed to be still engrossed in fighting the Death Knights. He also did not look like he had figured out anything yet, and his full attention was on the fight. But the number of enemies surrounding him had once again gone down. He was slowly but steadily overpowering them and defeating them. At this rate, he might only have a few more minutes left. After that, the number of Death Knights would definitely be too little to keep this monster completely occupied. He hurriedly dunked in another invisibility potion, and then stepped out of the door. There were only 2 more caves in the vicinity, and the tunnel seemed to end here. There was simply no other option. The quest item has to be in one of these 2 places, Kusuke mumbled to himself. The fight was currently focused near the central cave, so Kusuke walked around the group and arrived at the leftmost cave. He once again had to apply a lot of force to push open this door, and the rusted door finally gave away. He quietly slipped in and closed the door behind him, this time leaving a small opening and not fully shutting down the door. He then observed the vast space in front of him. It was old, dusty, and covered with cobwebs, but just like the other room, this room also was unique. But this one did not have creepy skeletons and weird sacrificial mud tables. Instead, there were numerous cauldrons, inscription desks, forging stations, and even an old furnace structure. Though at first glance these looked like ordinary items, albeit covered in dust and sand, Kusuke knew that they possibly couldn't be so simple. He started anxiously looking around in a hurry, as any minute now Liam could bang open the door and barge inside. Just the mere thought of it made him nervous. He quickened his pace and started pocketing everything he could get his hands on. Some of the cauldrons even had leftover substances within them, to his surprise. These could potentially be rare treasures or high-grade medicinal pills. Kusuke did not have the time to see what was useful and what was not useful, and tossed every single item in the cave into his inventory. It was good that they had recently emptied all the contents in the warehouse. So he now had plenty of space to accommodate all the random things, even items that could potentially only be trash. Soon he was done rummaging through this cave as well, and the only leftover was the moss covering the walls. Could this be a rare herb too? Just in case, Key scraped some moss off of the wall and tossed it into his inventory as well. He didn't have the time necessary to harvest all the moss, but seeing that this tunnel was full of it, he didn't bother with it. At least for now, the quest item had the maximum priority. It was a kingdom quest, and these were extremely rare, and the rewards equally generous. He couldn't possibly squat on the ground and leisurely scrape off all the moss in this place with the monster outside the cave and his quest incomplete. No, he had to act quickly and stealthily and leave this place before the other party realized his presence. So far, everything had gone his way, so Kusuke was now a lot more confident and less nervous in the beginning, when they had been ordered to come here immediately. Even though their levels were too low, he had been extremely skeptical. But in hindsight, seeing how things were turning out now, this had been the best possible decision. He did not even have to deal with anything personally. Liam by himself had already taken care of all the mobs in this place, and other possible hurdles, thereby leaving him free to take the actual treasure. Kusuke was usually a calm person, but even he couldn't contain his excitement this time. Leeching off of someone else's hard work was an exhilarating feeling. Chuckling nervously, he wiped the sweat off of his forehead and peered outside to see if the coast was clear. Liam was still busy fighting, so he dunked in the invisibility potion and stepped out. But before leaving, he again turned to check if he had indeed cleaned out everything from the room without missing anything. He was doing things in a rush, so he did not want to make careless mistakes and leave the important treasure to the enemy while only pocketing useless trinkets. All right, it looks good. He nodded in contentment after taking 1 to 3 looks. Anyway, this did not seem to be the room he was seeking. The item that his quest needed for completion was probably in the central cave room. He closed the huge door as quietly as possible, and then walked out to tiptoe towards the last and final cave room. Chapter 253, Who Dares? As he cautiously moved around, Kusuke couldn't reach the last room for the other 2 rooms. So too close to the door. Even if his invisibility disappears for a fraction of a second, he might get noticed. Also, the previous 2 rooms did not have any guardians or undeads roaming about inside them. The same probably wouldn't be true for this one. If this was the main room where the quest item was located, there was most definitely something guarding it. Kusuke paused for a second without moving, running through the various possible scenarios in his mind. He then looked at the man who was still fighting with the Death Knights. No matter how much he thought about it, there were 2 scenarios that could play out, and both had high chances of being in his favor. Now all he had to do was open the door and see if there was a mob inside or not. If there was, he knew what to do, and if there wasn't, he also knew what to do. Kusuke took another look at Liam and then banged open the last room's door as well. Meanwhile, hoo, Liam panted as he slashed his sword vertically, taking care of yet another Death Knight. Now only the last 4 were remaining, and this fight looked like it was finally coming to an end. He was at the end of the tunnel as well, and so close to getting his hands on the inheritance. Perhaps this was the last time he needed to fight like this. Not that he minded fighting like a dog until he exhausted his last ounce of strength, but it was definitely better to have some minions to do the dirty job for you. All right, now that only we 5 are left, shall we kick this fight into high gear? Liam grinned and dashed towards the 4 indifferent Death Knights. There was no fear or emotion in their eyes, and they continued to do their master's bidding, which was to protect the place from any intruders. So, not giving a damn about who they were attacking, the Death Knights swung their sharp serrated weapons. Nope. Maybe if you guys had better weapons. Good luck next time. Liam twisted his body and backflipped to evade the attack, and he then dashed forward to return back what he received. He had already grasped the rhythm of the fight thoroughly, so it didn't matter that he was so damn tired. He easily blocked and tackled the attacks, and took away the opponent's health in bits and pieces by steadily sending out his. Everything was progressing smoothly without any hitch, and he was almost done with the last hurdle that stood in his path. However, right at this time, Liam felt something strange and out of place. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed that something was off. Something was moving in the background. But was it something or someone? Maybe he'd caught sight of someone moving. But how could that be possible? He was all alone in this tunnel. He had to be alone because if there was someone else, the tunnel was also pretty narrow. He had to search this zone for hours and uproot trees to find this spot. How could there be someone else? But if there was someone else, it was impossible that another player stumbled onto this location before him. But what about after? Could it be Kusuke and his group? No, Liam shook his head. He was not yet level 50. Kusuke and the other were also not yet level 50. In fact, none of the players were level 50 yet. So it was not possible that they decided to come to this place so soon. That would just be a foolish move, literally asking for death. Also, why would they choose today of all days to come to this quest location? It just seemed too improbable. Could it be some other player who was passing by this place and coincidentally noticed the huge gaping hole he had dug in the ground? No, that was also not possible. Why would any low-level player come to this remote location? The chances of that happening were too less. Am I just imagining things? Liam was too tired, and maybe for a second his vision was blurry. He tried to rationalize the nagging thought in his brain. If he had gotten a better look, he wouldn't be in this dilemma, but whatever he saw, it was just momentary and fleeting. So he was unable to put a finger on it and explain it. And as he was mulling over this issue and continuing to fight the remaining 4 Death Knights, suddenly the entire tunnel trembled. Without any warning, the huge door of the middle cave banged open, and someone came out flying from inside. Liam instantly froze and then spun around, moving out of the way of the debris. Fuck, he was indeed correct. There had been someone here all along. How the hell had he missed this? However, right now he did not have any time to pay attention to this person who came flying out like a flea, because in front of him a humongous Death Knight stood, his eyes flaming blue in color and thick vapors of nether seeping out of him. And on top of that, a string of unbelievable words lingered. Ding! Level 80 Rare Elite Bastion. Level 80? A grave look appearing. The consequence of something like this appearing out of nowhere had not escaped him. Also, there was the other person. His brain whirred, trying to desperately find a solution to this disaster, but before he could think about anything, a loud dark voice boomed, echoing in the closed tunnel. Who dares to desecrate my master's lab? Liam was shocked. This one can even speak. As if the fight was already not tough enough just based on the level difference, the undead in front of him seemed to possess actual intelligence. More importantly, its soulless, terrifying eyes were fixated specifically on him. Chapter 254, Do I Want Him Dead or Not? Fuck! 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 Liam cursed out loud. There were 2 of them there, and yet this humongous monster was staring down at him, and not the other guy. The other 4 Death Knights as well were still alive, buzzing around him and sinking their teeth into him like mosquitoes. How the heck was he supposed to face both these guys and this monster? And what about the random guy who rolled out? Why is there no fucking aggro on him? Where the hell was he even? Liam did not have any time to look around as the huge Death Knight lifted his axe, aimed ready to split him in half. Fuck! He moved, coming to stand behind the big guy, and swung his sword at the thick metallic armor on his back. -5. Immediately a multitude of black spheres materialized around him, and all of them shot forward. Today, an even more abysmal damage number appeared. Don't think that I don't see you, insect. The thunderous voice roared, towards Liam, about to hit him one after the other. At this exact same moment, the other figure in the tunnel finally made a move. He dashed past Liam, trying to once again get into the central cave. However, since Liam and the boss Death Knight were standing right next to the entrance, he did not escape the attention of this duo. And finally, Liam also managed to get a glimpse of this intruder. It was someone whom he already knew. and it was someone whom he did not expect. Kusuke, this fucking guy again. Are you serious? How was he possibly here? More importantly, how long had he been here? Liam only needed a second, and suddenly everything was clear to him. This bitch tried to sneak in when he was busy fighting the horde of lesser Death Knights. Sure, he had done the same to the other group, but that doesn't mean he would allow him to do the same to him. He grunted in frustration and changed his course, now dashing towards Kusuke instead of the huge Death Knight. And all the black spheres that were about to hit him and carve out his health also landed on the solid wall behind. Dodging that attack looked like child's play to him. You want to get into that room so badly? Liam sneered, reaching him in seconds. Why is there a treasure inside? Did you get a good look? He sent a sword slash at the petty thief without caring about the monster behind him. Kusuke flinched. From Liam's words, it was clear that he had been found out. He had wanted to sneak in, taking advantage of the chaos all around, but he didn't expect Liam to pay attention to him, and not the level 80 undead that was behind his ass. However, now that he was found out, he no longer feared him or showed any nervousness. He lifted his hand and sent out a ball of black flames similar to their own. And speaking of the devil, the Death Knight as well, sent in the next attack with an annoyed grunt. It looked irritated at being unable to deal with the two mosquitoes, so it sent out a barrage of black arrows and lifted his axe again, swinging down at Liam. Liam was essentially jammed right in the middle of it. With Kusuke on one side, the level 80 monstrous undead on the other side, the four pests behind him, and the wall in front of him, he was essentially cornered and screwed. How will you get out of this one? Kusuke's eyes coldly gazed at his biggest competition. However, as opposed to what he expected, Liam did not even look worried. In fact, he seemed as if he was leisurely fighting with some low-level bunnies. He twisted his body, moving slightly, avoiding two of the attacks while the rest casually bombarded him. No! Kusuke screamed. Even though they were both on the opposite sides, right now he was rather rooting for him. The thing was, he was counting on Liam to keep the giant occupied. If Liam died, then the next target would be him, and he would have to face this level 80% opponent. In reality, for a level 80 rare, this Death Knight was quite weak. Sure, it had high attributes, imposing size, and the ability to use magic, but when compared to some of the other high-level monsters he had seen, this one was weak. Perhaps because it was an undead, its abilities and potential were lower. For instance, it lacked the ability to pressure the two significantly weaker beings running around in front of it. Just last week, Kusuke experienced fighting against another elite that had been at a higher level than him, a level 65 tree nymph. But unlike this Death Knight, that woman had made him freeze, unable to even breathe and move an inch. And here the two of them were freely moving, dodging attacks and even fighting back. Nevertheless, he did not for once think that he had a chance to defeat this guy. The moment he had barged into the cave, opening the door, he was flung out like an insect. He couldn't react. And unlike Liam, he wouldn't be able to avoid even a single attack. So his only option out of this impossible situation was if Liam actually managed to grasp the attention of the big guy for at least a couple of seconds. However, that now seemed like a distant dream. Big black spheres of energy barraged Liam's back, making him fall down and collapse on the floor. Kusuke's heart sank as he saw this sight. The four lesser Death Knights as well used this chance to stab him with their weapons. This was it. It was game over for the both of them. He knew it. Liam was going to die, and he was going to die. After that, he would be free from the Death Knight, but he had a feeling that the other monster in the room was going to hunt him down relentlessly. If kill-stealing was hated, then sneakily looting a treasure chest was. He's going to kill me. Kusuke sighed. But the next instant, the guy who was down on the ground sprang back up, standing without a drop of blood on his body. Not only that, the axe that he had managed to dodge by falling flat on the ground now was aimed at Kusuke. Fuck. Kusuke moved, running for his life. He couldn't make up his mind if he wanted Liam dead or alive. This guy seemed to be capable of completely turning the tables in the smallest possible gap. It was infuriating and scary at the same time. He needed to settle this soon. Otherwise it would be too late, and he would only wake up as the graveyard. He took out the item that he had been saving so far and tossed it towards Liam. The very next second, everything changed. Chapter 255 in a second. After successfully evading the attacks and connecting the rest to Kusuke, who stood behind him, Liam did not dare stay any longer in the death trap. He had taken a gamble that the attacks Kusuke sent and the attack the rare Death Knight sent were both nether attacks or at least dark elemental attacks. If so, then the corresponding damage he would receive would be negligible or not existent, and it might even heal him up. In fact, it was not even a gamble, he had to do it. He simply had no other choice, but luckily, just like he guessed, both the attacks simply dissipated and did no damage to him. The health he had lost so far was also replenished. He smirked in delight, but the next second his painful reality came crashing down. He was not yet done. How was he supposed to defeat a level 80 Death Knight? The only consolation was that, If he was struggling, then the other guy wouldn't be faring it better. Just as he swung around his body to see Koska's movements and, more importantly, the Death Knight's next moves, suddenly his vision blurred. Out of nowhere, a horrendous ringing sound inexplicably echoed in his head, rendering him completely stiff and useless. He couldn't see, he couldn't think, he couldn't do anything. His whole body felt faint, and he was swaying without even a modicum of balance. He tried to swing his sword forward, forcing himself to stabilize, but he was too late. The Death Knight was already in front of him. In his blurry vision, he could only vaguely see, and he saw the huge axe that came swinging down at him. It landed right in the middle of his head. The next second, thud, splat. Liam's body was casually split apart. The Death Knight had sliced him as if he was simply a slab of meat. The single attack instantly killed him. There was nothing he could do. There was no way he could block. He was simply defenseless like a block of butter. The two halves of his body fell on the ground, and then they quickly dispersed into ash and dust, leaving no traces of him behind, as if he had never been there in the first place. Ding! You have died. When Liam regained his consciousness, his mind spun. I am dead? He stared at the notification dazedly. Everything had happened too fast, and he died before he could do anything about it, or even see it coming. 1 second he was fighting, and the next second he was dead. He looked down to see that he was now a ghost, waiting for the seconds to count down before he could be reborn in a graveyard. And the soul integrity that he had been guarding safely, almost obsessively since the beginning of the game until now, was also gone. He was essentially broken, and no longer whole. He could probably never be whole again. Liam sighed. He had worked so hard to prevent this from happening, but somehow he still ended up dying. In all honesty, he was not naive enough to think that he could keep this up for the entire time. After all, he had to take risks to grow stronger, and that would mean playing with death ever so often. Otherwise, if he did not take any risk at all, he would never become truly strong. So though he was disappointed that this happened, this was not what bothered him. He didn't care that he died, but to die like this. In a split second, everything had changed, and he had died because of that guy. Not only had he managed to use him to clear the dungeon, but he also successfully got rid of him by using the Guardian. If he had not interfered, maybe, just maybe, Liam could have at least gotten out of the tunnel alive and tried again after sufficient preparations. But now, everything was probably already gone. Liam was sure that the guy acted with some tricks up his sleeve. While he was here, completely dead and as a ghost, the other person was probably clearing out everything from the tunnel. He might have even figured out some sort of way to take care of the Guardian, and just as he was thinking about this, suddenly he remembered the other important thing. Fuck! The inheritance. He would have also obtained the inheritance just like before. That damned guy would have also gotten his hands on the inheritance that he had struggled so hard for. As his mind became clearer and clearer, Liam was furious. He had lost everything, and he was now even dead, but the other guy gained everything at his expense. Fuck. Fuck, fuck. He was going to make that guy pay. He didn't know how, but he was definitely going to make that guy pay. He had definitely lost the inheritance. What else did he lose? 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, a level. He would only know after he was resurrected. Because of that guy, he had paid a terrible price. But Liam was not planning to let him off just like this. He was going to pay back for everything with interest compounded, and not everything was lost. So what if he managed to get his hands on the inheritance piece by giving him the boot? It would take him a single minute to find out his current location, and then PK him into oblivion. Maybe he could even drop the inheritance piece then. Liam still had the level advantage over him, and was a lot stronger than him. No matter what inheritance, it could never make him instantly powerful. As long as he could take him down while he was still in the developing stage, there was hope for him. He would definitely be able to defeat him. This was probably why that guy had waited for him and trapped him purposefully. Otherwise, he would have fought with him head-on from minute 1 and snatched the inheritance out of his hands by force and not trickery. Liam was raging. This was the first time after he received his second chance that he had suffered such a crushing defeat. He was completely enraged. He was boiling. He wanted to shout at the top of his lungs. His anger surged within him like a seething volcano ready to erupt. Liam did not realize it, but right at this time, the graveyard in which his soul was waiting to be called upon again thrummed with nether. Thick swirling coils of nether gathered around his soul and his soul alone.